So, Tales games. This is long overdue. The Tales series is a long-running franchise of RPGs made by Namco Bandai, and I was honestly completely unaware of it until I started researching the various RPG series out there to do on this show, and have been meaning to review an entry in its franchise for over a decade. Most people tell me to do Tales of Symphonia because it's the best one. No, Tales of Xillia because it has a sequel. No, wait! Tales of Vesperia! Yeah, there are too many Tales games for me to even remotely spotlight even a fraction of them. And the fanaticism over the Tales games doesn't help it. No joke, this was an argument since John and Alexis moved in with me on which one I should actually do first for the show, as they're fans of it as well, when I just have not been. Hell, this got so bad that as a Patreon request, someone got me to play Tales of Symphonia in 2020. The only reason I didn't release videos on it was they actually had to drop out of the request tier, so a script never materialized. But before they did drop out, I pretty much completed footage collection of that game. So thus, as a partial tribute to that request, and giving my 2 cents on the single most popular Tales game, I didn't really care for it. I thought the story far too frequently bashed its protagonist Lloyd as being an idiot, despite it being very clear that his educational instructor was treating someone who learned best via different means than which they taught, and in turn punished them in ways which disincentivized them actually retaining the information he was then berated with, especially by Lloyd's presented skill as an artisan and creative thinker to resolve complex problems, showing that he isn't stupid, he was just taught badly by someone attuned to only teaching via book learning, which Lloyd learned the worst from. Everyone kept trying to treat the guy as if he should be held to the expectations of a scholar, which is just frankly unreasonable as he's not a scholar, and his talents do not lie in scholarly pursuits. And that overshadowed a lot of the better parts of Symphonia for me, especially as other characters are proven repeatedly that their conduct is wrong, yet the story does not treat such as so. Thus, it likewise didn't come off as a coming-of-age story to me, where a kid from a mountain village has to become wise to the world as he realizes how big it is. Which seems to be a common criticism I have of the ones I've played. It might not be reflective of all of them, just the ones I've gotten to. I also felt jack-all about the relationship between Lloyd and his intended paramour Colette, which might have been different had I had access to the Japanese voice track, since Colette was one of the first voice acting roles of singer Nana Mizuki. Sheena is best girl, though. Her arc, I felt, was one of the strongest in the game, and I can see why others may like it, but it really just was not for me. Granted, that probably was not helped by the fact that the only version I could get my hands on was the PS3 version, and the PS3 version, well, sucks for a variety of reasons, including but not limited to requiring you to gamble to unlock the best weapons in the game. Whereas the original GameCube version explicitly did not. I heard about how much worse the 2023 remaster is, and my condolences to Symphonia fans for it. And for the record, at this point, no, I won't do a Symphonia review if asked. I'd probably end up pissing off more people if I did. Honestly, the Tales game I have wanted to do for the longest time is the one I'm doing now, Tales of Grace's F. And by the footage I'm showing you, you should understand why. Yes, you are seeing this on your screen. This is Tales of Grace's protagonist, Aston Lhant, dressed up as Haseo from .hack.gu in his X form. Yeah, the reason I wanted to do this game was because of the character costumes that turned Asbel into Haseo. And in addition to that, there are also ones that turn the cast into the main characters of Code Geass. Plus CC, as CC is a story device and not a main character. This is all, in fact, an actor allusion to Asbel's Japanese voice actor, Takahiro Sakurai. Sakurai is ubiquitous to a lot of series with his performances, being responsible for voicing Suzaku Kururugi in Code Geass, Haseo in all .hack media to date, and even roles like Cloud Strife in anything they've had him with a voice to date. Thus, a lot of Asbel's portrayal is carried by Sakurai, and in homage to depictions of prior roles of his, which as a result play part in analysis of his character with how he contrasts against them. And it's because he was cast to play Asbel that Namco Bandai did those character costume packs with the franchises they owned, which deepens how this story and its depiction of the cast ends up in parallel to other characters. Hell, this goes a step further. Tales of Graces originally released in 2009 for the Nintendo Wii, and as cross-promotion with Dot Hack for these costumes, Link likewise got Tails character costumes for several of its characters, which really just made Link worse when you think about it, as those character costumes make no sense in Dot Hack's setting. But with a lot of companies doing cast crossovers, the reuse of Asbel as a character in the more recent Tales of the Rays mobile game eventually led to said game including Haseo and Adelie from Dot Hack GU as crossover characters during said game's tenure as part of their Glorious Unreality event, as both Sakurai and Adelie's Japanese actress, Ayako Kawasumi, were already voicing characters in the game, so it made sense to include them. Like, just look at this roster of special DLC characters Rays has, and it's kind of crazy. And this fact of Asbel's character is actually part of why Asbel remains one of the most beloved Tales protagonists of the franchise. Or at least, so I have been told. And that's even in spite of the failings of the game he comes from, or how one might feel about Takahiro Sakurai himself regarding some recent revelations about his conduct within his personal life, which we're not getting into as they don't exactly affect his professional life. Look them up yourselves if you're curious. But with that all said, let's get this out of the way. Despite Asbel being one of the beloved protagonists of the Tales games, Tales of Graces is not considered a good Tales game by either fans or critics, who largely love the gameplay systems of Graces, but are decidedly more mixed to negative about how it handles the relation and content of its story. I'll get more into why as we go along, but its negative stigma is not just because it's where the franchise had to put on the brakes, as it did so poorly after several years of glutted releases, literally releasing 1 to 2 games a year for several years. But is heavily tied into how, much like my problem with how Symphonia treats Lloyd, Graces outright scapegoats Asbel as being the cause of everything that is going wrong by his quote-unquote selfish decisions causing the convergence of events that make everything go wrong. But if you actually pay attention to what's depicted, he's not actually responsible for most of them, nor even is the one that sets them off. And for the ones he is, his responsibility is so small in playing part to it that it's ultimately insignificant in contrast to the blame others are guilty or responsible of. Merely being in the wrong place and time as a series of events already in motion tip the scales of the world into its resulting chaos, which he does not have the means nor ability to stop in the moment in which they occur. Had he not been there or not done the things he does, then everything the story presents as happening would not just have still happened, but been worse, with exception to a few incidents where it's likewise hard to blame him. However, that is never acknowledged internally in the story as being so, and it is an extreme rarity, bordering on non-existent, do those that scapegoat him apologize for their fraudulent behavior towards him, and the actually guilty parties are never, not once, held responsible for such throughout the entire story. The game is entirely oblivious to who is the actual cause and instigator of everything going wrong, despite presenting the evidence of who actually is. Thus, you can see why I decided to package this in with the others in this year of Code Geass adjacent reviews, as the same root problem that Code Geass showcases is also Grace's downfall, despite changing major aspects and arcs concerning the counterpart analog characters to try and amend them, and ultimately screwing up as what they change or do with them wasn't really what should have been much of the time. And that's even dissociated from the other series illusions one could make. And as a result of that, you end up hating a fair portion of the focused upon cast and feel frustrated with much of what the game does that literally bends over backwards to blame Asbel, despite all the signs of the setting that things were bad regardless of him, which he is doing his best to fucking fix with what he has. while other solutions are only doing more harm. But I'll present that as we go along, as more frustrating than the game itself was the job I went through to even get it working. As here's the other thing about the game. The English dub for it outright sucks. Partly due to the voice direction being terrible, and partly due to just plain outright miscasting for much of it. Of most prominent note being Bryce Papenbrook being cast as Asbel, as he is just wrong for the character. And because he's gone on to be part of Sword Art Online's anime dubs, yeah, I was not going to put up with hearing the voice of Kirito coming from a character dressed as a Seo. No, just no. This would be a different story entirely if Bandai had gotten Yuri Lowenthal for the role to continue the times Yuri has done the English dub of a Takahiro Sakurai voiced character. It has happened multiple times, seriously, look it up. But I'm pretty sure he was busy with other projects at the time, regardless of whether he auditioned for the role or not. But the performances in said English dub just made the story all the more grating and accent the negative. It's actually why an undubbed patch was made for the game by fans, and is considered by most players of it to be the ideal way to play the game, as Bandai of America at the time refused to allow multilingual audio tracks in games, despite the storage space for such allowing for them. And trying to get that version of the game to work is actually what took me so long to actually review it. Made worse is that the undubbed version, yeah, it's the only way to get the Japanese exclusive DLC that has the Haseo Code Geass costumes, alongside a few other extras that, for some stupid reason, Bandai of America refused to release in Western markets, and in fact removed entirely the capacity of the English release of the game to interface with said DLC in the event you create a foreign PSN account to buy it off of their region. Which I did. Like, these days, you set up a Singapore PSN account and you can buy any region-exclusive DLC from that region, at least if it is available in Asian English markets. And you can get it to work with any related game you're using. But not so when Bandai of America got their hands on this one. It doesn't make sense for them to deny such either, when you remember that Bandai 100% owns the IP rights to every series that got involved as DLC. And at the time the game released, they were also the company that imported all 3 series. Thus, there were zero rights conflicts to make them redact the Dot Hack and Code Geass costumes when Tales of Grace is released. There has never been a valid reason given for why they did not make those costumes available, as the standard ones some might cite for why an import is lacking something do not apply. And as a result, the undubbed ROM files are the only way to experience the game with everything intended to be part of it and present the themes and parallels it was meant to. And you're not in for an easy time getting that software to work either. PlayStation 3 emulators absolutely hate Tales of Grace's software, in a large part because of the mods that had to be done to the English version of the game to put back in the data Bandai of America took out. More pertinently, though, is the game runs at different frame rates at different times. In battle, the frame rate spikes to 60 FPS to speed up depiction of the battle, and skipping frames and rendering because more is going on in the battle, which thus means resource expenditure needs to be cut down. However, when you're out of battle, the game naturally runs at 30 FPS, allowing for smooth character animation and a greater sense of, well, personality with the emoting of the cast in the skits and in-game cutscenes. Console emulators ideally want the system to stick with a single consistent frame rate throughout, and it is an excruciating pain to try messing with settings every time you fight a battle. Made worse that if you're not playing things at the right frame rates, then the audio for cutscenes completely desyncs, making for an entire unwatchable mess. And as a result, I spent over a week, and this is individual days week, not a consecutive week, trying to jailbreak a spare PS3 I have in an attempt to get the modified ROM files to install onto its hardware and trick the game into running on it, so the PS3's inbuilt processor could just take care of the mess for me without any conflicts. And unfortunately, despite me doing everything right to install the system crack correctly, installing the Undub ROM files didn't work. I'm not entirely sure why, and I didn't have the time to ask the help forums for jailbreakers as, yeah, PS3 jailbreaking is pretty much dead by this point. So I just reset the PS3 I cracked to factory settings to undo the jailbreak, and went back to playing with the emulator settings to try and get it to work. And that is when I happened across a stroke of luck, which allowed me to not call this entire thing a wash. The YouTube channel Geek Sentai produced a guide in 2020 that detailed the best version of the PS3 emulation software and the setting combo that actually got Graces to run properly. Apparently more current versions of the software completely destroyed the frame rate management system that guts Grace's ability to work with it, thus leading to 99% of the problems players have had since. If you want it to work, you need to obtain this listed version of the software. As of writing and recording this video, that is the most recent version it works with. Then, you need to adjust the settings of the emulator so the frame rate limit of the game is set to 60 FPS, and then in the Advanced Details tab, change the V-blank frequency to 30 Hz. I have the full list of settings I ended up using on screen right now, but those two settings are the key to getting this to work right, as it allows the software to remember to actually shift between frame rates as the game requires they be shifted. Now, unfortunately, when I recorded my footage, not everything worked the way it's supposed to. I still had times when I was playing where frame rates dropped like mad due to processing demand. There were several in-game artifacts that didn't render properly. In particular, the ring that exists around the planet where the story takes place. I'm using Geek Sentai's footage of said ring right here to showcase what it's supposed to look like, and this is what I had to put up with. I spent another day trying to fix this to no avail. And for some reason, there were also sections of the game that were lacking audio. I presume in this last case that I might have had a problem with missing or corrupted files made possible by the Undub, but frankly, by this point, it's hard enough to just get copies of the Undub and the DLC pack atop that. Though using the Undub for the game is not without its drawbacks, as if I did restoring the Japanese audio for the game, there is a lot of content in the Tales games that have absolutely no captions to them. So if you are not someone that understands Japanese, you will be missing out on the context of that content. In specific, being everything related to battle sequences where party members end up interacting both in battle and at the end of battle, where characters frequently have post-victory skits, which, yes, are influenced by the character costume sets. And this problem frustratingly still persists in modern games that permit one to access the alternative audio tracks, Xenoblade Chronicles and Persona 2 specifically, that forget to have a caption for all spoken lines in their games. I don't know why that is still a thing at this point, though at least the fan Undub has a better justification for such, as all it did was restore audio tracks and DLC that should have been part of the release to begin with. But as you can probably guess, spending as long as I did trying to get this game to run did not leave me in a positive mood with respect to grinding through it. Thus, I abused the grade system. The grade system is a staple to the Tales series, whereby if you've completed the game before, then depending on your playtime and completion percentage of its content, you can assign grade points which will allow you play bonuses in any New Game Plus you might attempt. The bonuses including retaining all learned skills and titles. Titles being a mechanic of the game where you unlock special stat bonuses, costumes, and abilities by obtaining and applying said titles. Keeping the inventory and cash you got last game, your completion of data primers about the game's enemies, and any recipe you might have for things you may craft, such as complex foodstuffs or even upgraded weapons. There are even experience gain and drop rate modifiers, so you don't have to worry about grinding enemy encounters for level ups. As with the modifiers on, then just the random encounters you have when walking from location to location is enough to level up. And to that end, I pulled a perfect completion save file from GameFAQs and used it to flag my game as a New Game Plus run with all that crap unlocked. What can I say? I did not have a good time with Symphonia's grind, and by the time I started working on footage capture for this game, I had spent most of the year in question working 60-hour weeks and was exhausted. I was not in the mood, after all that effort, to even get it to run, to put up with doing it all from zero when I had an alternative right there when I was emulating it anyways. Again, I don't normally do this, but I was just so exhausted I didn't feel like I had another option. Moreover, and this is my critique of the grade system, everything except experience and drop rate modifiers should be part of the standard package of any New Game Plus run. It should not be locked off as a currency the game arbitrarily calculates, where you have to pay those points to gain access to something you should be getting as part of New Game Plus by default. Now, if you're going to make it an option so the players themselves can decide if they want those play bonuses or not, fine. I just don't like such being locked off by a currency system. Allow it to be a toggled option when starting a New Game Plus run on whether you get a given bonus or not, and make the grade points revolve around the rate modifiers. That, I feel, would be more fair. I have no idea if more recent Tales games than this one have implemented that. If so, that's great, but if not, it's something they need to do. Anyways, to finally begin, the game opens in the childhood arc with the main cast several years before the story's main events begin, with our protagonist Aston Lhant and his brother Hubert heading out to a hill above the town where flowers bloom year-round, which Asbel's father, Aston, has barred the pair from visiting. And this is where it starts. You see, the problem that underpins everything about Asbel's animosity with his father is Aston does not, at any point, explain himself, his actions, or his reasoning towards those he is affecting by his actions. He just expects blind obedience from everyone, including, but especially, his children, and believes his word is right, is the final say in any situation, and there is no room for arguments. Asbel and others chafe at this, as he needs reasons, which Aston refuses to give, as Aston has no legitimate defense to provide. When he doesn't get such, Asbel, because he is an inquisitive child with a spark of adventure in his heart, goes out to experience that for himself because he has not received a valid explanation for why he should not do something. This isn't just stupid kid logic either. In the real world, people are not just going to defer to what you say if you cannot justify one simple question to them.
Why?
By right of superior intelligence, I am best suited to guide the destiny of this planet.
Why?
My empirical powers give me the mandate.
Why?
Because it's something I want to do.
A large part of how the game tries to frame Asbel as the irresponsible asshole in all this is largely pinned on this fact. His impulsive disobedience towards Aston, which starts literally from the first scene of the game and is a running motivator throughout the childhood arc. And yet, without a valid reason given to him, Asbel has no reason to listen, especially due to the abusive way in which Aston treats the brothers. For any time Asbel acts in any way rebellious thanks to Aston not explaining himself, he doesn't punish Asbel for the actions Asbel committed, he instead punishes Hubert for such, as Hubert should have stopped his brother. But Hubert doesn't because he can't find fault in Asbel's logic thanks to Aston not giving them a valid reason to prevent the course of action Aston doesn't want them to do. And by all evidence, Asbel's actions have never gotten them in any serious harm. So the only reason they would be punished is out of just disobedience, which, as said, is Aston's own fault. And the legitimacy of his commands is itself undermined by Aston only punishing the one who was not responsible for the decision made, and this inciting an ever-escalating cycle of rebellion as Austin's punishments only further encourage Asbel to act out against his asshole of a dad, that by his own actions has proven Asbel's own point that he is not one to be respected when he can't even justify the punishments he metes out to those who are innocent of the crime committed. For even when Asbel freely offers himself up to be punished, shielding those who went along with him, Austin still refuses to do so, and instead inflicts such on everyone else. Not just reinforcing how invalid those actions themselves are, but invoking the Knight complex Asbel himself is shown to develop, where he wants to protect those in his charge. And this is part of my entire thesis on the game, and its scapegoating of Asbel, as you're supposed to agree with Austin in this, that Asbel is escaping the punishment he is due, and the game treating him terribly is supposed to be the delayed consequences of not conforming to what others demanded of Asbel, until he is literally forced to do so. But the more you pay attention to all the bits that the story tries to brush under the rug, the more you realize the reverse is actually true, and Asbel is instead paying for all of the sins of the father. And that is why this episode is called that, as the childhood arc provides the preliminary evidence on how much of a scumbag Aston Lhant actually is, which the story itself deliberately ignores. I said this game possesses Code Geass parallels, and this is one of the first and most influential towards that. For despite Takahiro Sakurai voicing Asbel, Aston Lhant is the Suzaku Kururugi equivalent, and the longer story of the game is nearly all hinged on Asbel paying the consequences of his father's actions, all motivated by Austin's belief that he, and he alone, is the one in the right. Moving on, Asbel and Hubert make it to Lhant Hill, and we see why some might consider it off limits, as the hill is actually more of a cliff face that would be easy to fall off of if someone isn't paying attention or escorted there. And really, that's the big issue at hand which precedes these events. Asbel and Hubert keep wanting to go there, Austin's too busy to escort them despite repeatedly promising to them he will, and he refuses to assign anyone to take them to keep them safe when he reneges on those promises, as he can't spare the manpower to do so. Which, as I'll explain in a bit, is also his own damn fault. What's more, a parent that demands blind obedience while repeatedly breaking their own promises and punishing the innocent party is not one that engenders trust, respect, or understanding from their children. Regardless, the flowers blooming year-round here is because the area is constantly renewed by the magical element Eleth that runs through the region. Specifically, the Eleth that originates from the girl that they find here. This girl has amnesia, and Asbel decides he wants to help her. So since they found her among the flowers, and Asbel having to prevent her from falling over a cliff presents that they can't leave her alone lest she unintentionally harm herself, they eventually decide to name her Actually, no, they name her Sophie, derived from the flower Sopharia, many of which grew on that hill. The brothers bring Sophie back to the town of Lhant, part of the country of Windor, which their family are the stewarding lords of on behalf of Windor's monarchy, which they have a close relationship with. Lhant is a border town with the accompanying country of Fendel, and likewise is an important commerce route leading to the port town that connects Windor to Strata, the company that makes up the western continent of the map. On top of that, it is responsible for the collection of wind elemental eleth from the air currents of Windor that are released upstream of them being converted into harvestable crystals thanks to the immense number of windmills that are peppered all around the region. As the primary economies and the magic system of the game is all founded upon possession of crystals that harness Eleth in them, and controlling Eleth maintains the balance of power on the planet's Oid, Lhant is, in essence, the single most important plot of land, as whoever controls it controls not just 1/3 of the Eleth crystal supply, but also maintains the delicate political and trade balance required to maintain the region and requires a deft hand and open borders for that trade, for such to not eventually lead to war. Guess what Austin has been fucking up for everyone? As they enter the town, they're met by Cheria Barnes, a lifelong friend of the siblings, her grandfather working as the Lhant's butler, but one who suffers from a breathing illness implied to be asthma. Cheria is heavily crushing on Asbel and wants to be taken seriously by him, trying to join in on his adventuring, but Asbel takes seriously how heavily Cheria's illness debilitates her, thus doesn't like bringing her along out of concern for her well-being, which, as an 11-year-old, that concern comes off a lot more abrasive due to him wanting her to stay home, thus is deliberately being an ass to her as a form of discouragement. Unfortunately, that doesn't work because Cheria is presented as being a tsundere, and such actions tend to backfire when used against them. In practice, she isn't, but it's what they're trying and failing to make as her trait. Though Cheria's own insecurities lead her to be catty to Sophie without cause, which completely goes over Sophie's head, but from the audience's perspective does not leave our first, nor subsequent, impressions of Cheria with any positivity towards them. Again, the story is trying to present Cheria as someone for the audience to be endeared to with how Asbel's actions unilaterally upset her, especially as she has affections for him. But in execution, not so much.
その時は一生責任持つ
一生ってそんなのダメダメったらダメ絶対ダメ
It instead coming off as Cheria being the one who's being selfish and inconsiderate by not accepting, hey, there's things they can't do with her because of her illness. I'll expand on this more, but this is one of the reasons why the Tsundere flag with her is at best debated, as the trait doesn't come off well when the character is being selfish. But Asbel's true feelings are shown as one of the reasons he wanted to visit the hill and its flowers is so he could give one of them to her, which calms her down and allows her to learn of Sophie's situation. The preteens go around town, trying to see if anyone knows anything of her, and no such luck on that front. This entire section used to familiarize players to the exploration and dropped item mechanics of the game. You can collect a lot of the game's resources just from random drops around the region, many of which replenish on their own, as well as the Tales series staple story event cutscenes known as skits. While normally full in-engine cutscenes carry the large narrative beats with them punctuated with full animated cutscenes, smaller story segments that more focus on regional lore and character moments inevitably punctuate one's exploration of the whole game, and help immensely in fleshing out the setting and allowing more time with cast members than the main storyline's progression itself would allow. I do have a critique of the skits, however, and that is a lot of them are played more for comedy than anything, with that comedy being at the expense of a cast member instead of in lead up to a valid punchline. I had the same experience with the Symphonia as well. I felt the skits, when they were focused on being comedic, wanted us to laugh at and denigrate a specific cast member instead of setting up a proper comedic scenario. There's one later in the game where Asbel's night shift trainer shows the abnormal way in which Asbel learned, as it was really effective for him, but wouldn't be for others. What this skit showed is that Asbel more needed guidance than strict training to bring out his full potential, which he was already driven to achieve, versus specific strict step-by-step instruction that was less helpful, as such instead strangled his potential, which itself is a reflection of the story-long characterization of Asbel, where he is stifled in strict, structured environments unless he respects those instructing him, as it's not like he can't do the tasks given to him with a bit of leeway and an understanding of the reasoning behind them. But what that skit wanted out of it was to, once more, call out a character of being an idiot that can't do things the normal way, and want us to point and laugh at them for it. This isn't every skit. Most of them are just endeavoring to derive humor out of character interplay, but it happened frequently enough that it annoyed the crap out of me in both Tales games I've finished. This leads to the ultimate confrontation with Aston as they finally come to him in attempting to help Sophie find where she belongs. The boy's mother, Kerri, greeting them as they return home, and alerting Asbel that the shouting from the elder Lhant is inevitable, as Asbel cannot, in Aston's eyes, do a single thing right regardless of Asbel's acts of rebellion, and it has gotten to the point that even Kerri automatically thinks the worst of him in complete echoing of Aston's ridicule.
連れ出されて体も辛いでしょ。
そんなことしてないって。
あなたはラント家の跡取りです。もう少し周りの者に対して思いやりを持ちなさい。
And he was doing exactly that! Are you starting to see what I mean about the game constantly putting Asbel in the wrong when he was endeavoring to do the right thing in the given situation he finds himself in? Granted, that specific line, that is on Cheria, as Kerri thinks that Asbel is dragging her everywhere despite her condition, when it is Cheria herself that invites herself along. But once more, patterns of behavior!
なんだよもう母さんまで。
Oh yes, Kerri is just as bad as Aston, as she enables and stands behind his crap in complete deference. Which really isn't surprising considering the woman's Stockholm Syndrome. I'm not kidding on that. 12 years before this, Kerri first came to the Lhant home as a potential suitor to Aston. Their first meeting went terrible and she wanted nothing more to do with him. But she was denied an escort home because Aston took all available resources around the city to settle a border skirmish with Fendel, which took over a month despite the border literally being right next to town. And in that time, he ordered her to pass it by tending to the flowers on his property. By the time he got back, she didn't want to leave, and Asbel was conceived soon after. The symptoms of Stockholm Syndrome? Positive feelings towards a captor or abuser, sympathy for the captor's beliefs and behaviors, and negative feelings towards police or other authority figures that aren't them. Throughout the game, Kerri presents all of these and never once acts against anything Aston ever did. While I admit, this is my interpretation of their relationship, Kerri spends the entire game bending over backwards to justify the unjustifiable out of Aston, to try and frame his horrid behavior as caring and righteous and empathetic and... No, I cannot agree with that. If she's not, then she's just as guilty regarding what she allowed to happen. As for when we actually get to Aston, in the context of Asbel taking in a girl that has no memories and nowhere to go and trying to help her, well, that's how someone who is the steward of the land or training to replace them should be acting. Noblesse oblige. The inferred responsibility of privileged people to act with generosity and nobility towards those less privileged or in need. This should be a good thing. A sign that Asbel is trying to be responsible, that he takes his duties as a member of the Lhant family to those in their territory seriously, that he is a kind and generous individual and wants to help those around him, and such is a good sign for Aston's own stated goals, as he's named Asbel as his heir and successor to all Aston's own responsibilities in maintaining the territory, so should be given some responsibilities so he may learn how to best respond in situations he may encounter in the future. And if one thought that, you would be 100% wrong. For as I said earlier, this isn't about Asbel, this is about Aston, and is all about obedience to Aston's orders, regardless of what came from it. Aston doesn't give a shit about helping find where a lost little girl actually belongs, or that Asbel's own actions permitted him to help someone as is beholden to the duties of their position. In fact, while it isn't addressed immediately in the story, Aston intends to shove Sophie off in an orphanage in the capital far away from anyone who could help her, and just wipe his hands and forget about the entire mess as it's not their problem, assuming outright that Sophie would agree to this herself without ever once talking to her, and everyone involved should just accept his judgment as the best for them all, even as both Asbel and Sophie disagree, because he refuses to talk to them, only talk at them, and expects them to blindly obey.
よし。それと、その少女だが、私の方で預かろう。
You are literally the authorities for the region!
お前のような無力な子供が人の面倒を見られるはずがあるまい。
やってみなくちゃわからないだろ。
I mean, he couldn't possibly do any worse a job than the one Aston's been doing, considering all the responsibilities he shirked, while his efforts were focused on the vendetta Aston spent over a decade carrying out. Long story, I will get to it later. Furthermore, Aston has never entrusted anything to Asbel, so Aston has no understanding of what Asbel is capable of. Why do you all at home think Asbel has such immense disdain for his dad? As Aston's attitude really is, do as I say or else. Beyond ridiculing his sons, Aston actually called them in to tell them that a boy around their age will be coming to stay with them, and he is not to interact with them in any way. Said boy is in fact Prince Richard, heir to the Kingdom of Windor. You know, the country that Lhant is part of. He's coming to stay with them because Aston has a good relationship with the king. Thus, he trusts Aston with Richard's life. And you would think that Aston would try to engender some positive relationship between his son and the next king of the land by permitting them to become friends while he is here, as Aston has already designated Asbel as his heir, so they will be working together in the future regardless. And you would once more be wrong to think that. And Asbel likewise doesn't understand this completely irrational decision. But once more, this is an example of Aston refusing to explain his actions behind his orders and demands because he can't justify them, just expecting them to be obeyed with the most half-assed of rationales that doing things wrong to him would destroy the Lhant family, which itself is an indistinct excuse contrary to his own goals, as such isolation would make Richard believe that he's an outcast while he's here. But orders given without reasons, especially when they are against the best interests of one or more people, are ludicrous to be expected to be followed, especially from someone that is, over time, shown to be as irrational as Aston is. Especially because of everything going on around Richard and his father that even required the prince be away from the capital to begin with. For, unsurprisingly, there is a coup d'etat plot against the pair being performed by the king's brother, Cedric. And Aston is aware of it. You know who isn't? The king. Once again, this is how bad his decision-making is. I am addressing this early as it helps recontextualize the game's plot entirely, but one of the side quests far later in the game provides as its reward the recollections of a royal official regarding the meeting between Aston and Cedric, where said man lays out his plans to overthrow his brother's rule of the kingdom, which requires partnership with Strata, and Aston refusing to take part in it, alongside Aston's refusal to inform the fucking king of the land, who he has sworn his loyalty to, and is his duty to inform him of his brother's treachery. The official who saw this viewed the act as a brave, defiant stand attesting to Aston's loyalty to the crown, especially due to Cedric's control over several financial and military fields that has in the years since this left the Lhant lands to lose support and resources from the crown in retaliation. For even at the point in the childhood timeline, Lhant's local economy has taken devastating damage and they are beginning to be short on the manpower needed to safely defend the lands from monsters and attempted invaders, especially because Aston keeps antagonizing Fendel and has kept borders to the country closed for years, which I will explain in a bit. But it is in reality a testament to Aston's sheer arrogance, as he expected the man to obey his words and break off from his plan to overthrow his brother just because he said to. And worse, despite knowing full well that his treachery was afoot in the shadows of the country, he didn't inform the king of it, nor do anything else about it. And one could presumably say that Aston didn't have any evidence to back up his claims, that there's no reason why the king would believe Aston's word against that of the king's brothers. And again, no! During the childhood arc, Asbel swings around in battle a sheathed sword that he found in a closet which he can't draw the blade of. In fact, no one can draw the blade, because the sword is locked inside of the sheath. As a later side quest reveals atop this, the sword is actually the royal weapon of the Wingdor Kingdom, and is only out of the hands of the royal family when it is bestowed to an individual who has been shown to possess loyalty to the crown that is above reproach, and their word to be trusted in all matters. It was given to Aston by the king when Aston saved the king's life, and is a sign that the king would listen to even at the bare minimum a warning about a potential plot to overthrow the crown. And yet Aston has done nothing, nor will do anything, because he couldn't give a shit beyond the appearance that he was making trouble when he had a duty and responsibility as a loyal noble to the crown to speak out. Hell, this is made worse by the fact that the reason Richard even was sent to the Lhant lands for his care was because the king implicitly trusts Aston. So, again, even without that future knowledge, the reason why Richard is even here is because Aston has the capability to end this plot himself and yet did nothing. Even worse, that sword that was entrusted to his care by the king? Yeah, Asbel ends up being given the ring that is the key that unlocks the sword. He doesn't discover this until late in the story, but when he finally does draw the sword, it's an entire piece of junk because it was never cared for once since it was given to Roston, because he originally rejected the ring as well from the king, which was required to unsheath it. And that really represents everything about Aston as well. He coveted the positions he took for himself: Lord of Lhant, trusted by the king, husband, father, exalted protector of the land, but wanted none of the responsibilities attached to them, and once they served their use, those responsibilities were tossed aside for what he wanted. And I'm not even done with the examples yet.
万が一のことがあれば我がラント家の家名に傷がつく。わかったか、アスベル。
Position over duty. That is Aston Lhant. Are you getting at why I get pissed off at this game crapping on Asbel while Aston's misconduct gets a free pass? It's complete thematic hypocrisy. And oh yes, that is all relevant, as Asbel and Aston arguing over Sophie's fate is tabled when a monster attack strikes the caravan of travelers that include Richard among them, one that quickly overwhelms the Lhant militia, as their membership has dropped like a stone between Aston's grudge against Fendel and the reduction in resources the crown has awarded to Lhant in the aftermath of Aston refusing to play ball on the coup plot. As a result, they don't have the manpower to repel even this small an attack due to how thinly stretched they are. It actually taking Asbel defying his father and going out there with Sophie and Hubert to distract just one of the monsters to break the encirclement, free up the guardsmen needed to press off the attackers, and have this small group hold them off while Chariot does her part in leading those part of the caravan to safety, which permits the guards to more actively go on the offensive to kill the stronger monsters present. While one could write this off again as reckless, it once more contextually is not, as recklessness is to act without thought. Asbel quickly analyzed the situation, found the weakest target he knew he and his companions could safely deal with, formulated a plan with them that would maximize their chances of success while not hindering those already in combat, drew away the perfect target to achieve the objective, and executed that plan flawlessly. This was so well done that a member of the Royal Guard even offers to permit him entrance into the Knight Academy on his recommendation. They are that impressed by Asbel's decision-making and assistance in this matter, as the guards were not going to pull off a win without some form of casualty without intervention. But of course, that doesn't matter to Aston, because even with good reasons for Asbel's actions, and performed in such a way that they would not come to harm, Asbel still openly and knowingly went against him, and they must be punished for that. Even though, if you look back at their conversation, Aston never barred them from helping until the point it was already too late, and them withdrawing then, without doing anything, would only have made the entire situation worse. Hell, it's because Asbel did what he did that Aston avoided the consequences of his own incompetence. And we see another Suzaku parallel in that Aston feigns fealty to one in a higher position of authority, but notice how he does not actually admit to having been wrong in his actions, with Asbel calling exactly that shit out in its insincerity, while Aston still expects himself to be obeyed. This is where we meet Richard, who acts as the game's Lelouch analog, with him, as said before, sent here with a small guard force to try and get away from assassins. Asbel trying to be nice and adherent to the duties of nobility in his endeavors to bridge a connection with him, as he can easily tell the guy is lonely. And he is, for Richard has been isolated from everyone around him his entire life. And it helps to be the Lelouch analog with some of what comes later, plus the story viewed through the lens of two kids meeting and becoming friends in youth, paying off years later as they grow up. Also, he's the one with the Lelouch character costume after the time skip.
僕に取り入ろうとしても無駄だ。なんだと？どうせ僕の関心を買って利用しようと思っているんだ。いつもそうだ。僕に近づいてくるのはそんな奴らばかり。
Again, a reason why Aston insisting that Richard stay alone while here is really bad, as it's only reinforcing a caustic mentality that will leave Richard unhinged in adulthood, incapable of performing the duties of his station, who might bring the entire kingdom to ruin if not corrected by giving him any form of friendship. Can I foreshadow this any harder? One of his guards comes in to take him to train, but Richard's not up to it, Asbel offering to take it in his place so he doesn't just get beaten into the ground. This itself is a warning flag for an event that comes not much later, as this guard, Bryce, is in on the coup, and was not the one that was supposed to perform this lesson, as he's not even a swordsman, and only fights with a claw, which is a horrible tool to assist one who is to be trained in fencing-style swordsmanship, as Richard is. And coming to Richard's defense in this matter, not only shows Asbel's true maturity in acting to protect those he can from bullies, again, his acts of rebellion better characterized as not bowing to a bully, but likewise gains a semblance of trust from Richard, as he did this in his favor without expecting anything back. This is, however, where Asbel makes a mistake, but once more from my view is an understandable one, as he offers to take Richard to see the sights of the city, including Lhant Hill. However, because both Richard and Asbel distrust authority figures, Asbel because everyone in town is subservient to his father, and Richard because he knows there are traitors among his guard that are part of the coup, neither of them tell anyone what they are doing or where they are going, which as they view the beautiful sunset from the cliffside, allows Bryce to come in and attempt to kill Richard, allowing him to likewise blame this all on the Lhants by throwing his corpse off the cliff and make it seem like an accident.
So our accident is not an accident at all.
Now again, Asbel's mistake in this is he didn't tell anyone. Thus no one who could intervene would know about where they were during this attack until it's too late, leaving the kids on their own to defend themselves. And such could have been prevented by Aston telling Asbel of the danger Richard is in, so we wouldn't do something like this which might leave Richard vulnerable. As he didn't, however, Asbel is only showing the level of courtesy and caution that he would any other important guest that he feels is being mistreated, and trying his best to cheer them up with an amazing and impactful sight. From all evidence thus far, particularly his care towards Cheria, where he deliberately kept trying to leave her behind in town due to her illness, acting to prevent Sophie from falling off the cliff, and his noble conduct during his formal duel with Bryce earlier, had Asbel actually known about the danger, he would have acted differently, and not deliberately taken Richard somewhere where something like this very situation would occur. But with Aston's regular do-as-I-say berating and punishment of his sons, his warning without context just blended in with everything else Aston says to them. So how was he supposed to know? There is ultimately 3 interpretations one takes away from this once you have context that Aston knows about the assassination plots against the king and Richard, and him refusing in the past to be part of it has harmed Lhant overall. Either he is complicit in the assassination attempts, is enabling them, or he continues to be completely oblivious to them in negligence to the duties and faith placed upon him. None of these make Aston look good. None of them makes this event Asbel's fault, as he wasn't informed of the nature of the threats against Richard beforehand, as would have been the responsible thing to do so Asbel and Hubert wouldn't blindly believe someone that could be a murderer either. The former 2 views leave him conspiring with the traitors solely to restore the status of Lhant to how it was before his refusal, and in the last, his remaining obliviousness would leave open the door to further punish him for his hypocrisy by the entire event being blamed on him. Or rather, the easily available scapegoat that is Asbel. The impression from this as well is Bryce originally intended to kill Richard in a training accident. As no one seemed to catch on, you don't train a fencer by using a claw weapon. A death or mortal wounding in a training accident would be something that would absolve the Lhants of any blame. Thus why the two views of Aston being aware of the plan but doing nothing about it are there, as they are just as valid. But this hill being a cliff face comes up again, as in fear Richard backs away from the safe zone, leading Asbel and Sophie needing to grab him as he falls over it, him ultimately pulling them all over the cliff. They survive the fall, and no, this isn't a setting where people are super durable. That's still a lethal drop. Normally. And there is a plot-relevant reason why they're not dead.
Richard! 大丈夫。怪我はしてない。
そうか。よかった。本当によかった。
アスベル、今嬉しい時の顔をしてる。どうして嬉しいの？
そんなの。ソフィーとリチャードが無事だったからに決まってるさ。
私とリチャードが無事だから。
And in gratitude for everything Asbel's done, the two forge a bond of friendship over it. Richard bestowing upon Asbel the signet ring of Windor that is a sign of one's faith and loyalty in the person. That ring, incidentally, is the one I mentioned earlier that acts as the key to unlocking Asbel's sword from the hilt. But again, it's not until late game where they learn about that, and the side quest that all comes as part actually involves recovering the sword since, well, Asbel ends up having to sell it to get the money to even enter the Knight Academy.
Well, how was I supposed to know that?
気を使って友情の誓いをやろう。友情の誓い？町の言い伝えにあるんだ。木に名前を彫ってその前で手を合わせて誓いをすると叶うんだって。そうよし、これでいい。たとえこの先何があっても僕たちは友達でいよう。
友達でいよ
う。よし、これで俺たちはずっと友達だ。
Famous last words.
ヒューバートとシェリアはいいの？
What about Hubert and Cheria? There is, of course, Aston's expected blaming of Asbel for things that are his own fucking fault when they get back. Richard defending Asbel from the abuse. But seriously, fuck you, dude! This is seriously how he treats his kids all the damn time. It's really no wonder Asbel has no respect for him. Moreover, the only reason Hubert and Cheria did not immediately fess up to where they were when the search parties began looking for them is due to how unreasonable Aston is on a good day. Thus, knowing that he punches in excess of fault did not incentivize them to assisting them to act faster. Once more, blaming Asbel for that when it is a consequence of Aston's own conduct is ludicrous, as the kids as much trust Aston as Asbel does. Regardless of that, Aston also bears bad news for Richard, the king having taken ill in the single day that Richard has been away from the capital.
ここだけの話だが、父の病は毒のせいらしいんだ。
It was the poison for the king's poison, because his brother is trying to claim the crown. That is why they just had an assassination attempt, the king and his heir taken out in one fell swoop. It only didn't happen thanks to Asbel. And it's not like the king's brother Cedric stops this either. The next 7 years has Richard and his father constantly hounded by further assassination attempts until one of them ultimately works on the king after the time skip. But because of this, Richard has got to go back to the capital, and because Aston already has business in the capital, he's personally taking the prince back, along with Hubert.
泣くなケリー。ヒューバートのためだ。
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you forever. Fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves, you fucks.
Going off on this a bit early, but this is the incitement of another reason why I consider Aston a scumbag and the root cause of everything that goes wrong, as he just sold Hubert to another family who live in the country of Strata. Why? To get Asbel to obey him. And this isn't out of nowhere. This has been a building side plot if you see certain scenes throughout the game, that Aston has unilaterally decided this against objections from Kerri, and to the obliviousness of the boys. All because Asbel is Aston's heir to the lordship, when Asbel would rather pass it off to Hubert because Hubert would be a better fit for the job the position entails. And Asbel's own goal in life is to be a knight of the realm, solving problems and serving the people out in the world, and not just in one territory his father has mismanaged. But again, as I've said before, Aston refuses to talk to anyone involved about his decision. He just unilaterally decided that Asbel was to be his heir, and that he needed to get rid of Hubert so Asbel would fall in line with his orders and demands. As now there's no fallback, so for Asbel to be responsible, he has to obey. And like everything, he'd entirely fucked it up, as now Asbel has even less reason to listen to him. And this gets worse when we are explained his reasoning for this. Oh no, this doesn't come from Aston himself, but from other people trying to bend over backwards to justify his actions. Aston's root reason for doing this is he ended up fighting for the lordship with his own brother as they couldn't agree over who should hold the position, after their father changed his mind after the two were adults and decided that Aston was better to take over as lord. Despite Aston's brother being of a better temperament for the role, all because Aston was physically stronger. That's it. Just more muscles, more aptitude for physical pursuits. That's the only reason. They fought, Aston won, and his brother was banished. And then Aston's brother died while he was in Fendel. That wouldn't have happened had the two not fallen out in the way they did. And because Aston cannot consider the possibility that he made the wrong choice, that his actions were wrong, he shifted the blame. That is in turn the vendetta I mentioned earlier that Aston spent over a decade carrying out, in vengeance against that act. Aston ordered the border to Fendel closed, and any attempt to approach the border has since been met with ever-escalating force against them, which at this point has led Fendel's own military to intervene and aggressively push back to physically open the border. This is also the central cause of why Lhant's militia is so short-handed. They've all been stuck or killed on that border. Hell, this same conflict is why Windor's king almost was killed, as Fendel believed this was a decision made by Windor's rulers, and why Kerri even was refused escort to leave after first arriving at the Lhant Manor, and Aston made his horrible first impression was because of another campaign over the border. And why is Fendel so adamant about getting past the border and reopening trade with Windor and Strata? They're dying. Again, skipping ahead a bit, but the planet this all takes place on is a world known as Efinia, and it is an artificial world created when an ancient civilization terraformed the moon of planet Fodra. Its atmosphere is maintained by a dome of water-like nanoparticles over the habitable zone that is in turn suspended by a technological ring, powered by the Eleth produced by the core of the planet, which the ring's rotation helps regulate and return to the core, creating a sustainable closed system. But that Eleth comes out from the core at 3 designated points, known as the Valkaness Krias, which then maintains the local environments of each region, with each Krias' strongest elemental focus being based around that region lacks. Windor is in the warmer hemisphere and has many water tributaries, but lacks natural wind flow which would otherwise cause them to bake. Thus their Valkaness Krias releases wind Eleth energy, which is then collected in Lhant. Strata is a desert that has wind and heat, but as a desert it lacks large water reserves. Thus the Valkaness there releases its Eleth in the form of water elemental energy, that helps moisture remain in liquid form in the region. And Fendel is in the northern hemisphere, where there is a surplus of wind and ice, but is very cold. Thus the Valkanus releases fire eleth to heat them up. The problem, as is explained after the time skip, is that their Valkanus is broken. The land is freezing to death as the crystal can no longer do its job to heat the region, and has been reliant on trade for wind eleth to support the few remaining fire eleth-based means of heat production they have left. And Aston's vendetta with the country over the actions of a few has not just denied them trade, but rejected diplomatic envoys and refugees leaving the country. They have at no point been allowed to talk this out. Because Strahd is a desert on another continent that requires ship travel to reach it, it can't sustain large population shifts, and has no way to sneak into its lands by those leaving it, thus leaving Windor and its vast open lands as a place of refuge and alternate supply lines that has been denied by just one man who was upset over his brother being killed, and believing he has the divine right to unilaterally close its country's borders when that is a decision that is not his to have made, as he is not the ruler of the entire damn country. The lands are stewards on behalf of the king over that land, and decisions like that should go through them. The only reason he hasn't been called out for it is simply because of the aforementioned saving the king from the Fendel assassin. And while it's not said outright, it wouldn't surprise me if that assassination attempt only happened because Fendel thinks the border closure was the king's fault, because the border closure is literally killing them. And they've had all overtures to end hostility rejected by Aston. And we see how bad it's gotten for Fendel later in the game, where homes don't have heat or developed power, and the sole major city has to have massive steam engines power an entire pipeline setup below the region to keep them all from freezing. All available resources of Fendel have been thrown as Hail Mary last resorts to save them, one of which will literally risk blowing the planet up because no one will talk to them and hear them out, all because of Aston. And the damnedest thing is, they legitimately are that desperate that if Aston would have just allowed them to talk, they'd likely give in to any concession he'd demand of them. But no, he's refused it for over a decade, and his refusal has only been making things worse for Lhant and Windor in the grand scheme. Again, skipping past this a bit to a later segment, but the leader of Fendel's daughter died because of this crisis in the country when a coup was plotted against him after this crisis started. The people believing the leadership was hoarding all the fire eleth for themselves when they were just trying to preserve the few dregs they had left so they wouldn't all freeze from its waste. This happened so far back, it's why their leadership has backed more and more aggressive stances towards Windor, which all boils over after the time skip when the sins of the father start coming back to haunt their children. But of course, he wouldn't allow them to talk, because it might expose him to the reality that he was in the wrong. And that is not a reality Aston can accept. Thus, it must be denied. But to wrap around to the current context of all that, Hubert is as much paying the consequences of that incident as Fendel is. As to prevent that entire conflict of the Lhant's lands that led to his brother's death, once again, instead of admitting he was wrong to reject his brother as he did, he's acting to nip the problem in the bud and getting rid of his extra son. Aston has sold Hubert to the Oswald family that do not have an heir, and taken from Hubert everything he knows just to benefit Asbel. But neither Hubert nor Asbel want this. Hell, neither of them have been told about this. Asbel outright does not know, and Hubert is not told until he meets the man that his life is being sold to. The last words Hubert even hears of, and what festers in his head for years, is that this is his punishment for going along with Asbel's actions. So he's led to believe that this all happened because of Asbel's rebellion. And can you imagine what that does to a kid? What thoughts about not being good enough, inferior to one viewed as a troublemaker, can do to someone? One that has everything, including their mother, stolen from them, just to make their sibling, who didn't want what they were given except the showering of gifts and privilege? And this is being done as the ultimate consequence of another's disobedience? It is messed up. It is beyond messed up. But this is on Aston. His shifting of blame onto Asbel only lasts until you learn more of the motivations behind his decisions. And that just exposes how much of an asshole he actually is. Against expectations, Asbel does obey and stay in his room after leaving. Intentionally or no, he accepts that he did help endanger Richard's life. And that only lasts until Sophie busts him out, curious of the capital. The two running off on their own as Asbel tries to impress onto Sophie what the meaning of family is, and how they're different from friendships, in that a family is supposed to protect and support and care for one another. Asbel pledging to help Sophie find hers.
じゃあ、私がアスベルを守る。
The pair make it to the capital of Barona, where they incidentally run into Chiria, who was there for treatment, before managing to meet up with Richard and explore the town with him under the alias of...
タイガーフェスティバル。
それだ
In exchange for the site Asbel showed, Richard in turn shows the group the site beyond the edge of Barona, a massive overlook of the lands of Windor, and how vast and open the country truly is. Gee, that could probably hold a fair number of displaced refugees from colder climates.
見なくて済む。僕はいつも疑問に思うんだ。どうして人と人の争いがなくならないんだろうって。僕は争いのない世界を作りたい。でもそんなの無理なのかな。やれるさ、お前なら。お前が王様になったらきっとそういう国になるよ。
Remember this, I'll have a tangent on it later. But as they return, well, this is where Aston catches Asbel in the city instead of at home, and as his negotiations for Hubert's turnover to the Oswells went well, he doesn't punish Asbel for this, instead refusing to tell him that his beloved brother is no longer his brother.
僕は兄さんの弟だよね。
Hate this man. Richard decides to show them the inside of the castle, but due to the higher security, it will require they wait until it gets dark. But when that happens, Richard's uncle Cedric attempts another assassination, Richard only surviving by escaping into the catacombs beneath the castle, which only the kids know of existing due to their prior plans. They, however, don't know about this attempt, only sneaking in thinking that they were following their prior plan to meet up. So when they find him injured in the catacombs, no one knows where they are to even potentially come for help. Now, as said before, this is all running up against two things: Asbel's valid distrust for his father, and the coup plot, making it so they can't trust anyone that would normally be a guard for Richard to know of where they are. And thus, when they step into legitimate danger, no one can help them. And that is what causes the next turn of events, with a black and white spectral monster attacking the group when they find Richard. Sophie uniquely able to sense it, but the monster is so strong it sends Cherry and Hubert flying hard enough to mortally wound them, and for Sophie's memories in that moment to come rushing back, as that monster is her mortal enemy.
目を覚ました。アスベルが崖から落ちた時、あの時笑ってた理由、やっと分かった気がする。ソフィー！
When Asbel comes to, all the kids are fine. They were found without any injuries on them. Again, plot point. But as for Sophie, no one could find her, all the adults believing her dead.
わかったか、アスベル。これがお前の軽率な行動が招いた結果だ。
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you forever. Fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves, you fucks.
Worse, this is where Aston finally tells Asbel what he did to Hubert, and that is the breaking point regarding him and his father. Aston did this to make Asbel fall in line. Likewise believing that Asbel, causing Sophie's death, would put an end once and for all to Asbel's recklessness. But what Asbel comes to realize is he can't stay here. Even if he was to blame for what happened to Sophie, which he wasn't, he could not redeem himself for his failures by remaining in this house, being ordered around by a man who doesn't care about people, but only the order of things in his domain.
あんた、いつでもそうだよ。大事なことも教えず、俺の話も聞こうとせず、押し付けるばっかりだ。
Where is he wrong? Point it out to me. Instead, Asbel seeks to redeem himself by becoming a Knight of Windor and abandon the lordship entirely. After all, Aston already threw away one son. What's to stop him from using even more underhanded means to bring the remaining one in line? And furthermore, if Aston believes Asbel to be that irresponsible, then why the hell would they want him to lead the region in the first place? And then there is the one that was left after it all. Cheria, who says the exact worst possible thing.
行かないで。お願いだから行かないで。私がソフィーやヒューバートの代わりにそばにいるから。
Like, do I even need to explain how wrong that is? You can't take the place of people like that. Thus, again, I can't fault Asbel's response.
代わりって。じゃあお前がヒューバートの代わりに俺の弟になるっていうのか。死んだソフィーの代わりにあいつの記憶取り戻すっていうのか。ヒューバートはもういない。ソフィーはもう二度と会うことさえできないんだぞ。
ごめん。
くそ。
And while he does apologize for being harsh, all his words are genuine. He can't stay here. If he did, he'd just end up hating everyone and thing that bound him here, including her. And he just cannot bring himself to hate her. And thus Asbel goes and enrolls in the Knights Academy of Windor, and time skips forward to 7 years later.
この剣の前に敵はない。
We pick things up with Asbel nearing the end of his knight training under the guiding tutelage of Malik Caesar, a veteran knight of Windor, who actually originates from Fendel. Skipping ahead for the details on that, Malik defected to Windor following the death of the leader of Fendel's daughter, who he was close to. This was after the aforementioned border closure, him going through Strata to reach Windor, which some of their members can do. The death so broke Malik that he more or less gave up on his cause, as he was a former member of both Fendel's military and the rebellion against Fendel's leader, which once more only formed because it is not popularly known how bad the situation is with the Valkanists, nor how short the country is on Eleth thanks to that and Aston's trade war. Though Malik himself presents another reason why I wish Yuri Lowenthal had voiced Asbel in this game in the English dub of it, as Malik's voiced actors are Hiroki Tochi and Jameson Price respectively, both actors having played Ovan in Dot Hack GU, to deepen the mythos reference made by Takahiro Sakurai's character, and of course the costume I have Asbel in for the rest of the game from here on out. Primarily because Asbel looks up to the man as both a mentor figure and how he wishes his father would have acted in actually encouraging his growth. This is also why my position has been that the problem was not, and never has been Asbel, as he has no issue in listening to the thoughts, opinions, and authority of those who have earned his respect. He doesn't dismiss someone's words out of hand, and considers their point of view and defers to their experience in their respective fields. The only reason he didn't do that with Aston was because Aston just demanded to be in the right and lashed out like a bully whenever he didn't get his way. Yeah, I spent an hour bashing Aston last time, but the contrast is necessary for what comes later. As in many respects, Malik isn't just the Ovan parallel to the Haseo equivalency elements that Aston brings up, but also the Kyoshiro Todo analog with the running Code Geass parallels, as Malik is the master who trained Asbel to be better and more open to the world and his means of solving problems going forward. Unlike Suzaku towards Todo, though, Asbel actually listens. I didn't get into much of it last time due to, frankly, lacking the space to do it, but why I'm jamming the thesis that Aston was the problem down people's throats like I am is, well, Asbel in many respects is how Suzaku Kuruki should have been characterized in Code Geass if they weren't just going to just have him be the tritagonist and villain of that story. For everything that was ultimately proven to be a lie about Suzaku, his compassion, his concerns for people's well-being, his bonds and friendships and priorities, these are all factually true about Asbel. He is a genuinely honest person looking out for those he seeks to help and protect the best that he can. And he isn't doing it out of a self-aggrandizing agenda to justify his own past actions as being in the right and ignoring what is inconvenient for him to acknowledge in doing so, but with intent to make up for things he feels are his genuine mistakes by learning what they were and how to avoid them so they never happen again. He is never seen once defending a bad decision to then ultimately repeat it. Moreover, it comes off as genuine with Asbel. Because unlike with Suzaku, Asbel is constantly plagued with self-doubt over whether his actions are the right ones. He never doubles down in believing he is the one in the right. He is always questioning even his own decisions as he himself is unsure if they were the right ones, even after he follows through in his resolution to make them. That is the honesty of self that both Suzaku and Aston lack in their portrayals. Asbel doesn't lie to himself by telling himself he is in the right. He can only do the best he can with the information and experience he has, the advice at hand, and the actions available. Me beating into the ground the scapegoating Asbel experiences all game long in the previous video was unfortunately something of a knee-jerk response to how the game executes that arc. However, as the genuine mistakes Asbel makes are time and again blown out of proportion and mixed in with what he isn't responsible for, which makes the entirety far more irritating. Regardless, Malik and Asbel are out here investigating the disappearance of the members of a town, with such being among the final tests for Asbel to determine if he is ready to become a Knight of the Realm, which Asbel isn't sure about himself. They find the village under attack by monsters, unusual power surging within Asbel amidst the fight, and granting him new powers that are beyond the norm of those who aren't in possession of Elith crystal-infused artifacts. Which is where I should finally, an entire video in, discuss the combat system of the Tales games, and Grace's in specific. The series likes to employ an open movement action-based system with encounter-locked to battle arenas, with each character having their usual signature weapon, Asbel's being a sword, and Malik's a bladed boomerang that can double as a curved long dagger. You can chain together attack strings up to a character's given chain capacity, which can be improved throughout the game, but also refilled by not performing actions, or guarding for a short time, or performing a special action such as Elf-derived special attacks and techniques, which are split between the physical attack assault arts, or the magic-focused burst arts. Both are learned as one levels up. Physical attacks lead into assault arts by attacking with X, and the burst arts by chaining attacks with the circle button, though the burst arts end up costing Krios attack power. Plus, if you do certain things in battle, such as not getting hit at all by enemies, you can get various bonuses to resource drops or even additional experience. Atop that is the Elith gauge, where after performing enough actions, you can trigger an Elith burst attack, which depending on how you use it, limit breaks the chain capacity to allow for unlimited attack chains, permits unlimited casting of magic, or can even trigger character-specific mystic arts that are learned from the titles one can gain for characters. Or in other terms, the Elith gauge is the awakening system from .hack.gu to a T, the only major difference being it takes a lot longer time to charge. It's a relatively open system, with new skills learned regularly from leveling up, or at times exchanging titles the characters earn. Character titles are earned by flying in special events peppered throughout the game. Some are character-specific, others just require the event to play out, and some of them represent DLC costumes that can be equipped. You won't particularly stay on one title for long, as titles also level up in tandem with the character, just requiring less relative experience. And you get something for those levels, such as the alternate character costumes you can equip with them, like the aforementioned Haseo skin. On top of special skills, titles also improve character stats immensely, which ends up making them a very high-grade carryover priority for New Game Plus. Hell, when you're leveling up a new title, it's pretty easily indicated where that title is currently statted at the bottom of the character portrait at the end of battle. As previously mentioned, I'm abusing a save file I grabbed from GameFAQs to rush a New Game Plus run, so the HP stats you're looking at in this specific moment are the base stats for Asbel at level 15 if you have nearly all the titles maxed out. Even if I wasn't a bit over-leveled for this section, that base stat difference is tangibly felt thanks to this, and on its own takes the grind out of grinding throughout much of this game. And the grades on occasion give you special bonuses beyond that. Case in point, the Haseo costume. It changes the after-battle score to an audio track composed by CyberConnect's in-house musician, the ever-appreciated Chikayo Fukuda.
お前は世界をもっと知るといい。
それで何を教わったの？昨日はね、あれ、教官なんで逃げるの？
Have I mentioned how much I love their music? As I so very much do. I'd feature it more in my videos, but unfortunately most of it keeps getting claimed by their music publisher Victor Entertainment. It sucks. Regardless, Asbel's power is an oddity, not one he's ever noticed before amidst his training, and it concerns both him and Malik. As they make their way back, Malik admits that Asbel is more than ready regardless of his odd power to finally be promoted from trainee to full knight. Hell, he actually puts many of the actual knights in their ranks to shame. The holdup for Malik is whether Asbel wants to ever go back to reclaim the title of Lord waiting for him, which he, even after all this time, has no second thoughts about, thanks to Aston. The conflict here is, for some reason, knights cannot be bestowed lordship as a reward for their services or return to claim such a title after they become knights, which is usually how such noble titles and positions even came about in the first place. Knights would swear fealty to a king, serve him, then as they began to age, they would be awarded a noble title and a plot of land to lord over in the name of the monarchy of the lands as his local protector and steward if their family didn't possess them already. That's how such feudal systems work. They didn't stop serving the realm in question just because they became a lord. Their service just took a different form in that they served a specific region, instead of as a formal militia constantly questing across the realm. I looked it up, and this isn't that much different from samurai within Japanese feudal systems, where withdrawal from service in many circumstances was applicable, and it was not uncommon for the children of nobles to serve in the army before returning home to manage their family's lands. I could be misunderstanding something in that, but it rubbed me the wrong way as it feels like a contradiction, and one that only exacerbates the ongoing problems about how the game handles Asbel's arc.
ありがとうございます、教官。今後ともよろしくご指導お願いいたします。
今日は無礼講だ。どんどんやってくれ。
俺、早く一人前になって、もっともっと強くなりたいんです。
何事も焦ってはいい結果を生まない。
ですが、ぼやぼやしている間に大切なものを失うかもしれない。そう思うと、故郷を出るときに誓ったんです。もう誰も失いたくない。そのために強くなるって。
誰かを守る強さか。お前が騎士になることで誰かを守れるなら、それはとても喜ばしいことだ。しかし騎士になっただけでは 守れるものもあることを覚えとけ。
はい。
For who should come crawling out of the past but Cheria, who I have placed in the Resistance outfit of Callan Kozuki, as supplied by the Code Geass costume DLC, as frankly I hate the grand majority of Cheria's outfits, and this one generally feels more setting appropriate than her normal attire. Granted, that's a me thing, as I am one that very much appreciates Callan's character design. Regardless, Cheria has come here specifically to see Asbel, as it finally happened. Aston's multi-decade pissing contest with Fendel finally got him killed. This is my shocked face. And while he's already missed the funeral, Lhant needs him to come back to start cleaning up the mess Aston's made. But frankly, what did they expect Asbel to do? Asbel isn't exactly a military commander, and shoving the position of Lord on someone who has no training for the job, no experience in leading others, and no talent for military logistics or long-term planning in a war setting. So what do they all actually expect him to do? And this would all still be true even if Asbel had stayed, as Aston didn't let Asbel be responsible with anything, as he just demanded obedience. Every attempt Asbel made to even try was either rejected out of hand, or used against Asbel as evidence that he wasn't deserving of a chance to prove himself. By everything presented in the childhood arc, Asbel would have been just another yes-man, unqualified for the role even if he had bowed his head to his sperm donor instead of seeking a different path than the one Aston was shoving him down. Now, to be fair...
Well, to be fair...
To be fair...
To be fair... To be fair... To be fair...
To be fair, some of that he could have gotten in his training to become a knight, as all of those are things that a knight captain or commander would be expected to be able to perform upon their appointment to those positions. But those are all things that require training and experience with. That once more by evidence Aston never once acted himself to give, and Asbel has himself not gained a chance to learn them by him not being a full knight yet. And that does have historical precedent, where if a succeeding lord hadn't already taken over those duties before the preceding one's passing, the successor was often complete garbage at it. But all that happened from everyone shoving Asbel into that role now is him unintentionally getting more people killed while trying to get a handle on a situation Aston caused, which he has never been given context to. Guess what they are asking him to do? Cheria is also here to formally request the assistance of the Royal Knights in dealing with this, something Aston has not done just out of sheer stubborn pride. But once again, the political mess Aston stepped into over a decade ago is still going on, as much of the Royal Knight Force is currently controlled by Richard's uncle Cedric, due to the continuing decline in health by the king. It's so bad that even with Asbel still buried the royal signet ring of the monarchy, that he and Cheria are not allowed an audience with anyone involved to obtain that help. They're on their own. Malak instructing Asbel to go on behalf of the knighthood to provide a first-hand account of the situation, which Malak hopes will help sway their leadership. The trip back to Lhant is awkward to the both of them. Asbel expecting things to not be that much different since Cheria stayed in a town that never changes, while she in turn has held a grudge all this time after Asbel left. Thus she acts cold and distant to him. Moreover, now Cheria can fight on her own, her illness having vanished after the event 7 years ago, to leave her the strongest non-soldier she knows. In combat, Cheria is shown to fight with knives, but she also possesses the same power as Asbel to freely manipulate Elef into magic, though hers is more based around healing magic as the team's designated white mage.
7年も経てば人は変わるわ。それと私自分の身は自分で守れるから、モンスターが出ても心配はいらないわ。
I'm a healer, but the situation has deteriorated massively since they left, however. Because Aston's entire leadership style was, do as I say, none of the remaining guard force or soldiers left in Lhant know the first thing about what they're supposed to be doing. And as such, civilians such as Cheria's grandfather, Frederick, have gotten caught up in this and taken prisoner. As Cheria's grandfather was the Lhant family butler, and quite frankly had to be the only positive male role model Asbel even had growing up, Asbel has a vested personal interest in saving him, which is in line with his reasons for becoming a knight, to protect everyone important to him.
よく見ればあの頃とは違うわ。なんだかアスベルだけが7年前から時間が止まっているみたい。
俺だけ変わらないか。そうかもしれないな。
どういうこと？
俺は7年前の自分を悔いているんだろうな。だから俺はまだあの時なくしたものを取り返したくて。
やめて。もうあの子はいないのよ。帰ってくるわけないの。
About that, after rescuing Frederick from some Fendel forces, we see why Fendel has been winning this latest border skirmish. They have freaking walking tanks now, and nothing Lhant's guards can muster can stand up to them. Asbel leads a retreat, trying to subvert their charge in the city by leading them off the cliff face at Lhant Hill, even though such is little more than a suicide maneuver, and Chariot chooses to follow Asbel in following through with it, leaving Asbel cornered on the cliff once more, with someone he cares about in danger.
そんなのは嫌だ。なんだ。あ
れは。まさか。
ソフィー。
Okay, you know how I said earlier that there was a plot-relevant reason why Asbel, Sophie, and Richard didn't die from falling over the Lhant Hill cliff? Yeah, this is where we get context to that. Sophie's resurrection here happens because she is not a normal human being. While the people of this world do not have context to this and confuse such with just a type of magic cell, Sophie is in fact a techno-organic android, one capable of disassembling herself into component nanite-equivalent pieces that can hide themselves within physical objects until such a time they recover sufficient energy by which to remanifest or repair the main body. Sophie had not reconstituted herself before this point, as these nanites had split themselves following the attack from that monster in order to heal all of them from the damage it did to them. And all of them were split up immediately after she appeared to die, thus there was no opportunity for her to restore herself after the energy levels of those nanites had regenerated. Hell, even now she's still not all back together, as her memories were stored in the nanites that are with Hubert, who isn't here. But even then, she still does have echoes of the time she spent with Asbel 7 years previously. And that day after the fall off the cliff, Sophie had unconsciously used her nanites to heal the damage Asbel and Richard suffered from the fall, as that's an automated system she possesses to heal humanoids around her. Sophie's nanites and their ability to channel Eleth are also the reason why Asbel and Cheria have developed strengthened bodies and special Eleth-derived powers without them needing to use Eleth crystals to cast them. The nanites that were in their bodies, and those that remain in them after Sophie's resurrection, have become the medium by which they are cast. This is also why Cheria's asthma-like illness vanished after the incident. The nanites repaired her respiratory system, so the condition no longer affected her. Cheria does not know how to respond to this, but the echoes Sophie has from before are enough to convince Asbel, which over the next few hours Cheria does nothing but condemn him for believing, not wanting him to wish away with blind idealism his biggest mistake.
そうやって自分に都合のいいように考えないで。
シェリア。
ねえ、どうしてその子は死んじゃったの？それは。
俺たちを守ってくれたんだ。きっと彼女が俺たちを大切に感じてくれていたからだと俺は信じているよ。
And I'd agree with the sentiment if not for, again, all that stuff I said last time about the game constantly scapegoating Asbel. If this was lining up with Asbel being the Suzaku allegory as originally intended, I'd agree by the proxy of making a character who screws over others by never accepting the consequences of his actions, be forced to acknowledge them, as is directly indicated by this line here, being said by literally everyone who hates Suzaku. But because it's not, it doesn't hit the way the story intends it to. and instead makes Cheria guilty of one of Suzaku's myriad of sin by ignoring the evidence of her own experiences. I'll get to why Cheria is doing it later, but the long and short of it is she's wrong, we have evidence she is wrong standing right there, and our objections are only working to make the situation worse, and makes her as a character come off as a bitch. The three return to town, where they get an update on Fendel forces pulling back to their camp at the border, which allows the Lhant militia to regroup, and for the game to finally force Asbel to send with his status reports a resignation from the Knights Academy to assist Lhant in its time of need, because he is outright guilted into it. This is, of course, the wrong decision, both character-wise and towards the purported themes of responsibility. For as discussed before, Asbel is all wrong for the job of a lord in this setting, but no one is listening to him, just seeing what they want out of him and claiming to him that that is what responsibility is, when it is not, but the game treats it as so. It is backwards to treat the person who was deliberately not part of the situation to be blamed as responsible for it, while the dead man that caused it to be hailed as a martyr. For because Asbel has now withdrawn from the Knights at everyone's insistence, the Knights now have no reason to come and help one of their own, as was the entire purpose by which he was sent. To force the higher-ups in assisting against the invasion of territory that belongs to Windor to begin with, and to not leave one of their men behind. Several of the higher-ups among the Knights are all part of the treason plot against the king, and are already prepared to abandon Lhant entirely to push forward their own agenda, making it so the king is viewed as too weak to rule if they let their territory be lain under siege for so long without assistance. So it would overthrow him to bring someone with power to take back the land to the throne, even if the conflict has gone on as long as it has because of Austin. And their lack of support from them is also because of Austin. No one in Asbel's immediate sphere of the Academy is later revealed to be part of it, however, and the Academy has command of enough forces themselves to have made a difference had Asbel been allowed to submit his report as originally intended instead of his resignation letter. So the reason Lhant doesn't get the support it desperately needs has as much to do with the shit Aston enabled to continue it as it does everyone's own myopia in forcing Asbel to becoming Lord and resigning from the Knights. In essence, the traitors took advantage of Aston's bullshit once they recognized his hypocrisy in constantly antagonizing a neighbor, and are now reaping the rewards as after this they have a legitimate reason to declare war on Fendel and take the land for it themselves. All according to Keikaku. Now, despite all I've said about Asbel being completely wrong for this role he's being forced into, he does have a good plan to try and put this to rest quickly, and it's one Austin never considered. Right where the Fendel forces are camped inside the Lhant border, there is a collection of sea caves that have multiple inlets to send through their forces to attack Fendel from behind their lines, and resecure the border fortress. Timing is of the most importance in this, as if they wait too long to strike, Fendel could recover their stamina and lay siege on Lhant again, and if they do so while Lhant forces are in the tunnels, the entire city would be left unguarded. Asbel taking Sophie and Cheria with him as the axe to the point man leading the charge to secure the caves for the rest of the men. And the game from this point on proceeds to call this entire sequence of events the wrong impulsive decision of a man who can't do anything right. So, hey, do you all remember those tanks? You know, those tanks that entirely wrecked Lhant's defenders and almost killed the main cast if it weren't for the act of literal Deus Ex Machina? Long story, I explain it later. Those tanks can only travel by land. To stop them, all it takes is reclaiming and holding control over the gatehouse and bridge that leads into Fendel territory. You get that back, and the tanks are no longer an active threat to the well-being of the land's populace, and prevents further reinforcements from continuing that same siege on the city. It becomes a choke point holding back against further invasion and aggression. Thus, the only way to win this is to take it back. And this plan of Asbel's? It achieves that goal by getting between the army that is in the country now and what reinforcements they could call upon. That is the smartest decision they could have made from the information they had. The only problem is keeping that army corralled and attacking at the right time. And they implemented it too late. For by the time they get out of the caves, the Fendel army has already started marching forward into town in their own sneak attack as night falls. And the game proceeds to lambast Asbel for that in the form of lives cost because of his decision, as if the winning strategy for them was to hold up in town and wait for reinforcements, by which they had no idea would even be coming. And again, thanks to the treason plotline, they weren't. And barricading themselves in the town had no guarantee such would work either, and likely would have resulted in more casualties from everything they knew at the time, because none of them would know when more tanks could arrive to just bombard the town to kill everyone from a distance if the gatehouse stayed in enemy hands. Staying put and doing nothing would have been the worst decision they could have made from all information available, as it hinges itself all on too many assumptions to be trusted. Whereas sneaking the Lhant forces behind enemy lines to strike them from behind with the element of surprise, and interposing themselves between the forces and their means of backup, was what they could have best done with the resources at hand. There was no way for them to know that Fendel was going to strike when the Fendel forces were already weakened, as the Lhant forces have no context on their own end to how outright desperate Fendel's people are for any source of Eleth Aston's illegal embargo of the nation had denied them. And a desperate enemy in war is consistently an unpredictable one. And thus, Asbel's plan was not the problem, merely the speed at which their forces rallied and executed said plan, because they lacked the information to properly characterize their opponent's actions. But as is the Aesop best delivered by Patrick Stewart,
it is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That is not a weakness. That is life.
I miss when Star Trek was that poignant. And that line, it is legitimately, genuinely the hardest lesson to learn. Hell, I still struggle to roll with the punches life throws at me depending on the day. And in a good story, that would be the lesson to take away from this. But Grace's is not. For this event is supposed to show Asbel's incompetence at leadership because he left. Because he tried to follow his dream while taking responsibility for his actions in a way he felt would actually have meaning. But as I said earlier, from all presented evidence, Asbel staying in Lhant and obeying his father would have made no difference regarding all of this. It's just as likely he would have died earlier, and with even less train to assist in making it through such a crisis. Thus, once more, I vehemently, aggressively disagree with this story's assertions. And it makes me hate the game, as they're not being backed up by its own damn content, and the reality that Asbel knew he wasn't right nor ready for this from the start! Yet no one would actually listen when he said so until after he was finally browbeaten and guilted into taking it. You cannot tell a story about a character being forced to take over a job they never wanted solely out of obligation forced upon them, and then lambast them for being bad at it when no one else in the same situation would have done a better one. And yet, that is what Grace's does, saying that no matter what, in any circumstances and despite any evidence to the contrary, Asbel is always in the wrong. And despite the analog nature of the character, it is the exact opposite problem that happens with Suzaku in Code Geass. Asbel is never allowed to be right, and Suzaku is never held accountable despite continuously being in the wrong. So what saves Lhant from the sins of its previous lord? Even more sins from the previous lord. The forces of Strata coming to intercede on this conflict, led by their commander, Hubert Oswell, formerly Lhant. So, how did they know that Lhant was in trouble? Lhant is in another country, across a large stretch of ocean from Strata. the situation only deteriorated in the past few days, which is not enough travel time to bring in a large enough force to repel the Fendel forces. Unless they were already there to begin with, and waiting for one side or another to exhaust their forces enough to come in and seize the land for themselves. That is exactly what is happening. Framing themselves as Lhant's saviors after they deliberately held back and let them almost fall. This is also why Asbel claiming the Lord title as everyone wanted him to was a narrative trap, and worse for everyone overall, as, once again, this has cut the Knights off entirely from this conflict. What makes this worse is this is all still part of the treason plotline of the game. Cedric the Usurper is being supported externally by traitors within Strahda's own hierarchy, with both sides trying to redistrict Lhant out of it, and Hubert has fallen directly into the center of it all because of his own anger at being abandoned by his family and sold to a complete stranger. He's risen as far as he has, become as strong and educated as he has, out of sheer hate and spite. It's something that colors his character for the rest of the game as well, as he never stops being an asshole at any point. And worse, plays up his existence as the victim to garner sympathy for himself and to present himself as the better choice over his brother, while never once stating that his father made the wrong choice, all to engender the loyalty of the people to him while convincing them to abandon Asbel and eventually throw him out of town, who has said gave up everything he had at their insistence, even the things that would have helped them. No joke, Post-timeskip Hubert is the single worst character in the game. I cannot fucking stand the guy and his holier-than-thou attitude and outright spite, as like everyone else he blames Asbel for everything, absolutely everything, his father and a lesser extent mother was responsible for doing to him, which even he acknowledges as the truth.
Hubert, それはお父様がお前の将来を思って。
今さら聞きたくありません。あなたたちは僕を捨てた。それだけです。
Once again skipping ahead a bit, but much like Fendel, Strahda's own Valkanist crystal isn't working. While it's not outright broken, it is producing less and less water eleth, and consequently Strahda's water supply is beginning to dip to dangerous lows. They can enhance their capacity to keep water in liquid form with the assistance of more wind eleth crystals that Lhant is the sole supply of, thus why they sought to assume direct control over the territory, and its eleth is seen as a necessity, because neither Windor nor Strahda know that there is a problem with all the Valkanist crystals that are causing this. They would have if Fendel's envoys had at any point gotten through, but thanks to Aston's pissing contest with them, Strahda agreed with Aston's demands to close their borders to Fendel as well, in an effort to get the crystals previously from Lhant's territory. But supplementing one type of eleth with another is not viable long-term. So the only realistic solution to the problem is to let the others know it exists, so the collective minds of the nations could sort it out together. And that was all denied for 20 years by one man's vendetta. It is the primary cause of everything affecting everyone in this game, bar the stuff that relates itself to Sophie, which is a intersecting tangent involving the crimes of Sophie's mother, and it is the one Asbel spends the rest of it cleaning up. But yes, Hubert has been given sole command of the Lhant area by his superiors among both the Strahda government and the treason faction of Windor. The Lhant military have abandoned their oath to their lord, and in a story event battle that you cannot win no matter what, even though Asbel is fighting for the liberty of his homeland, Hubert mops the floor with him, and exiles him from Lhant territory, all because Hubert believes that he has the right to do so, because he was the victimized party. So, there is an explanation for why Hubert can beat Asbel like a drum here that doesn't buy into the discarded son was more deserving view that this event is trying to frame it as. Nor is it just Hubert's rage and hate born from being abandoned, driving him to strike harder than Asbel, who has no wish to harm the one he still views as his brother that his parents treated wrongly. Oh no, it's much simpler than that. For you see, Hubert still has Sophie's nanites within him that are strengthening his body, while Asbel and Cheria don't. Thus, they don't have that power boost, nor even aware of it, to really even begin to harness it to the degree they do further along in the game. Later on, the two brothers have a rematch that isn't a story-driven beatdown, and Asbel wins through with little effort. And the only way that works, with there being no true cause for a massive skill difference to be displayed suddenly, is simply because at that point, Hubert no longer has that cheat code enabled for him to outright win through. And that's a far better depiction that doesn't engender rage in the game itself for continuing the scapegoating of Asbel for things his father was responsible for. Especially since, as we already saw, Asbel would have freely handed the lordship over to Hubert as he knew he wasn't right for it, only for Aston to refuse to hear any word over it. Aston threw Hubert away. Aston abandoned him. Aston insisted Asbel be the heir, and the spare was to be discarded. Aston refused to listen to anyone but himself, and both Hubert and Asbel were victims to his abuse. So Hubert blaming Asbel for all of Aston's actions, when Asbel did everything to shield Hubert from the consequences of Asbel's actions, only for Aston to punish him unfairly, should all be on his bastard of a sperm donor, and to a lesser extent their mother, which enabled him. Lashing out at the one who did no wrong against him, with regards to what Hubert hates him for, is consequently unjustifiable, and makes Hubert one of the outright worst characters in the game, as despite claiming that they reconcile, Hubert never stops acting like an asshole towards his brother, and the game bends over backwards to allow him to remain an asshole throughout. And as a consequence of all this, Aston's own actions once again have caused the very circumstances he wanted to prevent. His sons fighting over the right to rule over the land of Lhant, as he did with his brother. And in both circumstances, the entire reason the fight happened was because he refused to just sit down and talk with the involved parties like a mature, rational individual to work it out with them, but instead just declared that his way was right and everyone else must be wrong and abide by his way of handling things without explanation. Once more, you see why I view their father as the Suzaku equivalent instead of Asbel? Because as I said in the Code Geass review, this exact same myopia was the character's Achilles heel that is never once corrected, and damn any content that doesn't recognize it. At the very least, Aston died, so we can't continue to invoke the blame-shifting part of that hypocrisy, so in a way, that's still better than Code Geass has been left in. But we in this game will still be paying the consequences of Aston's actions off throughout it for some time. So, I hate to be a broken record again, but do you get it? Do you get why I'm angry at this one? Aston! Aston was the problem, not Asbel, and I want them to fucking acknowledge it! I was genuinely so angry at the game that I abandoned all footage collection of it for a full week after I got done with this part of it. This is only the second chapter of the game, and there literally wasn't a moment in it yet where I agreed with a damn thing it was doing. If anyone feels that I'm overtly defensive regarding Asbel on this, and I'm taking his side too much, well, that's for one simple reason. No one else does! To do the story they're trying to, you have to show with validity that the character is screwing up, making mistakes in situations where they could have made different ones, and see a need to learn or correct a previous behavior that was causing conflict unnecessarily. And yet, as I have showcased, it has not successfully done that once. This is another reason I spend the entire game with Asbel and Haseo's X form, because it represents the exact thing Tales of Graces never once correctly does with Asbel's story. Haseo's character growth in the .hack.GU games is largely predicated on his personal guilt by being unable to save a close friend of his, Shino, and those he trusted refused to help him. And then once he believes he has the power to save them through force, overdoes it because he comes to believe other individuals are deliberately standing in his way of saving her. He closed himself off to other paths through no fault of his own because he was abandoned by them, yet feels genuine disgust with himself for almost causing someone else to suffer the same comatose status Shino spends GU's storyline in, and that self-loathing being justified because it is a genuine mistake that he makes, instead of one he is scapegoated for. Haseo is depicted as a well-meaning but deeply flawed person who has his priorities wrong because of how tunnel vision he became due to the cycle of loss and grief he was working through throughout his story, and part of his story is overcoming these character flaws. Asbel? You cannot say the same, as the sins he is being drowned by are not his own. Thus it is difficult to see a reason why he should be learning from them to begin with, because he's not at fault. It has been 10 years since I originally published my reviews of Datak GU, and there is a genuine reason that it has been referenced and used as a point of comparison in so many of my videos since it, as what it did is not difficult to do. Many of the same story points Graces is trying to use are there in GU, and it's not using any of them right. The characters are in the wrong positions for them, and the narrative is doing the wrong things with them, top to bottom, throughout the tale to perform that same level of execution. Sophie is the only one that stays with him throughout this. For once more, though she doesn't remember yet why Asbel is important to her, she nonetheless feels some connection, some contract with him. And that's more than she can feel for anyone else in Lhant, despite Asbel himself feeling entirely worthless amidst his...
The all is lost moment!
何一つできやしないんだ。俺はあの頃も今も。
Man, I really should not have had Sophie and CC's outfit during this scene, as they just did not have the sprite rigging right for those sleeves, so the animation clipping is quite terrible. As many of the audience could probably tell by now, Sophie is the game's CC analog, a mysterious girl with a mysterious past and mysterious power, who doesn't seem to act human, and endows normal humans with a mysterious power of their own. Unlike CC, Sophie actually is not human, and is learning what it means to be human from a compassionate individual she forges a bond with, which over time allows her more human traits to flourish. Because of that, she ends up filling the little sister role of the cast with her pure innocence, and displays a primal compassion to those around her, despite her non-human origins, which one would think would make her unable to feel such empathy. And yet, frankly, she shows more of such in her smallest acts than a grand majority of the damn cast. And consequently, that deeply contrasts her and her portrayal against the apathy of CC's longevity that leaves that character to being little more than a selfish old granny in an eternal teenager's body and mental state, while being incapable of learning from centuries' worth of mistakes to just keep repeating them. Sophie, while she is as long-lived as CC, does not have those shortcomings to her character, as she's a naturally inquisitive girl whose actions and experiences really are all guided for the better by being around Asbel. It makes her become one of the most endearing aspects of the game with their interactions, as her personal growth is a reflection of the best of Asbel and the role of responsibility he accepts in being her older sibling, or alternatively, a father-daughter dynamic that develops between them due to how Sophie herself does not normally age, yet Asbel does. It also reflects one of the reasons I generally don't like CC and Code Geass, beyond the reasons the story already gives me, as her apathy is a reflection of her role as a story device in the narrative and not as a character. CC is someone that has no role in the story being told beyond giving Lelouch his special power, and yet she continues to intrude upon it in doing so and screws over other cast members who have things that should have been done by them stolen and given to her instead. And as much as Graces gets me angry, Sophie is something Graces does 100% right, for she does have a role in the story that makes her the deuteragonist of it and the female main lead, standing right beside Asbel throughout. Whereas that is something Code Geass never justifies with CC, despite proclamations to the contrary. Moreover, CC's actions continuously follow a pattern that isolated her contractors from their comrades and loved ones that would lead them to turning their backs on that individual, until she herself decides to ultimately abandon them. Such being one of the reasons why the later movies declaring, "this time it's different," was an empty declaration from a character that showed no evidence of change. And yet again, the reverse is true with Sophie, for as presented right here, even without her memories to guide her and inform her why Asbel is important to her, she is the only one that will not abandon him when everyone else does. The stress of the last day catches up to Asbel in more ways than one, him collapsing in sickness, only to awaken when 2 knights part of the treason faction come to kill Asbel. For as said, this is all part of the coup plot, and Hubert taking Lhant was the final trigger needed, as with Lhant out of the way, the king has no one from the outside to call upon, and was killed. His brother Cedric finally taking the crown for his own. Richard slaking off while Cedric spreads word of either his death, or that he is guilty of some unspeakable crimes, which the normal knights have no awareness of, mistakenly thinking their traitorous superiors just want him captured, instead of wanting to kill him. Which is where Asbel enters things when they make it back to Barona. Asbel remembering the catacombs underneath the castle, and thinking to try and find Richard there, which we do.
アスベル、本当に君なのかい？こんなところで君とまた会えるなんて思わなかったよ。
Hey, Richard, you've got something red in your eye, and I haven't even equipped Lelouch's character costume yet. Unfortunately, breaking into the royal sanctuary as we did alerted Cedric's men to where Richard was hidden, but he's just grateful to have his first and only friend back, and on his side. A pity then that the two have still only had, 2 days interaction in the entire time they've known the other. It's too flimsy a ground to base such a strong camaraderie on that it would last to stay strong 7 years later. Again, to do the Code-Geass contrast with the two via the proxy of Lelouch and Suzaku, Lelouch spent the better part of a year living with Suzaku alongside Lelouch's sister before they were separated, and Lelouch had a complex about losing people that made him be deliberately blind to his best friend's willfully ignorant malice until it was too late. The same cannot be said for Richard and Asbel, as in scenes that follow this, despite spending the last 7 years in Barona training to be a knight, neither has seen the other around the city even once, not even for official functions where a trainee knight might be present alongside the royalty they serve. It's a bit of a logical and narrative gap to justify what comes later, even if Richard's character is once more shown to take several cues from Lelouch in how he generally values bonds he has and refuses to break them unless he has no other choice. But yeah, because of their promise from their youth, Asbel and Sophie are the only ones Richard feels he can trust, and like Asbel, he can sense the genuine difference of Sophie from other people to believe that the one with them is the original, just with her memories missing. So with the two as his guards and companions, they use the catacombs to escape from Barona, and head to the adjacent prefecture where Richard believes they can gain military aid to reverse this coup, and also possibly seek additional medical aid for Richard, for he is shown to be having some form of attacks that affect his health and well-being, and are slowly driving him insane.
終わらせてやる。全てを切り裂け。つまらぬものを切ってしまった。なんてな。
As we escape the catacombs and rest at a nearby hut, Richard updates Asbel on the situation he missed while in Barona. That Cedric's representatives among the knights managed to turn enough of their number against the king that they were able to outright murder him. Even Richard's personal guard turned on him, leading him to flee, and thus, like the character XP costume I now have Richard in, he doesn't know who he can trust. Though Asbel has the childhood friend points to fall back on, and Sophie's completely innocent, that they get a chance to prove that they're not out to harm him.
二人とも急にどうしたんだ？変だな。今急に王冠が。
But for everyone else from the capital, it's going to be a long climb back. Plus, even if Asbel had stayed with the knights, he's not the type that blindly follows orders and the royal families higher on the chain of command. So he wouldn't have betrayed his oath to serve the crown and the people by protecting the rightful heir to the throne, as a usurper's commands are illegitimate unless they have a rightful claim to such themselves. That's kind of the thing I glossed over in the Code-Geass reviews that comes into play by proxy and graces. At the end of Code-Geass R2, where Lelouch took over the throne, while he had given up his rights to be in the Britannia's family's line of succession years before, the exception to that rule on that is if a member of the family successfully kills the current emperor, They are then rightfully and automatically crowned their replacement as having proven their strength over their predecessor and any other immediate heirs in the line. Yeah, that's an actual canonical law in the Code Geass setting. It's tied to all the Emblem of Blood stuff in the backstory, and was what caused the infighting over the crown that led to Lelouch's bastard of a sperm donor to even hold the position in the first place, as he orchestrated the death of dozens of family members that took it before he finally did. However, those kinds of succession laws don't exist in the Graces setting, so Cedric orchestrating his brother's murder is still treason. And beyond that, Richard is still the rightful heir, so the only way this coup succeeds is if Richard dies or stays in exile. For as the rightful heir, he can still gather allies and an army from Windor's various nobility-managed territories. Once more, Lhant would normally be the first resource tapped for this due to its proximity, but Aston's own actions made the primary consequence of all of its Lhant being allied with the very traitors he refused to speak out against through the proxy of Strahta's, Hubert's, command over them. Thus, as I've inferred, it's not perfectly like the series I am comparing it to. And Richard does confirm here that the Strahta alliance is all Cedric and Hubert's doing that he had no awareness of. So once again, this game confirms to me that Asbel was not ever the problem. The province they're headed towards, Gralesyde, is consequently their next best option, and the noble family in charge of it are Richard's cousins that, as far as he knows, are happy with their positions, so aren't likely to double-cross him to Cedric. It's just getting there while dodging the knights that is the problem, as Cedric's forces control all of the wall-bridge gatehouses between the various landmasses that make up Windor. Yeah, Windor's continent has a lot of wide lakes and rivers part of it, thus the easiest way to divvy up the territories for management is to divide them by the means that make travel accessible. Thus every bridge is itself a fortress to help maintain control over various regions in the event of, say, invasion. It's again why reclaiming the bridge to Fendel was so important. The landmass separation between the Windor territory and Fendel's is just too far to try and swim it. It is so restricted that military ships can't easily invade in that region without running into other defenses. That bridge really was the only logistically viable means of assault. And again, why I say that Aston blew the entire thing with them out of proportion, as Aston's brother died while he was on the other side of that bridge in Fendel territory. But yeah, the width of the rivers is the primary reason why we can't just go farther up or down the river or swim under the bridge. It's too far to be able to reach the other side without someone spotting them. And the sections of Windor they're in only has the sea to the east and another lake to the west, and are blocked by Barona to the north. Unless they get past that gatehouse, they're dead. Which is where the game's best character comes in for the save!
Hadouken!
I am not even kidding. This is Pascal, and she is an engineer that specializes in researching ancient artifacts and lost technology of the world, which includes the Valkanists. She hails from Fendel, and with Aston's nonsense happening, she decided to covertly travel on her own, found her own ways around the defenses of Barona, all with intent of ultimately finding a way to proactively fix the problem of her own Valkanists by observing the condition of the other ones, since all political means of exposing the problem of the Ellis shortage has been blocked. Pascal is a member of the Amartians, who originated as the engineers that actually made Ethenia a habitable planet hundreds of years ago when their main world Fodra began to die. Unfortunately, events throughout their history made it so that her people have lost a lot of the information they once had on the specifics of running and repairing a lot of the technology. So when you've got some that work and some that don't, it's a matter of observing what parts are functional in the working ones in order to figure out what to fix in the ones that aren't. If you even can fix or replace what's broken to begin with. And Pascal is one of the foremost minds when it comes to figuring out their lost technology. Unfortunately, Pascal is a bit scatterbrained, so invested in inventing and figuring out everything she can about the magic of the world, with science, that she's less than functional in all other pursuits, such as her neglect for personal hygiene. And it's probably because she's the dedicated magic caster, and also summoner, of the group that she knows enough short-term healing spells to not get sick from that. And as an additional plus to her appeal in this, her Japanese voice actress is Kana Ueda, best known for portraying the Tsundere Queen of Zettai Ryoki herself, Rin Tosaka from Fate Stay Night, as well as Hayate Yagami from the Lyrical Nanoha series, and Mii Konori from the Raildex series to show she has more of an appeal range than just Rin. Ironically enough, in English, Pascal is voiced by Kate Higgins, aka CC's actor from Code Geass. So it makes it even funnier that I still had Sophie and CC's outfit in their first encounter, as it's the superior version of the characterization, just plain blitzkrieging someone who voices the inferior version. Again, in the English dub at least. Why Pascal is my favorite character in this game is kind of hard to explain, but it's just her enthusiasm that ends up infectious, which ends up contrasting her against every other dour personality we end up recruiting, as she tends to remain optimistic that she can think of a way out of what they get into with science. And for the most part throughout the story, she tends to follow through with it. But among the cast, she's also the only one that doesn't have a Code Geass equivalent character that Graces has acting as an analog in its tale. So from some's view, it's possibly an example of what the writing could have been if the author weren't relying on crutches and hamstringing the story they wanted to tell, as Pascal just sits at an odd angle to it where she helps Asbel immensely in fixing what's wrong, while not herself acting as a hindrance, but instead means of enabling positive change. At best, the only Code Geass equivalent you might be able to pull out of her is if she were an amalgamation of the engineers Lloyd Asplund, Cecile Krumi, and Rakshata Chawla. But even then, the persona is distinct enough from all three that saying that of them is a particularly bad fit. Honestly, as I was playing, I kept mentally comparing her to Mei Hatsume from My Hero Academia, or Ed from Cowboy Bebop, as for some reason the Genki Girl engineer is a character archetype that just appeals to me. I'd probably get sick of them if they were taking up all of my time, attention, and energy in real life, and I have gotten pissed off at both real people and characters who have acted like this in the past. But for a game experience, and as long as they're not shoved to the foreground as the sole main character, I'm more than willing to play along with their act. Pascal was excited to meet Sophie, however, because she saw a girl just like her in the ruins that run underneath Windor's rivers, as their access routes to the lower levels of the artificial installations that run throughout the planet. Of course, this lot doesn't know that as well, and Pascal doesn't think to explain it because she thinks everyone knows about this, primarily because she grew up in the Amarican Enclave where such is common knowledge and thus thinks it's common knowledge for everyone, so doesn't think that they wouldn't know it. But consequently, those ruins are the way around the barricade to our progress, her taking us down there with the use of teleporter pads she has repaired. Unfortunately, the ruins are a progression-halting maze. I can't even really tell you how to get around them, as they're that in-depth and nightmare to traverse. So we're honestly just skipping around it. But throughout these paths, Pascal proves her worth in the party as the royal smart person that can help them utilize this advanced tech to their advantage, and allow them to progress. Pascal shows them the image she spoke of that looks like Sophie, such being a hologram on a damaged terminal, which unfortunately fails before Pascal can get anything out of it beyond the word lambda. As I've already said from spoilers, Sophie is a biological android.
Androids? Actually, the technical term is cyborgs. Androids!
But she hasn't been here since the beginning of Affinia's terraforming. So the fact these computers down here, which have been abandoned for centuries, have data on her, is itself odd. And a plot hole, since, yeah, Sophie arrived on world long after the structure was abandoned. Like, maybe if she got scanned by a different installation on planets and that data got transferred here, it would make sense. But of the line she was produced from, Sophie herself is 100% unique in appearance. So we're not dealing with the doppelganger copybots problem. Regardless, Pascal's sticking with us if for nothing else than to study Sophie. And with her staying, we retain all the tech advantages she can provide. She's literally a technophile. We make it to Gralesyde without any further interruption beyond Richard having another attack mid-trip that causes him to ultimately recoil from Sophie's touch again. The city's guards, shocked to see the missing prince, entered the town's borders. Working to arrange a meeting with the Duke, which gives us a bit of a chance to recover from the journey and explore the town. Which is probably where I should talk about another of the game's mechanics, the Eleth Mixer. As the Eleth Mixer is, well, something I ended up underutilizing, as it acts as the party's all-in-one reagent-to-creation production machine. Want some food? Toss in the ingredients. Want a stronger statted weapon? Throw it in for the ultimate stabby +1. Have some gears and a gun you want to hand to Pascal so she's a better mage gunner? The mixer will act as the glue to call it steampunk. Which consequently makes it essential to collect the recipes to best use the mixer, and also to upgrade it. Fortunately, the thing improves with use, but the problem is it uses Eleth power to make things, and can only store so much. There's a variety of ways to recharge it, some of which is from battling. At other points, there's natural surges in Eleth it collects, but the best way to improve it is a bunch of key item books you find throughout the game that both allow it to improve Eleth regeneration rates and permit the mixer to trigger special abilities, such as the one I keep equipped most of the time that allows it to randomly spawn various reagents, which are dependent on various criteria you set in motion. One of the biggest ones being that if you toss whatever reagent you want into it for a given time, it then gives the mixer a higher likelihood following that of spawning an extra version of that reagent. This becomes invaluable for increasing the acquisition rate of rare materials, as it means you just end up needing one of them before you can make more, albeit with the consequence of it taking more time the rarer the item is to create duplicates. But hey, if you're struggling to find something, then it's better than to have a long but guaranteed drop than, say, the Square Enix drop rate where a guaranteed acquisition means a 25% chance to drop. And it's helpful as well to go around to gather reagents and clone them when you can, as a lot of the major cities have quest dealers at the various inns we visit. And a lot of them are pretty easy, get this item for me from the wild style of quests that are a quick turnaround for the eagle-eyed item collector. The biggest merit to doing them being the skill points they award that help massively in leveling up character titles. Though some are a bit more fleshed out quests that we start accessing later in the game, which can reward a nice variety of items as long as one keeps on completion of the various quest lines. And as I inferred earlier, it's these longer side quests that actually tell you everything about how screwed up the story is with regards to its constant blaming of Asbel when it's his asshole father that fucked everything up. Of importance in the side quests right now, however, is Pascal's first summon, that is rewarded from a quest that has us take care of bandits and gives us the green crest that contains the summon and responds to her bloodline, as the summon spirits in the game are all ones that at one point helped maintain the planet's hardware that keeps everything functioning, but their purpose having been lost over time. Collecting her summons makes Pascal not just invaluable as a character, but improves her skill as a combatant, allowing her to be more than just a glass cannon magic caster, with how her defensive stats lag behind the rest of the cast. Once that's all done, we meet with Duke Dalen, who is all behind supporting Richard against Cedric and his allied Strata usurpers, while also supplying us the logistical information they have about the state of Northern Windor, and emphasizing the danger to the nation's well-being for Lhant and its Kriya supply to be out of their hands. But the only way back to Barona is either through Lhant, which is a bad idea as they'd also have to defeat the forces there, which are more garrisoned than Barona's at this point, or go back to the wall bridge we just got around, which is also suicidal thanks to the defenses that are deliberately set into that installation. However, a small team can get inside the wall bridge thanks to the Amarcian ruins, which has an additional teleporter pad whose exit is in fact inside the wall bridge. Get the team inside, and they can open the gates and disable the active defenses on the southern side to allow the Richard allied forces through to swarm those garrisoned inside it. Or alternatively, Richard can confront the commander of the installation, reveal Cedric's treachery, and get even more personnel on his side if they are amicable and are able to understand that the right of succession falls to him and not Cedric. Though why would Richard be there to convince them on this infiltration mission when he should be leading the troops?
では、僕も一緒に行くよ。僕は自分の手でこの戦いを遂行し、勝ちたいんだ。亡くなった父上のためにも。
Because if the king does not lead, then why should the rest follow? After they complete laying out the plan, Richard can't help but feel guilty about dragging Asbel into this, despite him trying to convince Asbel to walk away. for Asbel's loyalty to him will inevitably draw him into conflict with the knights that he knows and trained alongside. But to once again contrast him against the Suzaku comparison, Asbel knows and understands that, walking in with his eyes wide open to the reality that people he trusted may be on the wrong side of all this. But that doesn't mean they can't work to convince them to join with them, instead, as long as they approach this properly and diplomatically, with humanity and not just authority.
俺はリチャードの剣だ。存分に使ってくれればいい。
君だけに打ち明けるけれど、本当は僕は戦争などしたくない。それでも僕はこの道を選ばざるを得ないんだ。
一日も早く戦いを終わらせて平和を取り戻そう。そのための手伝いなら俺はいくらでもする。
ありがとう。
The next day, Graleside's forces are gathered, Richard setting off the army with a speech, as Asbel and co. subsequently re-enter the ruins to get into the gate bridge, which unfortunately is an entire maze to traverse, with how it is laid out all across 3 dimensions, with you having to repeatedly go up and down different ladders to get to different sections of the complex, which has the various levers and pulleys you need to trigger to cut off reinforcements while opening the gates for your allies to get through. With the bridge likewise divided into north and south sections that have stopgaps against crossing between them beyond the bridge unless you want to end up facing superior forces in their rally points. Though admittedly, despite how much it frustrates me to actually go through it, I cannot fault how well designed that actually is. The place is deliberately made to make it difficult for infiltrators to get anywhere to sabotage the defenses of the installation. That is a good thing in universe to make it so frustrating, as the garrison stationed there would then have an easier time defending it from any infiltrators that might find a way in. Unfortunately, it's so good that once we get to one of the barracks' common areas, we end up ambushed, Richard taking a mortal wound.
やったやったぞこの手で王子を
ソフィー、パスカル、あいつを捕らえろ。応援を呼ばれてしまう。リチャード、しっかりしてくれ。リチャード。リチャード。
Okay, so it looks like he got Lelouch's invulnerability Gios from Nightmare of Nunnally instead of Absolute Command.
So その身で思い知るがいい。カルカラ
リチャード、もういい。やめるんだ。
まだだ。こんなものじゃない。僕の受けた痛みはこんなものじゃないぞ。
やめろ、リチャード。
僕に命令するな。
リチャード。
僕は一体。ごめんアスベル。僕は君にこんなことを言うつもりじゃ。
To be fair, having your life flash before your eyes from a critical injury like that, only to be pulled back from the brink, that unsettles someone. But that is not the explanation for what just happened with Richard. Okay, so, remember during the childhood arc and that monster that attacked them? It has a name. And that name is Lambda. the creature alluded to in the data from the ruins. It is a creature from the planet Fodra that Sophie was explicitly created to hunt down and destroy, and it has been living inside Richard's body in the same way that Sophie stores herself in Asbel, Cheria, and Hubert. For this attack right here, where Richard almost died, well, he did die, it only being Lambda's power that healed him and brought him back. And in this moment of resurrection, was Richard weak enough to give in to the whispers of wrath Lambda has been planting in his head? Richard's outward persona, the one he's shown thus far and is at his strongest with Asbel, that is not a lie. That is the true him. But every time he's injured, the worst impulses that Lambda is planting in him take control, twisting him into someone else that might have his mind and memories, but in personality is an entirely different individual. A Julius Kingsley, if one will, to continue the comparison. And it's only because Asbel is there speaking sense to him and acting as his anchor to his humanity that Richard isn't being consumed by it now. And this isn't the first time one of Cedric's sycophants has succeeded in giving him a mortal wound. He's only survived everything Cedric has done to try and kill him thanks to Lambda. And Lambda has used each and every one of these opportunities to infest itself deeper and deeper into Richard's mind. It telling him it can't trust anyone, that he'll always be abandoned by everyone and everything, that everything is out to get him, anything that may reach out is only to then be lost or done to them, to take from and harm him in turn, and that he should retaliate in kind. No, more than equally. In excess and escalation, so they can never be brought to harm him again. Ironically, it's all because of what Cedric's done in usurping power that Lambda's become so active in Richard. Before this coup, Richard could force it down and resist, the guidance of his father and the familial connections he had being more than enough to prove Lambda's voice wrong. And that's why Asbel's so successful in suppressing its influence as he's doing the same. But the problem is Sophie. Because Sophie has been fighting Lambda for centuries, as even her touch can be painful to it and what it possesses. And Lambda is terrified of her, so its panic is making Lambda desperate for Richard to listen. But the twist of the story is, Lambda is not doing this out of malice. It's simply because that cycle of fear, betrayal, and pain that leads to the lashing out in wrath, it's all that Lambda's ever been allowed to know. Which is made worse in the short term, as it's revealed Asbel's mentor Malik is among those standing against them, which Richard sees as an even larger betrayal. However, after they're defeated, it's revealed that this is not personal. Many knights are merely doing so out of their believed duty to defend the country, as they're not aware of how the laws of succession in Windor work. Thus, they're not aware that Cedric's succession is illegitimate, which sometimes happens in civil wars where those caught in the middle aren't aware of where the lines should properly be. And when he's defeated and surrenders to spare any further harm to his men, and they were mistaken in their allegiances, Richard is stuck with a crisis. Lambda telling him to kill them all for raising a hand against them, but Asbel reinforcing the compassion of his humanity that these people are loyal to the country, and it's Cedric's lies that led to them deciding wrongly. Ultimately, Richard's true self forces itself through Lambda's influence thanks to Asbel, but the conflicts increasingly let Lambda have control over him. And it really is to the story's merit that they are drawing immense attention to this to show that there is some outside influence screwing with Richard's head.
卒業こそ叶わなかったが、もうお前は立派な騎士だ。殿下の力になって、この国を支えてくれ。
Once more, every person in Lhant can go to hell. Though speaking of Lhant, Cheria is here as part of a neutral group helping the injured amidst the battles. And the second she sees them, she ignores Asbel until she sees how dirty Sophie is.
あなた、髪が少しパサパサしてるわね。それに全体にホコリっぽく。お風呂はちゃんと入ってる？入ってない。この子の面倒、ちゃんと見てたの？
ほったらかしにはしていない。
They just traveled down a long, dirt-covered road, went down into dust-covered ruins, and fought through an ancient barracks where they had to maim several of its defenders. When does Cheria think they had time to wash themselves amidst all that? There's not exactly been an inn they could stay in to freshen themselves up before meeting you. This is one of several acts in the game that's supposed to frame Cheria as the team's mom, looking after all of them as her party role. But the consistent failing of her nagging is it is always out of context to what has been going on around them to once more facilitate the game's perpetual framing of Asbel in the wrong. And yet travel by foot in a setting like this, especially traveling and fighting as they have been, is going to get them dirty. And they have to be able to live like that between their capacity to even visit an inn to correct such. And thus, like I keep presenting, her positions are invalid and her hostility towards everything Asbel does is likewise so. Worse, in the time Asbel's went away to check on Cheria's well-being, only for her to bitch at him, Richard has had another one of his Lambda-caused episodes, intending to execute all the knights they've taken prisoner, and seeing Cheria as little more than a tool to keep his own forces strong.
王子に手を貸すような連中は全て賊軍だ。負傷しようと慈悲を与える必要なんてない。
彼らも同じウィンドルの国民じゃないか。
僕に敵対する人間など僕の王国の民ではない。
リチャード。
奴らは見せしめに処刑する。僕に逆らったらどうなるか思い知らせてやらなくては。しかも僕は奴らのせいで危うく死にそうな目にもあった。とにかくそういうことだ。僕が奴らを処刑すべきだと考えるのも当然だろう。
しかし処刑なんて考え直すんだリチャード。
まだ言うかアスベル。
彼らの意志で敵対しているわけではないだろう。恐怖で人を縛ることが上に立つ者のなすべきことではないはずだ。
Again, Julius Kingsley, not Lelouch in these circumstances. It's kind of hilarious as they were probably intending to tap the allegory of the Demon Emperor Lelouch stuff, only for like many to miss the intent of that. And for the later released Akito the Exiled OVAs to, for all intents and purposes, cover their bases on that. Unfortunately, Dalen is a sycophant to the prince and unintentionally reinforces the impulses of Lambda. So while Richard has more than given Asbel permission to speak out as he wills to act as Richard's conscience, Dalen does not see it as such, and forcibly separates the two, which ends up being the final trigger towards Richard's following descent that colors the rest of the game's story. And of course for Cheria to bitch at Asbel for her perception of his decision-making despite her refusal to get the whole story and make judgments based on more than what little she knows.
アスベル、あなたも殿下が間違っていると感じているんじゃないの?
We use the catacombs to enter the castle unnoticed, eventually catching up to Richard, who is alone, the guards he brought with him having ended up slaughtered by the enemy, which in turn were then after killed by Lambda's power. The spasms he has afterwards showing just how much Richard's unknowingly become reliant on Lambda to even survive all of Cedric's attempts to kill him. Which really more than anything justifies his wrath when you realize that Richard has been suffering through this for 7 goddamn years, all because Aston refused to alert the king to his brother's treachery. We have to fight through the head of the Knight Academy who sided with Cedric, before reaching Cedric himself. And yeah, if everything I explained about later provided information wasn't enough, this is not presented as a feint. Richard didn't have a fit and kill his father while twisting his memories of the event to blame Cedric. Cedric really has been the one behind all the malicious machinations in the country. And now it's time for him to pay the price of his own greed.
ようやく王位を手に入れ、これからという時に。
王座は王を選ぶ。あなたは選ばれない存在だった。それだけのことです。死ぬ前に理解できてよかったですね。おじ上。おっと忘れていた。これは父の分です。これでやるべきことはやった。 同じ場所で倒れた父の無念も少しは晴れるだろう。
What, did you think this would end if he were allowed to live? We're not dealing with that kind of story. Cedric has been working against the well-being of the country for over a decade. He had to die in order for other people to fix his damn mess. Richard is summarily crowned the king, this entire event now showing the infection of Lambda, which manifests as the redness of his left eye, which is barely visible throughout all of this. He generally intends to act as an honorable ruler, and as such he's done reasonable things and won't be executing the knights who sided with Cedric, merely stripping the commanders who were complicit in the treason of their service, as the commanders were the ones that led the coup to begin with. Though there will likely be some vetting of the others in hopes there won't be anyone seeking short-sighted vengeance. But with Barona back in order, it means the entire Windor militia is united under a single banner again, meaning it should be child's play to force all invaders out of the nation's territory and liberate Lhant from Strahta. Especially since, because of the Civil War, the supply of Elith crystals the country has is nearly exhausted, and their only means of resupplying their Seguridite reserves had to be in the small territory the Lhant controlled. This is what you were here for in the first place? The previous king turning a blind eye to everything was his fault. Aston antagonizing Fendel was his fault. Cedric's treachery allowed Strahta to set up shop there, and the rest of the country is going to suffer if the land that is rightfully theirs is not returned. Moreover, they've already sent numerous messages to Strahta that what they've done is an act of war on Windor due to the agreements with Cedric being illegitimate, as their agreement was not with the rulers of the land, but a usurper which occurred before he even took power. They have no right to be there, so them refusing to leave as they are now is not on Richard or his advisors, as Asbel suddenly proclaims it as. And really, this is the most Suzaku Asbel is like the entire game, in that he's blindly naive in all of these circumstances, when that doesn't make sense. This is what he came here for in the first place before he became aware of Cedric's machinations. And even before that, military assistance to help Lhant was what he was trying to get when he first went back to Lhant with Cheria after the time skip, which they didn't get because the coup happened at the same time. Now, he's finally getting what Lhant needed in the first place, military intervention, and only now Asbel is seeing it as a bad thing? This really, in context to the character and the prior parts of the story, doesn't make any damn sense. Now, this is supposed to be part of the arc where Richard is being consumed in the madness Lambda is inflicting upon him. But frankly, this is pragmatism addressing the consequences of world politics when it comes to illegal edicts that mess up international relations. And while it is a good thing that Asbel is thinking in terms of what acting like this will cost the people in the short term, well, like his father in Suzaku, he doesn't really have a concept of long-term consequences yet. As if Strahta maintains its stranglehold over Lhant, then Windor will be reduced to the same shambling state that Fendel has been trapped in thanks to his father. Moreover, Windor wouldn't even be able to send diplomats to Strahta to work this out with their heads of state, as the only port in Windor to Strahta is the port town in Lhant territory that is currently under Strahta's control. Hubert's control. And Hubert is the one that is denying all demands for them to leave peacefully. So really, this is Hubert's fault that this escalation is occurring. Now the game tries to pass the buck on this later and make it so that Hubert's superiors were the ones that were refusing to leave. But remember from last time, Hubert was declared the supreme commander of the territory Strahta claimed. So it's his decision to ignore demands to leave and justify it with an agreement that wasn't even worth the paper it was signed on, as it was done so without the authority of the crown. This is on him. And it shows how much Hubert grew up to be just like the man that abandoned him, who is blinded by his own hate and belief that he is in the right. He's not. And as a consequence, his ego has been what's brought this to a head, for the Windor army proceeds to march on Lhant. Asbel only just barely getting Richard to agree to let him go ahead of the army to try and convince Hubert to withdraw and spare everyone the conflict that will result from an unstoppable force meeting an unmovable object. He should have let him send him in as the commander of the army, as was Richard's original plan, as that way he would have had direct control over the army's actions. But unfortunately his protests against the entire thing which again don't make sense because of the prior story points, got him demoted on that front.
肉親だからなんとかなると考えているな。血のつながりは往々にして情愛よりも憎しみを増幅させる。僕と叔父がいい例だ。君だって君をこんな境遇に追い込んだ弟を憎んでいるはずだ。
俺は弟との関係の改善を諦めてはいません。
So, here's my grand question for this entire storyline. Why isn't it Hubert that is possessed by this malevolent force instead of Richard? 'Cause that frankly makes more sense than Richard being the host to Lambda. Hubert has that hate and loneliness to harness into the powers of this entity. And worse, he has been explicitly abandoned before being thrust into a role that would allow him to rise and claim the power of a nation if given a chance, especially concerning his meteoric rise in the Strata military. This entity that is Lambda brings out the worst impulses of its bearer, and would make for a far stronger story for Asbel to be trying to save his brother from what is believed to be a malicious evil spirit than the guy he spent all of 2 days being friends with from all given evidence. Yes, it has the power of Asbel being Richard's first friend that works to try and bring him back from the brink, but a separation years long after a couple days interacting, even if it is memorable, no, that doesn't work as intended. Among everything else I have issue with in this game, Hubert's not being the bad guy is what I feel is one of the biggest mistakes, as it's easy to see him having embraced malice because of the abuse and abandonment he suffered thanks to Aston, and tricking everyone who abandoned him into siding with him while punishing his mom and making it so his brother he hates is left with nothing. That would make him empathetic, make him relatable as a villain, but that would require acknowledging something the game refuses to, that Aston is to blame for everything. I feel like I would enjoy this more if they would just do so, instead of presenting everything short of outright saying it. Because the reality is, even though Hubert ends up becoming a party member in short order, the brothers are never depicted as actually fixing their fucking relationship. All the game does is bend more and more and more over backwards to try and justify Aston's screw-ups, and every time it does, it actively makes the game worse.
彼は優しい男だ。彼の優しさは僕も大好きだ。
Violence is not strength. Compassion is not weakness. And yet this act is supposed to be a sign of Richard going evil and Asbel making the wrong decisions again, when it is fully in line with what we expected to happen hours ago.
どう思われますか？
もっともな考えだろう。ストラタが撤退すればウィンドルは落ち着くだろうしな。
Thus Asbel gathers his allies, plus Malik, who's also been discharged due to earlier but is someone Asbel feels he can trust, and Malik feels he owes a debt to Asbel for his prior failure, and also convincing Richard to spare him, and race back to Lhant to see if they can't head this conflict off at the pass. And Hubert entirely refuses to listen to a damn thing they say, as Strata has not garrisoned them to be able to fend off the force of Windor's entire army. They expect the coup to succeed, and it hasn't. Holding this territory is a losing proposition that Hubert refuses to see, and because of it, the Lhant citizens are the ones that pay the price, as the region is rightfully Windor's. Thus again, this is on Hubert. This is on Hubert that the Lhant people were endangered by the two armies clashing. And yet what happens from that? Asbel is blamed for everything. Every single fucking little thing, which ignores both the mental illness that is comprising Richard's decision-making and Hubert's own inherited bullheadedness.
飲んでいない。君が頼まなくても、ランと進行は実行したい。
The largest part Asbel has in this that he can be blamed for is not taking command of the army when such was offered. But as said before, he is an inexperienced commander which would be entirely wrong for that role, which would have only escalated tensions instead of acting as a diplomat as he attempted to be here. And Hubert's refusal to listen is not on him.
何か手伝うことはあるかな？
自分たちのことは自分たちでやれますから。肝心な時にいなくなっていたお方に頼るほど俺たちは愚かではありません。
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you forever. Fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. You fucks.
バリーは俺が7年間オートへ行ったきりだったことも含めてああ言ってるんだろう。
I genuinely hate every fucking person in Lhant, with the exception of possibly Cheria's grandfather, as they are all collective shitheads acting as sycophants to the very people that are the cause of all their goddamn problems. But yes, the army invades, Richard spearheading it. As with Asbel away from him, Lambda's influence took full hold over him, and unleashed the full wrath of two people wronged by the world around them.
アスベル、もう一度聞く。僕の何が間違っているって。君は僕のことなら何でも理解してくれるんじゃなかったのかい。
力に頼り恐怖で縛るばかりのやり方では何も解決できはしない。
Yeah, I really wish I'd been aware of when the cutoff for controlling Richard was in advance, so I could have swapped him out of Lelouch's character costume, which Richard is now stuck in for the remainder of the storyline where he is turned into its antagonist. For as I broke down in my massive review, it's wrong for the image of Zero to be used by a mad tyrant due to the underlying compassion of the one who originally wore it, even if in this case it is one that is being brainwashed into acting this way. But in context to this scene and the escalation part of it, where the hell does that violence and fear line come from? For neither were applicable here. Callousness, yes. Without mercy, yes. But there was a running logic before Lambda pushes Richard into an action foolishly that leads to the betrayals, as others can no longer agree with how far Richard is being forced to take things. As again, Hubert was the one that was the problem here in, like his bastard of a sperm donor, refusing to listen to anyone but himself to resolve a crisis he himself was escalating. Had Hubert not acted as a final trigger, it's very likely Asbel would have been able to keep talking Richard down until the point peace were properly restored, or a proper outlet in the form of continuous strata aggression by which to force Richard's hand properly into disregarding Asbel's words on his own that makes him give in to Lambda. For in the same way that Code Geass screwed over Lelouch and this game has scapegoated Asbel, the story is now forcibly driving Richard against character to be its primary villain. Yes, he is being influenced by Lambda as said, but like everything else this does not feel like a natural progression, but an active narrative conflicting with themes and character, when from everything presented it would have been far more in character for Hubert to be the one under Lambda's sway. Yes, we would have consequently seen less overt sign of it, but more of the corruption could have been covered by Hubert's abandonment to be an entirely natural plotline. For what escalates this again is not Asbel, but Hubert himself attacking Richard, leading Richard to counter and Asbel to save his brother, which Richard treats as a final betrayal, moving to kill them both. Only for Sophie to intercede, recovering the last of her nanites from Hubert's body, and in doing so, remembering everything. But from their clash, it's made more clear by Richard's words that he is no longer in the driver's seat. It's Lambda that's fully using him as a host, one that Asbel has no hesitation against attacking. But in doing so, this is another of Asbel's legitimate mistakes, as this only serves to escalate the conflict by making what's left of Richard think that absolutely everything Lambda has been telling him is true. Richard becoming injured makes Windor sound the retreat. Lhant left in Straten hands as orders come down to Hubert to strip the land dry and leave, which suddenly he refuses to do, despite this force here not being able to fight a war on two separate fronts between Windor's army and the Fendel forces that are soon to arrive to reinforce the remains of the previous attackers, which will only escalate the death and suffering Aston and Hubert brought to their town.
少佐は本国の意向よりも ラントを優先する気持ちが強いように思えてなりませんよ。
When, again, the last skirmish in town was his fault.
そう思うのは、あなたが僕をラント出身者としか見ないから、とも取れますね。
Yes, he is. He's acting like a petulant brat that refuses to let go of things that aren't his because his smakehead of a dad couldn't see past his own nose, and both of them are refusing to let go. Seriously, I genuinely would have liked this game more had Hubert been the villain here. If there is any Code Geass character Hubert acts as allegorical to, despite being another of the cast members without a character costume, it would probably be the series' final antagonist Schneisel. Both are schemers working against the heroes of the tale to isolate them from their allies and prevent better resolutions from coming to pass, turn their opponents against them, and make those resources their own so as to maintain their own position and power. And Hubert has done that entirely at this point in the game. His refusal to negotiate in any way with Windor has ultimately made it so Asbel is a traitor to the kingdom with how Asbel saved both his life and that of Sophie from Richard. And the newly crowned king's other advisors do not understand that Richard is acting out of character, so think his land-infused insanity is Richard's natural state of being. Thus, Asbel attacking him, he can't go back. And Hubert has such a tight grip on Lhant that the people there have no understanding that Hubert's worse than Aston in making it so harm is coming to them through either the soldiers marching on their doorstep or the outright exploitation of their resources thanks to Aston's incompetence at diplomacy. They are all going to die because they threw out the wrong brother. And they can't see it. Nor can I find empathy to care at this point about their plight because of it. So once more, all Asbel's left with is Sophie, who while she remembers everything with Asbel again, she still has many missing, or rather, locked off memories. And all of it seems important to figuring out what's affecting Richard. This is also where the game tries to force a reconciliation arc to begin between Hubert and Asbel. But because the game refuses to actually acknowledge Aston's guilt and continue Asbel's scapegoating, it fails entirely. The game refuses to not place Asbel in the wrong even when it makes sense to. Thus, I cannot accept any reformation that pretends to come because of it, as Hubert never apologizes for his own actions and makes it all about himself at all times. Even now, he's risking losing his position due to the rapidly developing situation he caused. Yet Asbel decides to step in as he's trying to de-escalate everything anyways. And a person different than Hubert might be worse. At this point, I sincerely doubt it. Yes, the people of Lhant would be exploited more overtly, but it would actually make them realize how much they fucked up and Hubert was just using them to get back at Asbel.
目先の利益を追うより、将来的な展望に基づいてことを運ぶ方が得だからですよ。
Oh, I don't know. You've done a fantastic job at that. Like father, like son. What gets Hubert reconsidering, however, is something that he shouldn't. For as I've said time and again, Asbel has known from the start that he would make a terrible Lord of Lhant and told everyone that from childhood. And he has been time and again proven to be right. The entire reason Hubert has been wrong for the job himself thus far is he's only been considering himself and his spite, and has thus caused escalations when none needed to take place. I still want him gone, but if he'd actually kept his vendetta directed towards his father, none of this would have happened, and he more and more lacks justification for such as the story moves forward. Thus, once more, why him being possessed by Lambda would have been the better route to play this off of. But instead, the game decides to pass the book of blame towards all of Hubert's military actions, which before this point he himself had committed, off onto Hubert's stepfather, a wealthy businessman who has sway in the military, who somehow co-opted Strata's military to stage this entire action to usurp another nation's territory for personal profits. And no, he didn't become Strata's president to do it. But again, that's even more of a reason to consider Aston a horrible person, as Oswald getting Hubert is what presented as his sole leverage inside the military by which to stage such. And it was Hubert that convinces more forces and his higher-ups to stage this. So even trying to absolve Hubert of blame doesn't work here. Thus, Hubert gives him a letter to take to Strata's president, updating them of the situation to move them into proper negotiations with Windor for return of the land to its proper kingdom. But Hubert's second-in-command is also his adopted cousin, Raymond Oswell, who's been a saboteur in this operation, correctly assigning blame for why everything's gone wrong to Hubert, and his intel is why Hubert is being ousted to begin with. Learning that their plan is being thwarted by Asbel makes him take drastic measures, which happens to be taking Cherry hostage when she learns of what Asbel's doing to de-escalate the crisis. He orders Asbel turn over the letter and end his expedition to Strata in exchange for her life. He is stopped by Hubert himself, striking him down for treason. Asbel rushing off to save his oldest friend, where the two finally have it out over the big, black, writhing thing that's been between them since the time skip, and how horridly Cheria has treated him ever since.
だいたい再会してからずっとよそよそしい態度で。
アスベルが悪いんだから。全部アスベルが悪いんだから。
What have I been telling you all for 3 videos now? In principle, Cheria is supposed to be the Callan analog for the game in its ongoing echoes of the cast of Code Geass, being the protagonist's primary love interest. Again, this was before Sunrise's staff stupidly decided to retcon that. This was 2009, and in 2009 the intended canon love interest for the TV series was directed at being Callan Kozuki, with a purportedly tsundere attitude that refuses to meekly fall in line to someone with power, arguing with the protagonist of the tale and acting as their sounding board in an attempt at a moral compass, ultimately looking after those in her charge, and those she has feelings for. And they entirely fail at it on all of these fronts because of what is brought most centrally into focus in this scene, though was viewable throughout everything else. And that is Cheria is exceedingly selfish and does not consider the thoughts and well-being of others' interactions and decisions when it involves her personally. We saw this in the childhood arc, especially when Asbel chewed her out for wanting to replace the family Aston took away, because she refused to understand that Asbel had to leave despite her not wanting him to. And that moment is the cornerstone of why she's treated him so badly, because he wouldn't stay for her, suffer for her, be there for her, when she could not absolve what was wrong there, and from all prior evidence only made things worse for him because she didn't consider him at all and felt entitled to his time, attention, and faith. When I look at Callan from Code Geass, or other actually good depictions of tsunderes, I frequently don't see selfish characters. I see characters with deep-rooted insecurities that causes them to express said insecurities in defensive ways, them lashing out when such is poked in both major and minor ways, or when they are made exceedingly uncomfortable. The Soon side most centrally coming out when it comes to their paramours, because there is nothing that makes one feel more insecure than the possibility that someone you may like romantically may either not be the person you think they are, or may not return your affections, which can lead them to lash out in a way that can push away those that are entering their orbit too close for comfort, and comfort being a key factor of the depiction of a good tsundere. That is also why so many tsunderes amplify the most negative aspects of their paramours in their minds, to build a wall against actually acknowledging they may like them in spite of their flaws and part of that defensiveness.
Mithra.
Rex?
All in one piece? I guess if you were injured, I'd be feeling it too.
Huh? Yes. I'm okay. Huh. Was I in your lap this whole time?
It, however, becomes a problem when all that person can see is the negatives by default, for that is when such breaks down and they attack without cause, which is not acceptable. As due to insecurity being the core of the depiction of one, the only way to resolve such is to let them approach what makes them uncomfortable on their terms to overcome it, and on their own, peel away those blockades. as otherwise they'll just become more and more defensive and their well-being and relationships with others will not improve. Their insecurities becoming outright berserk buttons. One of the most successful arcs in that I wish to use an example here I consider to be the character Mikoto Misaka from A Sword Magical Index and Scientific Railgun, where she's considered the primary paramour of the character Toma Kamijo. When the two first meet, Mikoto considers Toma a rival that she can't beat, due to her own psychic power that manipulates electromagnetism being entirely negated by Toma's Imagine Breaker, which negates all supernatural phenomena it comes in contact with. Toma and Mikoto's personalities and priorities clash because of the differences in their experiences and social standing. Him teasing her, mistaken as mocking her, as the power she developed is one of the few things that is genuinely hers, and her occupation of his time not taken well due to his own financial struggles and just general misfortune. However, due to an incident involving another psychic that is slaughtering thousands of clones of her in order to evolve their own powers, which only Toma is finally able to stop, Mikoto begins to see Toma differently than she did before, wanting to spend time with him to understand him. But due to their own previous adversarial relationship, Toma always expects the worst when she nears him due to his own recurring misfortune. And Mikoto herself doesn't know how to interact with him initially without proving his misconceptions right due to how awkward seeing him has become. I think the perfect representation of this divide between them at this point is this scene from the start of Index Season 2, where Mikoto wants a moment to talk with Toma to try and clear the air on where they stand so that they can at least be friends. And yet the crisis Toma is in the middle of at that moment doesn't allow for such. Because she now wants to get closer to him, she wants Toma to listen and hear her out. And her insecurities trigger when he runs off and ignores her because he specifically did not have the time then. While this seems selfish, Toma chews her out for what she does in this moment. And then, and this is the important part, she never does it again. Because she listened to him. That's it. For she learns from it that sometimes what Toma gets involved in is as serious as what he helped her out of. So she needs to either help or get out of the way, as not everything is about her. A proper depiction of a Tsundere understands this, is capable of listening and communicating even when they can end up upset by something. And the following incident, because she listened, helped Mikoto to learn of how much of a burden Toma has laid on himself and how badly they screw him over. A selfish person would either want them to continue suffering for ignoring or not obeying them, or do nothing to help because their inability to listen or express themselves, except belligerently, shows how little they actually do care for the other person as a person. And yet what does Mikoto end up doing when they are up against someone that can kill Toma with their bare hands and no special powers?
Why won't you just say it? That you need my help, or that you need help from someone. Just say that you feel scared or anxious. You don't even have to be specific about why. I get that you're carrying the weight of something huge inside of you. But is it absolutely necessary for you to carry it all by yourself? You look like you've been through the ringer. You even lost your memory. So what reason could you possibly have to keep doing things alone? I can fight too, you know. I'm serious. I can be of help to you.
Yeah, she pushes through her insecurities about her relationship with the guy she likes, as helping him is more important than herself or what problems she has, and expresses how deeply she wants to help. And consequently, because of that...
I can't remember who I was before. But apparently I wasn't the kind of guy who was willing to ask for help. The me that I can't remember is the one who is driving who I am now. He's still there. Maybe not up here, but here. I'm sorry, Misaka, but you should hurry up and get going. I wouldn't be able to leave it to someone else. That's not Toma Kamijo. He's not shaken by whether or not he has his memories.
There's nothing wrong with what I said. So if that's the case, it wouldn't be right to stop him. The best thing I could do is see him off from here. What now? I don't feel satisfied by that at all. Oh, that's why.
she comes to recognize and accept her true feelings for him. So those feelings are no longer an insecurity to guard against. And this comes to be reflected in all of the characters' following actions in the series to date. The next major incident involves the World War III arc, where she ends up traveling halfway across the world just to try and lighten his burden, following through in the truths of her words to try and save him at the climax of the crisis, with none of said insecurities holding her back, because she knows if she gives in to them, she could lose him for good, and ultimately fails through no fault of her own. Toma too stubborn at this point to drag anyone else down with him. The story continues on from there, but this moment is another that changes their relationship. As while her insecurities are still present, they are no longer a crutch hobbling her from wanting to be close to the guy she likes, or find ways to grow stronger so he doesn't feel he has to fight his battles alone. It having progressed in the newest volumes that she's learned to actively flirt with him without ending up a complete mess, and even compromised with her largest love rival, as the danger of what they've been thrown into has only continued to escalate. So they cannot afford to let their own egos and desires for the same guy get in the way lest they lose him entirely. And this is how one is supposed to act regarding the arc of a character with a Tsundere trait. They have to overcome their insecurity to better themselves instead of continuing to use such as an excuse to lash out at others. It's actually why I appreciate many Tsundere characters, as the arc can be tangibly felt as they become more freely outgoing and affectionate to the people they genuinely come to care for, as they can accept the truth of themselves more and more without fear of being rejected, paralyzing them from showcasing such. They may still have things they're defensive over, but they're not being defined by one sole character trait. That trait is instead part of a complex, multifaceted person. But it doesn't work when one is selfish, as there is no consequential impetus for them to improve or change. They just think themselves right to lash out because whatever slight against them is more important than whatever excuse they deal in kind. They use being made uncomfortable or upset as an excuse to justify retaliation. But by that point, they're no longer tsunderes. They're just being violent bitches. And that overshadows everything else about the character. It is unfortunately the consequence of the works of Rumiko Takahashi that the two definitions have gotten confused and conflated. Her characters of Akane Tendo, Lum, and to a lesser extent both Inuyasha and Kagome Higurashi have over time come to epitomize abusive behaviors towards a paramour, where minor slights are blown out of proportions for nothing more than selfishness that they then never apologize for when they go too far. As the narrative bends over backwards to justify their actions over those of their opposing number. Akane disproportionately punishing her arranged fiancé Ranma Saotome whenever they say anything negative towards her because Ranma is a blunt individual and Akane is incapable of taking constructive criticism in any form to improve her various failings. Lum attacks Ataru Moroboshi, who is depicted as wanting nothing to do with her in much of Urusei Yatsura, so when he does something she doesn't like, she gets on with zapping him and roping everyone else around them into doing what she wanted, even if it was an inconvenience for him. Up until the point in the former's case, he actually does become immune to all the nerve damage she's done to him, which he did not deserve to the degree he is attacked. And it all blamed on him being obstinate towards her and not giving in to her every demand. And with Inuyasha and Kagome, Inuyasha is acerbic and distrustful of others due to a litany of poor experiences, so is insecure about getting close to others again, especially because Kagome looks exactly like a girl he loved. And yet Kagome frequently refuses to have any empathy towards those feelings Inuyasha himself struggles to deal with to make it all about her. And thanks to a cursed necklace Inuyasha has stuck on him, any slight against her can result in immediate punishment. But because Inuyasha has no context to why what he did may have upset her or been wrong in a situation because Kagome just assumes he knows when he didn't, his behavior towards her and others doesn't improve as a result. And he just keeps pushing her insecurity triggers again and again until it becomes habit for her to do it in any circumstance which makes the punishment worthless and evolves into being abusive. In all three cases, the antagonism between the purported paramours would end if they would just explain what was wrong and how one's actions harmed them. But all of them are more focused on protecting themselves and caring about only themselves that they become incapable of opening up to those who are being ridden as their one true loves and instead attack them. Most of Takahashi's stories inevitably fall upon the same problem of the female leads crossing the line into being violent bitches and not tsunderes. Part of this is because a lot of Takahashi's stories hinge themselves on sociopathic comedy, where the punishment is the literal punchline of a joke. But more critically, it's been viewed as being consequence of all of them being considered as creators' pet characters that don't need to improve themselves, and their deep-seated issues are just written off as quirks of the characters that can otherwise do little wrong. And because they are not characters that are viewed by the creator as being in the wrong in any situation, they're never made to apologize when they take things too far or are objectively in the wrong. So their violence towards their paramour never stops far past the point it should have, and only continues to either escalate or act as a means of selfishly controlling them. Or as Takahashi herself wrote, they're very sweet girls, but they're also violent maniacs. But that ain't a tsundere, and the belief that such abuse is justified is actually what has broken perception of her works in modern times, alongside why the character trait became so despised to the point good depictions of such were misinterpreted, as newer writers kept copying her. But those newer works lacked the elements that made the abuse fall to being parts of the masquerade and not recognized for what it was. For the key to making a good tsundere character is to understand what proportionate response is. You look at characters like Rin Tosaka, and while they're defensively reactive, I struggle to think of anything from the various Fate routes where she acted out in excess of the situation. She wasn't about to punch a man into the sky or hitting them with a giant mallet summoned from Hammerspace for accidentally walking in on her. If it happened, she'd get embarrassed, cover herself, and yell at the guy who saw her to get out while being miffed at them following, as that's appropriate for the fault and informs them to not do it again.
I won't tell anyone.
If they did it deliberately without permission, then you get the justified anger and a free pass on physical violence, as then you have a valid reason to punish them, as they know clearly that something bad was done, and they should not do it again lest they be punished. But there is this frustrating point where the two wires got crossed, and the excusable attacks acting as punishment for deliberate actions got crossed with the ones for accidents, and it became harder and harder to excuse such with characters that suddenly claimed to be tsunderes, where they would lash out without cause. I cite Takahashi as the one that broke it, as there are scenes in Ranma 1/2 where Ranma is taking a bath, Akane walks in on Ranma, and somehow Ranma is in the wrong instead of her and punished for it, despite legitimately doing nothing wrong to warrant it. And yes, I have seen and read all of Ranma 1/2, even the one live-action pilot episode they did. It's admittedly been 2 decades, but I clearly remember liking the story less and less as it went on. And that pattern followed for both Inuyasha and Yorosei Yatsura to the point I despise all 3's respective endings. Inuyasha's sequel series Yashahime, however, is itself mostly harmless, so I have no ill will towards that series, bar some inherited poor elements retained from its originator. And it's not like there's always an easy-to-judge line on this either. There's still a debate on whether Asuka Langley Soryu from Evangelion is a tsundere or violent bitch, because she has legitimate psychological issues born from trauma that have bred deep-set insecurities into her and isn't a completely selfish person, but she inevitably takes her self-defense actions too far for some to stomach in the anime interpretation. Whereas in the manga she's completely balanced in this and never lashes out at all. However, her reinterpretation in the rebuild of Evangelion movies is more agreed upon to cross that threshold into being an outright bitch and being in the scapegoat the protagonist camp, because that's a big part of what broke the Evangelion movies. Another prominent example that crosses the threshold from older foundational series that sparked this entire debate was Naru Narasegawa from Love Hina, where she would punish the protagonist Keitaro for any small slight, most of which are accidents he didn't intend to fall into, which would have been resolved if she just let him explain himself. But she cares only for her own judgments of the situation that it doesn't matter to her what is real or not, and refuses to correct her own behaviors at any point. Nor does anyone else correct her when she is out of line. She for many became the poster child for disproportionate response in all this, as she is at her core just an XP of Akane Tendo, just this time written by Ken Akamatsu, as Naru has all the same character failings that Akane does. But whether such characters were of the good type or the bad type actually reached a flashpoint in the late 2000s, around the time that this game originally released, as we just got drowned in them for several consecutive years. Thanks to the vocal work of Rie Kugamiya and the popularity of her character Shana from the series Shakugan no Shana, there was a massive surge in the amount of tsundere and violent bitch characters that got depicted in stories and animation so close together that people just got sick of seeing them collectively. Both the writers and the audience no longer able to distinguish actual tsundere characters who had a load of baggage to deal with over the course of their story, or ones where the anime adopted more of the bad elements of the wrong type, thanks to how their animated form was being written, such factually happening with the series Familiar of Zero due to the series' bad original filler episodes, courtesy of JC Staff's adaptation team, from ones that were actually selfish and abusive to their very end for the sole reason of getting their way. I actually have seen old forum posts from the 2010s that are still out there which lump Mikoto into the bad Tsun camp, but that's because most of her arc that depicts her character development away from a deception that she is part of those who only embody the bad traits was not accessible nor had been animated at that time to show she progressed and moved beyond her insecurities to disqualify her as being a bad Tsun character, which, as I've inferred, should be better described as a violent bitch. Likewise, Callan herself has been stated in some of this discourse to be a bad tsundere character herself, but once again, if one is paying attention, she has a lot to justify why she is so angry and insecure, so she is neither a bad depiction or a violent bitch. Her home was conquered, she's forced to live a lie, she wrongly believes her mother sold her to her sperm donor just so she can be his mistress again, her brother was recently murdered and she's struggling to cope with it, the guy she comes to like refuses to be straight with her due to his own trust issues, and Goro Taniguchi was constantly sexualizing her ass, which was constantly being depicted as not being comfortable with that. All she wants is to just have the freedom to be herself and show the truth of herself to those she comes to care for. But being herself will get her killed or enslaved, so when she's not fighting for her and others' freedoms, she feels she can't trust anyone and must hide her true self. And that lack of trust and the incapability of the setting to allow herself to be honest is the root of the insecurity part of her character, which makes her classifiable as a true tsundere. And thanks to her never getting the information she needs to make better choices regarding her actions, leads her to making many bad mistakes as her acts of emotionally defending herself and of harming the people she wants to be closest to and understand, which she ends up deeply regretting once she learns the true nature of their own actions she unknowingly misjudged, and has to come to terms with how she was in the wrong. So even when she may have moments of disproportionate response, it is acknowledged she herself realizes she was in the wrong to learn from it instead of it being written off. A selfish character, however, will never admit they were in the wrong, only double down on the defenses of themselves and their actions while seeking to further attack and antagonize whoever makes them feel vulnerable. And that is what Cheria has been doing all fucking game long. Like everything else in this game, she refuses to acknowledge that any of Asbel's actions were justified, that he was being abused by his father's negligence and needed to leave lest he come to hate everything he valued, and instead made it all about herself and how she felt abandoned by him when she could have visited him in the capital at any time, but by her own admission refused to, because it would show her that Asbel was right and flourishing away from home and his bastard of a sperm donor, and she was wrong in wanting him to stay, which caused her to feel pain in the first place. She had to make him conform to how she thought of him, and he has been paying the price. She has been lashing out in retaliation while refusing to tell him all this time how he hurt her, so he could understand and apologize. Her holding on to this pain is not a sign of insecurity over being abandoned again. It's a justification to push them away and vindicate her mistreatment of him. How the fuck is that appealing?
5 ancient sages of bitchdom all gathered together one day on the peaks of Mount Bitch to proclaim your birth. And 100 years later, when all the bitch stars had aligned, you were born and made everybody's life around you a living hell because you are such a bitch!
And once again, this is the consequence of trying to constantly blame Asbel for everything he is now responsible for. You have characters whose actions become indefensible because they scapegoat him for no other reason than to hold on to the pain they should have moved on from, reevaluated, or come to terms with years and years before. Even with them having it out here, this doesn't fix anything. For she never, not once, apologizes in turn. While Cheria lacks the physical violence part of the condemned characterization, it's more than important to note that it is Asbel that is the only one she acts belligerent towards. No one else. If she were this acerbic by default, it better blend into some form of abandonment issue. But targeted like this? No. To say she doesn't get better past the point they have it out would be a lie, but this was instead the final straw for my patience with the character, as she never acknowledges her own guilt regarding what Asbel himself called out. And for a character to move forward, they do need to acknowledge what they have factually done wrong. And she has wronged Asbel. So regardless of whether Asbel would forgive her or not, she still needed to voice her regret over her treatment of him in order to properly make amends, and she never does. For there does reach a point where that apology is too little too late, and the depiction is still irreparably damaged as a result. And as a consequence, this moment trying to be their true reconciliation, it doesn't work. Like, even if I had done this with the Wii version to completely disregard the character parallels the game has with the cast and storyline of Code Geass, just considering Asbel as Asbel and Cheria as Cheria with just perspective on this game in isolation to the events of their characters that make them analogous to others, I don't ship them. The game is trying to do this destined lovers thing with pushing them together, and yet they're not letting it be natural because of how they make the cast treat each other. They can say they care all they like, but if it's not reflected in the actions the characters perform and their motivations for them, then it's not going to connect. Asbel and Cheria's romance storyline throughout the game just came to be seen as a gigantic plot tumor to the players of the series that refused to be handled in a way that sell their mutual feelings. And the problem is entirely coming from Cheria's expression of such, what's more, due to her part in scapegoating him. Why would I want him to constantly be exposed to that for the rest of their respective natural lives? It's not often I vehemently disagree with who a series is trying to pair up, as Paramore stuff is something that has to have evidence given over time of two people liking each other to advance to that stage. But this is legitimately one of those times that I just cannot get on board it, as it's all due to the baggage the game has had. And unfortunately, we're still not even at the halfway point. Next time, we finally get to Strata. So we're finally off to the Stratton continent, us having to go by boat from the Lhant port that, as said, has been under Stratton control for a long time. Yeah, how did Aston not pay attention to that? The port was his responsibility as well, and yet because he ignored it, it's how the Stratton forces even got their foothold in the country to begin with. Like, was he that focused on Fendel? Our goal is to reach the capital of Yu Liberte, but unfortunately the Windor Stratton port is the farthest from the capital. And it's not like we could freely use either port in the country to get to our destination, as that would be silly. Instead, we have to cross the entire freaking desert. You know, I don't usually mind when games do this, have us take the long way around, then give us the fast travel option down the line. But when ship travel is the fast travel option, and we're deliberately sent to the port farthest from your destination, that gets annoying. Well, okay, I tell a bit of a lie there, as there is another ground-based fast travel system, which revolves around the traveling merchants, the Turtles, who ride around on giant turtles. They're stationed in almost every major city and can get you back quickly to towns you visited on any given continent. I kind of forget to use them several times in the game, as it's not like the monsters can actually touch me at this point. And really, we're sent this way to have us get a first-hand experience with the game's main superboss, the Rock-Ga-Gong, a giant rock monster that lives in the sands of the desert.
Who shall we have one sign the likes of which even God has never seen?
Really, it's to pad our levels, do some more side quests, and try to give a bit more flavor to the world. Which, I'm not against, it's just my annoyance thus far with the storytelling that leaves me more cold to it. Though admittedly I do get some more enjoyment out of Pascal shenanigans, including ones that involve cactus juice.
Drink cactus juice. It'll quench you. Nothing's quenchier. It's the quenchiest!
and another where we encounter a guy who thinks Pascal is in fact a weird creature, and the Martians are inhumans because Pascal, in her zealotry to get into the Wallbridge ruins, had swum around a lot in Windor's Central Lake. And in her disappearing acts in and out of the ruins, made it seem like she was the Windor Loch Ness Monster or something. Then there's Sable Izol. And man, if I was actually forced to walk these bridges myself, I would freak the hell out due to my ridiculously extreme fear of heights. And I have moments of full-body paralysis fear reactions with just sturdy bridges, not these rope ones here. But in this city, the game introduces you to Magic Carta. And while this is likely an easy game for any big fan of the Tales franchise, I am probably the worst possible player to have anything to do with it. See, unlike game-within-a-game card games like, say, Final Fantasy's Triple Triad, fun fact, while I dislike Final Fantasy VIII, I actually had a fun time playing Triple Triad in Final Fantasy XIV. I'm not good at it, but I don't find the 14 version insufferable. Well, Magic Carta is actually a trivia game, with each card of it having random trivia about previous Tales games and characters. And obviously, as I've only played a grand total of 2 Tales games to completion, there is no plausible way I would be able to know any of this. I'd have to constantly be cross-checking a guidebook for the answers, and as this game has you play against the opponent to determine which card is relevant, I would of course always lose at the matches. For people who know this stuff, it's fine. I've got nothing against the superfan Easter egg stuff. I'm just glad that the Magic Carta stuff wasn't in any way tied to progression. Otherwise, I'd be a lot more grumpy about it for instituting an unreasonably high barrier of entry, as Graces was the unlucky 13th game in the franchise, and the last of 10 games that had been released over a 7-year span of time. Yeah, 10 games in 7 years, not counting spin-offs and sidequels. Graces flopping and then causing the production staff to take a step back and spend more time making the next game, Xillia, I kind of feel was a good thing. We get more info on the Rock-Ga-Gong while we're here as well, the Strata military beginning to perform movements against it with the citizens up in arms against them, as the Rock-Ga-Gong has never hurt a fly. For Gamera is friend to all children. He would never eat them. Deliberately. In reality, something is up with the creature that's making it act strangely, and inevitably we're the wandering adventurers tasked with dealing with such. And this is where Asbel is shown to be in his element. 2 sides are fighting over a third thing, and Asbel decides to step in to see if he and his group can resolve it to people's satisfaction. If something is upsetting the creature, then fixing its problem makes the rest of the issues go away. This is his wheelhouse. And it's not his fault his previous attempts at problem resolution were being screwed over by Fendel's desperation, Hubert being a stubborn asshole, Richard being possessed by malicious spirits, and everything his father fucked up. Before heading out, you can get Pascal's second summon by visiting inside the city's central library / research installation. But once we move on to the next section of the desert, well... Okay, we are not going out the back door.
いやー、いくらなんでもここまで大きいとは思ってなかったよ。パスカル、ずいぶん楽しそうね。
Fortunately, the Rock-Ga-Gong's stomach contains enough just plain landmass it's eaten that we can traverse back up its body without having to worry that much about stomach acid. Though the fact it's eaten entire huts whole is a bit more concerning. Though for the first time in the game, I'm with Cheria in wanting to have no interest in leaving via the rear exit. Inside the hut in the Rock-Ga-Gong's stomach, we find that this hut once belonged to a researcher and caretaker of the beast, whose papers reveal that the Rock-Ga-Gong is infrequently infested with parasites. So it acting out is a cry for help and for someone to come near it, be swallowed, and kill the parasites before it will then allow the adventurers it swallowed to leave. Plus, we found a flute that'll allow us to summon it later when we're ready for the super boss fight. Obviously, since the Eleth released through the Valkanist corresponds to 3 of the natural element quartet, the Rock-Ga-Gong is the Earth representative of the 4. So, yeah, we have to hunt through the stomach map to find all the parasites and their eggs we can, before confronting the queen of them to exterminate their entire nest. Once we're out of the game's Genbumon, it's a straight shoot to Yu Liberte, which is basically Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. Its prosperity maintained by how much water eleth they draw from their Valkanists, maintaining the citywide oasis that allowed the city to spring up and out here. Yeah, remember what I said earlier about Strata's motivations for taking Lhant? The fact that their Valkanist is failing them? Well, it's not from them overdrawing from it. Their mechanics for doing so are actually really efficient, the most efficient of any of the three nations. It's just the Valkanist is releasing less and less eleth every year, and they're nearing the same crisis point Vendel spent the last 20 years in. And while one can huddle up or put on more layers to protect from the cold, well, water is an essential fundamental requirement for life. So if their Valkanist goes, the entire country is screwed. Ergo, the need for wind eleth crystals to provide additional means of moisture condensation that would make them less dependent on water eleth crystals to not further overtax their primary resource. Granted, that isn't as seen in the main city. Water is wastefully everywhere. It even run through eleth-powered springs as a decorative piece that has to be using more water eleth than they can afford to spare, or the collection of it is just in excess to need. Or it's the low-key condemnation of toxic capitalism where they waste resources left and right on needless commodities to the point they have to invade other nations to maintain their rate of unnecessary consumption. Not like that would be acknowledged internally. So yeah, we meet pretty easily with the president of Strata, Dylan Paradine, who we actually met earlier amidst the Rock-Ga-Gong crisis, as he was one of those standing with the protesters against military actions toward the creature, and was seeking to find a solution that would preserve it so it couldn't act in the form of his political office for an issue he stood for as a civilian, as there are different duties inside the office than outside it. It's a shame so many politicians do not understand this and just use the position meant to represent the people for their own personal gain, with the worst ones tricking the people they are supposed to serve into supporting self-destructive agendas and deregulation of industries and agencies that have shown they need the oversight. So yeah, Asbel volunteering to fix the issue did him an absolute solid, and garnered from Dylan major respect points. So Dylan is happy to hear him out on his request for Hubert to stay where he is for the time being.
私のもとにはオズウェル総督は総督としての資質に欠けるものだと報告が入っているが。
And he's really not, since nearly every action he's performed has been out of sheer spite, not out of the well-being of the people, regardless of how good he is at administrative duties. But as it turns out, Dylan was trying to figure out the entire mess with Lhant in the first place, thus wanted Hubert back to respond in person, as Hubert's adoptive father, Garrett, has been falsifying his reports to the president to paint a very different picture of everything. Because since Hubert's already done the job in claiming Lhant's territory, Garrett no longer has any use for Hubert. Thus why Garrett intended to have his nephew, who as you'll remember took Cherry hostage last time, take over for Hubert, as his nephew is someone who he can use far easier as a family member than an orphan child Garrett was going to completely disown and abandon after this. And again, this is Aston, not Asbel's fault, as this is apparently the cultured nobleman that Aston decided was the right type of man for Aston to sell his second son to. This isn't an abnormality where Aston was deceived by Garrett. This is consistent with everything we have seen with how immensely incompetent Aston was at everything due to his bullheaded hypocritical belief that he was right in everything. And thus he didn't see what was wrong with Garrett because he didn't want to see it. Like, at every turn in this game, you find that Aston enabled the treachery of the worst people on the planet while disenfranchising the innocent. Fortunately, Dylan isn't an idiot and expected Garrett's treachery at this point after dealing with him for years, having multiple sources of information, and with Hubert's report having confirmed Garrett has actually been countermanding Dylan's orders, which were to just supply Strata with a consistent supply of wind eleth, regardless of means, and attempted to destabilize the region further to create a power vacuum Garrett would benefit from to take over the region and control its wind eleth crystal supply independently of any nation.
しかもそれを私に隠れてやろうというのはあまりにも私をないがしろにしていないかね。いや、ないがしろどころではない。これは国家反逆罪にも等しい重大な問題行為だぞ。
The game supports literally everything I've said, yet refuses to connect the dots back to the single person who enabled all of them. And Dylan promptly then removes Garrett from power with this evidence presented before him as more than justification for this case. All because Asbel sought to fix a problem instead of ignoring it. Aston Lhant, the great problem solver, everyone, mending everything his father broke. But the next issue is just the worldwide eleth shortage. For again, the only reason Strata are in Windor is because they're beginning to suffer from a lack of it. And since Asbel has Pascal on his side, they can investigate why their Valkanus isn't working correctly. Dylan giving him that time and trust to look into it thanks to his prior actions, giving permission for us to approach it, which serves as our next destination. As Pascal points out while they're still in the office, that even with Strata's rate of eleth consumption as it is now, the water Valkanus should still be producing more than enough to serve their needs. Yet as we investigate more in the city, we learn they're experiencing climate change effects as the city is slowly being reclaimed by the desert. It's just most of the citizens are a combination of too stupid and too arrogant to believe there is a changing climate problem in the first place. And those who are aware of it are being promptly ignored. But no, that wouldn't happen in real life. There'd be scientists or evidence of it locally that such a dramatic problem exists. Yeah, people are idiots. Worse, researchers Dylan had sent to look into the Valkanus have had their report sabotaged to make him think the invasion was even necessary at all by the conservative political faction Garrett is part of. But from the report we managed to recover from a scientist after saving him, Pascal has all the info she needs to be able to propose a fix for it, which in turn has Dylan grant us permission to approach it. The artifact being hidden among Martian ruins to the west of the city, which requires yet another long commute through the deserts. And the ruins themselves don't make matters much better, as in the Stratan military's insistence to guard the place, all the Martian safeguards for the region have been left enabled. So we have more environmental puzzles to solve. These ones being a bunch of Tetris board bridges that will raise or lower depending on which section you step on in each order. I actually like these ones as it's more fun to just test which panels trigger what, instead of having long courses to figure out the right order to travel across, as was more the problem with the wall bridge ruins in Windor. For each of these, everything you need is right in front of you, as opposed to the path to travel being macroscopically separated. When we get to the Valkanus, though, Pascal manages to fix it with two quick things. I'm not even kidding. It is actually really painful to hold a hammer right now with how fucked up my hand is. Ow.
見るからに壊れてるところがあるから、ここが変に干渉してるんじゃないかな。だったらこれをぐるぐるってやって。
And yeah, that completely brings it back to full productive capability. Pascal is a genius, and the best girl of this game, I swear. But unfortunately, this is where the other side of the plot makes its return, and the Lambda-possessed Richard returns to our attention, with him riding in on mutated flying monsters which attack us and distract us from fighting him until after he's achieved his goal, completely draining the Valkanus Creus of its water eleth. Well, okay, not permanently. The eleth the Valkanus release is collected both ambiently after it's released, and it is thus used to recycle it, and is also sent to the Valkanus as such energy is released from the core of the world, which is one giant eleth reactor. So give it enough time, and the Valkanus will build up enough of a charge to release more eleth. It's just the three Valkanus process the raw eleth energy from the core into a form that maintains the world's life support system and the crystals the populace in turn rely upon. The bigger problem with him doing this is for entities like Lambda. Oh my, is that a massive power boost.
安息の時が訪れることはない。いずれ決着をつけてやる。覚悟しておけ。
待って。ソフィー、どうした？
ダメ。リチャードは友達。ダメ。みんな悲しむもの。
But this is the tip-off, as if there weren't already signs enough for the lot to pick up on, to something more being wrong with Richard than an undiagnosed case of bipolar schizophrenia. As even the most experienced of their number are baffled how someone could just drain the Valkanist dry, as the amount of power normally in them is far beyond something any human could normally even pretend to stand. The group return to Dylan, and find that Hubert has already arrived. There's a timeline problem with that like crazy. Yeah, Athenia is a terraformed moon, so their world isn't huge, but it still takes a couple days to reverse what they have. And the ruins they were in are right next door. So for Hubert to be there now, it would mean he left his post before Dylan and Garrett had their confrontation earlier, while Hubert's position was still up in the air. But there's a reason for that, as the water Valkanist wasn't the only one drained dry. Lambda took out the one in Barona before he left. So that's now 2 Valkanists that are no longer releasing Eleth. And that means that Lhant, thanks to Strata mining their supply of Eleth dry already with none to now be released by the drain generator in Barona, is now politically, economically, and militarily worthless. So there is zero reason for Hubert or any Stratan occupation force to be there any longer, especially after Windor's army had itself withdrawn back to the capital. Meaning that the first moment that something becomes useless to him, Hubert abandoned it to fend for itself. Like father, like son. Well, okay, I exaggerate with that. Hubert did need to update Dylan of the situation so actions could be taken accordingly. And as the genuinely most understanding, competent, and responsible of the senior leadership we see in this fucking game, Dylan immediately ascertains that this is a bigger threat that affects the well-being of all nations. And putting a stop to whoever is causing it should be the highest priority, regardless of whether that is Richard himself or some malicious force acting through him, which he charges Asbel and his team to find a way to stop as those who have dealt with them in the past.
君は陛下のことをよく知っているし、お仲間はバルキネスクリアスに詳しい。適任だと思うんだが。
Seriously, best damn faction leader in this game. No offense meant to what we see of non-possessed Richard later on, as his only shortcoming is not dealing with the political machinations of his nobility. As hell, laying some trust into good-intentioned adventurers has shown to pay him and those he is responsible for dividends by delegating the actions that create the solutions that resolve his crises to people with the apparent knowledge to properly resolve them. A good leader doesn't just make the decisions unilaterally over what they think is right. They listen to those who specialize in the fields they themselves are not the masters of to more properly make informed decisions about those matters to determine a proper solution, and not just as a stopgap. That's actually why the detail of Pascal producing and Asbel diplomatically presenting a diagram of the way to fix the Valkanists was actually an important one, as it shows he takes those things seriously and isn't just randomly trusting a con artist selling snake oil, as a functioning Valkanist has more value to it than inserting eminent domain over another country's territory, as that's a losing gamble in the long run as long as you're not forced into sheer desperation. The one downside to this, then, is that he assigns Hubert to work with us. Probably because he can trust Hubert after the good impression Asbel made to look out for Strahda's interests in this, and he tells Hubert to assign his own replacement to look over the Lhant territory in his absence. Which he likely already did since, again, it's several days' travel from Lhant to the Strahdan capital by ship. And for Hubert to travel with his brother until this can be resolved, which will likely require travel through our next region of interest, Fendel.
そういう甘い考え方は嫌いです。だから、あなた方と行くのは不安なんですよ。
How can such a whiny bitch still be such a bastard? It's characters like him that make me not enjoy this game. As for Richard, however...
まだ足りないのか。力が必要なのか。君と僕の理想のために。君は何者なんだ。このままだと僕はアスベルやソフィーを違う。彼らは僕を裏切ってなんかいない。友達なんだ。友達。
Now, I played as much of that scene as I did, as it helps define, for those who didn't catch on to Richard being possessed yet, of how powerful and intrusive the thoughts of Lambda have become, and instead of deceiving Richard into a self-destructive course of action, is actually hijacking his body. And the more he's absorbed, the more control he actually has. So Richard can less and less resist, with only those small moments of protest what he can do as he's more and more subsumed into the being possessing him. It exonerates him personally of the more malicious actions we've seen, which in some ways is a mistake. For Lambda keeps having to deliberately go out of its way to cause situations where Richard is at odds with everyone to reinforce its own beliefs onto Richard, instead of the situation developing naturally to justify that position. Which inevitably makes Lambda's argument about people and bonds, that others will always betray you so it's better to only care for yourself, less valid. And again, there was an easy way around this, by making Hubert the host instead of Richard. Nothing done, once again in this game, makes that a difficult role swap. The most that would be a problem could have been Lambda getting close enough to drain the Windor Valkanus of Elith. But one could argue him getting close through a request for negotiations. Hell, it would have actually filled a bit of a... I don't want to say a plot hole, as there's ways already to validate it in story, but a question that never gets answered of why the Strahdan Valkanus just stopped releasing Elith. Now, yeah, Pascal says it just started to break down as the device had not been maintained, and that is a valid in-story explanation. But what could have worked equally as well is Lambda slowly draining the Elith from its environment to power itself, which is implied to have happened in the story with Richard being hosted by it. It makes little sense for all the Elith in the kingdom to suddenly be depleted from literally only one battle to retake the throne, considering Windor is a large kingdom that, while is reliant as the others on Elith, is not as excessive a user of it like the other two countries. So the question can be raised, where did it all go? And then you come to the fridge logic realization after we see Lambda Richard drain the Valkanus dry, that Lambda ate all of it to power itself. And that's part of why it was becoming so much more active to take complete control of the young king. So in a version of the story where Hubert was Lambda's host, you have just as valid a reason for why Strahda's water Elith would have started to be more rapidly depleted, that could then be more hidden between the excessive waste by Strahda's high society and a Valkanus that's not been maintained. Think there's one problem to it all, but instead it's one problem disguising another that is an underlying root cause. For you can't fix a problem properly unless you determine what the actual instigators of it are. And that one thing masquerading as another element once more ties into why I feel Hubert would have been the better host, as every invasive thought of Landa's that makes Richard suddenly different would have all been natural with Hubert due to his own isolation and abandonment. So instead of one voice battling the other, it becomes a careless whisper reinforcing what one already mistakenly believed. It becomes representative of generational trauma instead of an exorcism story. But of course, we can't have that, because that would require, once more, holding Aston at fault, which the game never does. Before we can finally go to Fendel, though, there's a host of side quests that open up that eats our time for the next few hours, including but not limited to a woman who believes Sophie is her dead daughter, who we need to find the trinket of to allow her to move on, which in turn teaches Sophie about what it means to be family. Hubert investigating the nature of his, Asbel, and Cheria's powers granted to them from Sophie that goes nowhere at this time. Returning to Lhant, so Sophie can plant a bunch of seeds we've collected along our journey. Cheria's grandfather Frederick having a senior moment in misplacing a memento of Aston's. That is all just an excuse to trick Asbel and Cheria to have a couples moment, as where he left it is having a couples discount on paired items, which thus spawns the purportedly expected Tsundere trope mannerisms in Cheria's actions around the entire proceeding. And again, if they hadn't screwed up Cheria's characterization and how toxic her treatment of Asbel has been, scenes like this of Cheria being insecure might have functioned as intended to the archetype. But it's too little too late for that, due to the character's prior narrative-driven selfishness that she has never apologized for. Again, the apology on her behalf, and a commitment to not repeat the problem actions, course corrects anything else seen beforehand to let the Tsundere act become natural. Yes, and it never works out how the writer wanted it to. Hubert having to be civil with his mother to find information on obtaining an international trade permit, once more reinforcing my point about how Aston screwed everything up, as those related to Lhant had all been rescinded. That was one of the many precursors to the conflict depicted around Lhant in this game. And it is actually the resolution to this quest that reveals how deeply Aston fucked up Lhant by defying Cedric's attempt to rope him into the treason plots, and then never telling the king his brother was a traitor. And again, his silence is purportedly heroism by the witness to all this that tells them of the encounter when, oh shit, Aston had a witness to this argument to back up his claims against Cedric to the king to warn him of this plot, and yet he still did nothing! And more importantly, this scene reveals that Cedric's co-conspirator was always Garrett even this far back, meaning Aston knew he was selling his second son to a traitor, and yet still went through with it. You can't even argue, well, Hubert would do the right thing and turn him in, as he didn't. And Hubert was so traumatized from being abandoned, he was willingly letting himself be used! Traveling back to talk to Duke Dalen in Windor of odd things happening at the wall bridge, which turns out to be a random monster playing with a control panel in the Windor ruins. The beginning of the Fiery Joe family quest. Fiery Joe and his siblings are a bunch of morons who end up assembling one of the best gear shops in the game, if you put their family back together. Unfortunately, all three members are scattered everywhere, and it's a pain to track them down as it requires hunting through several inns in succession to gather them back together, and then finding them out in the world before they're finally done setting up shop. Tracking them all down now, in all places they spawn it at Windor and Strata, however, will make it so they will then spawn everywhere else you go along your journey, so you can just flag the rest of them while you're there. Up in the North Woods, we find Bryce, the guy who attempted to assassinate Richard in the childhood arc, up here as a crazed nomad, as his part in Cedric's scheme ended up with him disappearing. One wonders why he wasn't just locked up for life or executed for attempted murder and regicide, but then again, I've not exactly been impressed by the leadership of Windor in this game, where Cedric doesn't even try to kill his loose ends. Him going MIA makes sense, as being able to question him would have, once more, tipped off the king to the plot against him. But him still being alive, less so. He attacks and he loses. After all, he lost to one of this group 7 years ago. I doubt he could take 6 of us. But afterwards, he's just shown to be pathetic. A decrepit shell of a man that still needs to be brought in for his attempted murder and his part in Cedric's earlier plots. That they don't is another point against the game, as a game that is purportedly about making characters act responsibly continues to be entirely contradictory in how it applies that theme. Back in Strata, Hubert asks for a rematch now that he's no longer Sophie nanite powered, and loses in a few blows, admitting after the battle,
僕に負けるようであれば、大統領命令を無視してでも、この砂漠に置いていこうとも思いましたが。
Again, why is he not the actual antagonist? Though maybe this exchange was what was needed, as if you go back to Strata after reaching the port, you'll find Daddy Asbel about to lead an insurrection against President Dillon with intent to break Strata into civil war that would deplete all their resources and cause needless death. Just confronting his pathetically incompetent guards is enough to scatter them. But then Hubert makes the same mistake Austin did, not turning this traitor over, as is his duty, to those he has sworn his loyalty. And finally, with all that done, we're finally off to Fendel, with the only way to get there at this point in the game being the Yu Liberte port, which will take us to a neutral midpoint called Warrior's Roost. And on the journey over, Pascal tries to break the ice over Hubert's poor attitude. Someone tell Shiro.
あの人は何者なんですか。行動といい言動といい、怪しすぎる。確かに不思議な人だけど、パスカルがいなければ俺たちはここまで来られなかった。これまでのことを否定はしません。だからといって盲信するのは危険じゃないかと言いたいんです。
You're right, Hubert. We shouldn't put our blind trust in someone that could be out for themselves. So, get off the boat. What? I trust her more than him. At the Warrior's Roost, we see the next part of the plot be picked up. The Fendel soldiers having brand new technology which piques Pascal's interest, and ends up getting us into a bit of trouble because, well, this is jumping ahead a bit, but these weapons are Amartian technology. In fact, it is Amartian technology based off of ones Pascal herself designed, and she did not give out those blueprints. Her trying to get an answer to this unsettles the soldiers, leading to us to have to challenge the Riot's peak event at the Warrior's Roost. So, tournament arc. And I am vastly overleveled by this point. The Fendel soldiers tried to go back on their side of the bargain, drawing a weapon after the battle has been decided, leading to the ire of the Riot Peak Guardian, who is another of the game's super bosses. Yeah, I just go and challenge them right here. It's not like they're a recruitable party member. From doing so, we actually get another quest, as the Peak's Guardian is actually seeking a special sword. But due to his duties here, he can't seek it beyond the chance it finds itself in the hands of a challenger. But from it, we actually get Asbel's best overall weapon, the Leviatine, which I then keep equipped on him for basically the rest of the game, as it's better than his Master Sword and any weapon you get in the post-game new content that Tales of Grace's F includes. And it's here where we're going to call it for this vid, as we finally reach Fendel and see in the main story how much Austin's blockade truly screwed this country up.
ええ、最近使えるよう。
If by recently you mean like 20 hours of game time ago, this is a conversation that should have happened far earlier. So we're finally in Fendel, both Malik and Pascal's homeland, and there's been a reason I've barely mentioned them in a while. As while I enjoy their companionship vastly over Cherry and Hubert, The game up until now hasn't given Malik that much to do as a party member, besides chime in with his wisdom and advice on occasion. For Sophie, everything is a new experience, so the adventuring is enough. Pascal's just pure chaos, and her engineering talents and research have specific applications for use. But Malik's been lacking despite how he trained Asbel, and that's deliberate, as much of his personal story only now comes into play by him being back in the place he left years ago, and with good reason. A Straten spy confirms the Valkanist for the region is near the capital of the country of Zavere, which is even farther to the north, and is an overall long hike there. One that even takes us past the Aston Lhant border, and the site of another Pascal's experiments where she blew a house-sized crater in the ground.
クリアスの力が暴発したんだよ。
そんなことがあるのか。
あるんだね。フェンデルのクリアスは性質が厄介でね。扱いはなかなか難しいんだよ。
Well, yeah, that's the nature of fire. It's a combustion reaction controlled only by the amount of material it can burn at a time and the rate it consumes it. And yes, that's a plot point. That explosion was caused by Pascal detonating the smallest fire eleth crystal she could find. But yeah, remember what I've said all game about Aston screwing over Fendel? This is the southernmost town, Velenik, and just look at what a sorry state it's in. And it's all because without fire eleth, all commercial industry in the country has largely gone dead, which would include construction services to even build or repair the ramshackle buildings we see. Now imagine this going on for 20 years since the border closure, which was the point where the fireless supply hit critical levels and the mass conservation of it began by their government. And you can see how the common man has suffered as consequence. Children's sole task during the day is to see if they can't find even the smallest of eleth crystals in the grounds around their homes just to cook their evening meals. Now Malik tries to frame this as a societal issue, the oligarchs of the country taking all of the eleth resources for themselves to have Fendel be allegorical to Russia. But this is again the consequence of it not being public knowledge that their Valkanist is just straight up broken. Malik thinks only the upper crust have the wealth of it, but that is a lie, and they're suffering hyper-shortage conservation as well. The only place that has a wealth of it is a research installation focused on fixing the Valkanists, with the rest focused into military technology. Yeah, those guns from earlier, I said they're based on Pascal's research on drawing the maximum amount of energy out of a crystal, and the eleth crystals used in those are the size of a pea, so it's not a wasteful amount. Hell, the crew here regularly has eleth-enhanced weapons and gear that have more total eleth in them than the guns use, which just gets discarded when we find something better. Which is a part of the problem. Perception is one thing, reality is another. But this first town certainly does its job in showcasing and reinforcing everything I've said about them. They're desperate. And they're desperate because of Aston.
がなければ、親父も死なずに、このままではフェンデルの思い通りになってしまう。ラントに平和と幸福は訪れません。平和と幸福か。ベラニックの人たちを見ているとわからなくなったよ。俺たちが不幸なのか、彼らが不幸なのか。フェンデルが不幸だとしたら、兄さんは何かできるんですか？
The group treks through a tunnel Fendel dug years ago before the crystal supply ran low, which lets out to a harbor that permits expedited travel across the frozen continent to the capital. Once on the boat, however, as Sophie started to feel more and more concerned about the periods in her life she can't remember, which may tie to her strong feelings against Lambda that makes her want to attack it on instinct, Hubert has to be an asshole again and voices continued distrust of Malik and Pascal. And again, I trust them more than Hubert. You don't need to know everything about another person's life to be able to place trust in them once you've seen them support you for long enough. Yeah, there's spy and sleeper agents that and true villains that revel in that backstab, but Pascal's been presented as the wrong type of crazed genius to be able to pull off that kind of long con. As for Malik, He's been at Asbel's mercy several times and promised to pay Asbel back for his faith in him. I doubt that even if Malik was a double agent, that he'd deliberately betray Asbel, as even when they were on opposite sides during the Windor Civil War, they still respected each other. For that to be a lie, regardless of what I know coming up, is outright ludicrous. For the only one who has done anything even remotely treacherous of this entire group is Hubert. So shut the fuck up and let the actual adults handle the diplomatic matters you show no competence at.
よくわからない人、嫌いなの、ヒューバート。
ええ、嫌いです。
私は。
え？
私、自分のことよくわからない。私のことも嫌い。
And with that, we reach the capital.
And I'm Javert. Do not forget my name.
Where we are almost immediately confronted by the city's guards, at which point Malik identifies himself as a former member of their military. As I explained much earlier, Malik quit their forces years previously when the leader of Fendel's daughter died, but his old credentials are still valid to many because of the nature of the incidents, even though he was publicly declared dead. And with so much suffering in the country, which constantly feels like it's being haunted by things it's been unable to change, who could really blame them? This once again exampled by a side quest, where this kid in a lonely home named Lara, you can cheer up by giving her stuffed animals from all around the world, as long as you've been remembering to collect them. But where this side story goes weird is in how Lara's not actually alive. Lara is a ghost. What? Just, what? Like, okay, this is a game where two of the big antagonists are non-corporeal parasitic entities in and of themselves, and Sophie is a techno-organic nanite android. But both of those have internal science logic in their setting. Even the elf magic system follows logic and rules to it. But this is the one outlier of there being just this one-odd ghost story that involves a literal ghost, and it's very out of place. Javert itself is a city of steam pipes, which are far from the most efficient way to distribute heat to an entire city, but it's the best way they have. Primarily because those pipes all run back to the Valkanist Krias, so it's not like they're draining their exhausted crystal supply to power the boilers to keep them all from freezing. But again, that's part of the misconception about the country's Ella supply that's only helped facilitate the internal and external conflicts. And the game makes you dwell on that as we have to explore the town to get signals to what Fendel's government has been doing with their Valkanist experiments. With them all focused around just getting more Eleth out of it since it's not been releasing any for years, despite direct contact with the terminal releasing the heat that Javert is getting. So it has power, it's just incapable of transmitting it into a crystalline form now. Worse, the word is that the ones running the experiments are Pascal's fellow Amartians. And as said, they've been using Pascal's research previously to make their new tools.
バルキネスクリアスで実験して、それが失敗しようものならとんでもないことになるよ。
とんでもないことって具体的には？
フェンデル全土が吹っ飛ぶだけじゃ済まないかもね。ほんとデートに来る途中ででっかい穴が道に開いてるの見たでしょ？あれクリアスの力が暴発してできたんだよ。しかもこれくらいの大きさの。この程度であれだけの穴だよ。バルキネスクリアスだったらって想像したらそりゃ焦るでしょ。
Boom! Like happy festival fireworks, yeah?
Worse, because of the size of Athenia and the nature of its atmosphere, wiping out a third of the planet would end up dooming everyone else as well. And again, only as desperate as they are, because Aston closed the damn border.
ねえ、パスカル。あなたどうしてそんなことを知ってるの？あの穴作ったの私だから。 だからまずいんだって。多分バルキネスクリアスの実験に使われてるのも私の技術だよ。
She did say that earlier.
実験に用いられているのはアンマルチア族の技術じゃなかったのか。
私アンマルチア族だもん。
そうだったのか。
あれ、言ってなかったっけ？
She did, actually. I'm not sure if any of them were at all paying attention when she did so, though. And then Hubert goes full asshole for the rest of this scene, and this once again becomes the worst writing in the game because they did tell this before, so Hubert has no leg to stand on. And as for his accosting of Malik over his credentials, that's also invalid as Malik's been away from Fendel longer than Hubert himself has even been fucking alive, and proven his loyalty to Windor time and again, which Hubert himself has not done on his own.
Hubert, 君の指摘は正しい。
And that's exactly the point I've been beating into your heads. No, he's not!
兄さん、ここまで分かっても、この二人と行動を共にする気ですか？彼はフェンデル人であることを隠し、彼女はアンマルチア族であることを聞かれなかったからと言わずにいた。フェンデル人やアンマルチア族は平気で嘘をついたり、ごまかしたりするんですか？
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you forever. Fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves, you fucks.
Again, worst character in the game. Never stops being so at any point in time. And I genuinely believe the game would have been better were he its actual fucking villain. We're chased out of town by more guards, Pascal directing us to the Amarican Enclave that's up in the mountains outside of town. On your way there, however, you can encounter a treasure chest that's a mimic monster, and inside that mimic monster is actually Pascal's third summon, Bloodflame the Fire Dragon. But as we climb the mountain, Hubert's idiocy ends up leading to the group getting attacked by a wild boar, Pascal saving him from a gruesome end, and Hubert is unable to understand why she did it.
どうして僕をかばったりしたんですか？あんなにあなたのことを見たかったのに。
どうしてって仲間がピンチだったんだよ。
あなたももっと僕を責めても構いませんよ、マリックさん。
百戦錬磨の達人でも一度の油断が命取りになることもある。認めることができている。その素直さが二度と同じことは繰り返さないだ。
He really has not been, though. He keeps asserting that he knows better and is constantly proven wrong. Hell, even here, he has yet to say he was wrong or apologize for those actions. Endangering their lives in this incident? Yes. All the other shit he was wrong about? No. It's still a continuance of a lack of accountability. The Amarican Enclave is hidden behind another teleporter pad at the summit of the mountain. The Enclave actually being constructed within said mountain entirely. Its construction matching the ruins under the wall bridge to a T, just in a far better state as the installation hasn't been abandoned. The implication is the wall bridge ruins were also another Amarican Enclave that just got abandoned, but there's not exactly much evidence of that for or against. Though honestly, even as the extreme introvert that I am, where I would be so drained interacting with them, I feel like I could stand living among a bunch of genius eccentrics like the Amarians who live here. After all, how could I possibly hate a land of geniuses that created a chocolate fountain?
こんなものを何に使うんだ?
Are you kidding me? Everyone needs this! I can only hope the Amarians also create a cure for diabetes, though, as seeing that while suffering from diabetes, that would suck.
アスベルは分かってないな。研究するのって頭使うんだよ。疲れた時には糖分とエネルギーの補給ができる甘いチョコレートが一番なんだよ。すごく甘い。元気出た。ダメよソフィー、お腹壊すわよ。でもすごく甘い。シェリアも舐めてみたら？そうなの？じゃあ少しだけ。
疲れたらチョコレートか。俺も少しだけ。
あのさ、一応直接手を突っ込むの禁止になってるんだけどさ。
あ、ごめん。パスカルに常識を指摘された。
There's also ice block puzzles here, which lets you get items from the minigame provider. And I really like doing these ones, as solving them makes me feel really smart with how they're all played out. It's a bit like playing billiards, albeit in a reverse way as you're trying to get all the blocks in the center of the platform, and the angles which the blocks move are far more predictable. Anyways, we reach Pascal's house, and we learn the absolute, horrible, unforgiving, evil truth! Again, same actress as Rin Tosaka. So I've got this mental picture in my head now of a Face Day Night timeline where neat freak Shiro Amiya has to deal with a Rin with Pascal's personality and freaking out because of it. Kinda like to see that happen in somebody's fanfic or something. The bigger issue, however, is someone has raided all of Pascal's research notes and papers, including the stuff Pascal had explicitly abandoned work on, such as her Eleth combustion experiments, which she last worked on 3 years ago when she created that creator backed by Lhant. Now, I could be a bit wrong on the timing on this one, but the way I read the events is that Pascal detonated that Eleth crystal down near the Windor border, saw how destructive it was, and abandoned that research due to the danger that would entail to everyone if it were handled wrong, and then started her worldwide wanderings to continue researching other things for that interim 3-year period. So never went back nor told anyone back home that might find her unfinished work that such was very, very bad to continue to investigate. Her incomplete research notes being what was taken, and why we're at a crisis point with the planet about to be destroyed by the Magitech equivalent of a nuke. What makes this different, however, is, well, this is the consequence of the envy of the sister. For Pascal's sister, Fourier, is the one who took her notes and is the head researcher for Fendel. Fourier is also the scientist that is behind all the military tech advancements Fendel has been utilizing, including the tanks that almost killed half the main cast earlier in the game. After all, it'd have really helped the people of their nation if they could actually get the Eleth they need to, live without being ridiculously efficient with nearly no resources. Granted, we don't learn that immediately. It first requires us to meet the overseer of the Martians, who is less a straight-up leader of their people, and more of an administrator of their archive of knowledge where all the information of the past and their people's current research is stored. And Pascal has never, not once, gotten permission to access the archive, which really should have let them know up front if something they're trying to do has been done before or is dangerous to do. Hell, since the Martians originally terraformed Ephinia to start with, that archive should have the information needed to fix the broken parts of the Fendel Valkanists, and not just do a patch fix like Pascal did to Stratton's. Granted, due to the rules of lost understanding of knowledge in such a setting, you could wiggle around them just not knowing enough of the science even when it's right in front of them to do a proper systemic fix for such an artifact. But those archives have to have more information than what they've been working from to allow them to know what might be a bad idea. So, hey, tell them what's going on, crack it open, and let's see what knowledge can be used to save the day.
フェンデル政府のやることにアンマルチア族が直接口を挟む権利はないそうです。
Oh, come on! Why is everyone in this game selectively stupid? Instead, we need to find Fourier in her lab, which is back the other way in the fork in the road from Zavere to the Enclave. Fourier's lab is one gigantic time sink. It's a dungeon for the sake of adding another dungeon to pad out the story. The best it serves is for the purpose of exploring Fourier's character and her envy towards Pascal. Pascal is the younger of the two sisters, and one always taken care of by Fourier. But Pascal is clearly the vastly more intelligent one of the two, with her eccentricities disguising how smart she actually is, as she doesn't draw deliberate attention to it herself. Also known as the better characterization of how to handle a genius character, as I generally hate the writing trope of geniuses being treated as disgusting or malicious, incapable of talking like a person, or suffering from the ego triumphant. Like, give us more Bakaru Banzais or something. But being constantly outdone by a younger woman who constantly forgot to bathe, and whose random musings could prove themselves consistently revolutionary, while she seems to act comparatively like an idiot thanks to her personality, and Fourier developed a complex around her needing to outdo her younger sister's genius. And from all presented evidence, Fourier's been cutting corners. Like, just from the volatile crystal detonation research, Pascal got away from where anyone lived, tested it on the smallest crystal she could, and she still created a crater large enough to fit a house in it. The fact that there seems to have been no evidence of trials that would show the same danger to Fourier, in my biased opinion, exonerates Pascal from responsibility for this sequence of events. Yeah, she should have gone home to formally shelve her research, but how was she supposed to know her sister would steal it and not proof it correctly to find the inherent flaw in it? After all, she's supposed to be the sane one of the two. But for Fourier, she just doesn't know when to stop. The lab, as a result, is full of their research failures. Of note being a completely defective Eleth recharging device that could take in ambient Eleth to recharge Eleth crystals, making it so the populace wouldn't need the Valkanus for Eleth. And it doesn't work. Hell, even the tech she's put out there for Fendel to use has been a repurposing of failed projects. Oh, before people would ask, no, this facility was not something that Fendel invested their resources in to build. Fourier's lab is a repurposed Amartian facility that's been there forever. I say that because the current Ephemian peoples don't have the collective know-how to build it on their own, and the games later use reskins of that same lab map for installations on Fodra when we go there later, meaning we've once again got that narrative problem that Fendel is said to hoard their resources, but from all presented evidence, they've got nothing to hoard, and what little they have is spent trying to secure enough to actually be able to do more than survive. But most evidentiary of all of this is when they find Fourier in her lab and defeat her latest, greatest experiment, which we killed in literally 20 seconds, and Pascal explains the whole situation to her and how dangerous it is, complete with demonstration of why the extraction method she stole is so dangerous.
そうそう、ちょうどこんくらい。ちょっとこれ貸してね。
ちょっとパスカル、何を？
みんな離れて。
何が起こったの？
ほらね、火のクリアスはこれが厄介なんだよ。エレスを抽出するときに一定以上の圧力をかけると暴走を始めちゃうの。こうなると止められないよ。しまいには周囲のエレス密度が極限に達してドンなわけ。武器に使うくらいなら被害も知れてるけど、バルキネスクリアスはまずいよ。暴走したらシャレにならないもの。
And all Fourier can do is complain about how Pascal's so much better than her, when quite frankly, Fourier is the one that doesn't seem to be following any form of scientific method, as part of scientifically testing something is to also find the stress point, the situations by which a planned experimental process will break down and cause problems, so as to avoid them. So her being obstinate and angry at Pascal like she is before deliberately ignoring her, and staying ignorant to the danger they're in when she should be horrified at the consequences of her overlooking something like this, is nothing but a show of her own arrogance. Seriously, why is every character in this game either one that refuses to acknowledge their flaws, or forced to take the blame for things they aren't responsible for? Pascal, while she has her odd quirks, at no point was deserving of that, as she never acted irresponsibly towards something so dangerous as Fourier has. I don't care if it's sibling frustrations. Fourier did wrong, and I'd like her to be acknowledged for doing so. Unfortunately, Fourier doesn't know where they're carrying this experiment out. Why she doesn't know when she's the chief scientist behind the research she stole is beyond me, as you think they'd want her to be there to take care of anything that might go wrong. But instead we have to go back to the capital and talk to the chief science officer, a man named Kurt, who Malik knows quite well. On the way back, Sophie challenges Asbel to a fight, and it's important as Sophie wants to have better control over herself. Get a feel for pulling her punches so when they inevitably have to fight Richard, that she'll be able to use her anti-lambda powers without risking severe harm to him.
アスベルは友達。 友達は消してしまいたいと思わない。
Malik directs us to Fendel Tower, which is where all government bureaus have their offices set up, with us getting the assistance of another Amartian that Pascal knows to get inside. This all punctuated with flashback scenes to Malik's relationship with a woman named Morelia, who 20 years ago was helping Malik and his friend Kurt lead a revolution against Fendel's chancellor, due to the mistaken belief he and the rich upper class were hoarding Fendel's resources for himself. That, however, wasn't the problem, as has been discussed previously, and Lorelia ended up dying for nothing later in the incident, which is what has Malik so disturbed, as Kurt was a man who was against how they thought the government was being run 20 years ago, that is now a cog in its machine, when it appears nothing of the situation 20 years later has changed. After all, it's only a fool that believes that change could come from within the workings of a corrupted system that is designed to corrupt those who desire change to just conform. It's just, in Fendel's case, all the factors exacerbating their straits are external, not internal. The tower, however, is another time sink, as its structure acts as its own dungeon due to how its main elevator is not operational. So you have to take the winding back way in that is all sorts of janky. Like, what was wrong with just a stairwell for this place? I don't get this. Kurt's office gives us clues to where the Valkanus is, as well as signs of the reason why Kurt changed his mind about opposing the government. It all being leveraged on Lorelia's death, caused by two soldiers who, like them, didn't know a damn thing about what was really going on, and that devastated all three of the involved that loved her. We find where the Valkanus is hidden, only for Kurt to walk in, gush about the capacity to massively grow their Ella supplies so the revolution they sought would no longer be needed, and much like Fourier, Kurt isn't willing to listen to the fact that what they're doing will literally blow up Fendel if they continue it. However, Kurt is approaching his refusal from a different angle than Fourier. As well, Fourier's refusal to listen is based out of her own arrogance and bruised ego. Kurt is haunted by the past and wants to change things, and is so driven by desperation, he refuses to let anything go to chance. Having had other scientists look over Fourier's work, found it extremely wanting, and implemented an immense amount of safeguards to prevent any such catastrophe like the one they're warning of. Problem is, again, scientific method. If you are concerned about something exploding in a chain reaction, you need to know what the critical reaction point is. That the other scientists were concerned about it to even make safeguards when Fourier didn't consider them at all means they are of more merit than Pascal's sister. But it also means they should know by that point that such is an endemic part of the process and cannot be contained. If they have a means to stop the chain reaction, then they need to confirm such works on larger and larger volumes of Elf Crystal to confirm it will blow up the entire thing. And with their Elf supply in a perpetual state of near depletion, I don't think they have the spares to waste on that. So points for due diligence. But even the Manhattan Project was so concerned about the dangers of a nuclear bomb potentially setting the atmosphere on fire that they refused to let the bombs be tested until they checked their math to show it likely wouldn't happen. So yeah, Kurt at least has the courtesy to listen, but because the country will die anyways if nothing is done, he thinks the crisis they warn of is already something they found a way to control, which is less arrogant, but equally as mistaken in the matter, especially as it would only result in their continued aggression to gain control of Lhant, which as said, they only attempted in the first place because Aston saw their need, yet due to what happened to his brother, promptly ignored. Kurt lets us leave unmolested, and since we got the location of the Valkanus from his office already, we can go there right away. Pascal insisting, as I have, that whatever means they've put in place to stop things from going boom are just not enough. And to make things worse, the Valkanus is found inside a glacier. Okay, I'm seeing why the thing would be having problems with Ellis generation. All that energy is just getting burned up, keeping the glacier at bay, due to how much of an energy sink ice is. It wouldn't exactly allow the Elith release to start affecting the local atmosphere to warm it up, and thus result in less frozen weather. Unfortunately, the experiment's already started by the time we get there, the Chancellor demanding they crank up the power faster than would be safe, as he's lived with his people suffering for longer, and he's just as desperate as the rest of them for it to end. Meaning we have to fight all of them to get it through their heads that this is a very bad idea. And unfortunately, by the time we're done with that distraction, their experiment is already running out of control. Pascal dives in to sever the connection to the equipment, still feeling responsible for it, but it was Kurt who was in charge. And unlike Fourier, Kurt is willing to take responsibility for his role in this, severing their equipment's connection and saving their lives at the cost of his own. His last request being that Pascal finish her research properly to fix their Valkiness and save their country from freezing to death.
ガッツさん、死んじゃったの？もう会えないの？
ああ。
そんな教官とせっかくまた会えたのに。ダメだよ、ガッツさん。戻ってこなきゃダメだよ。
ソフィー、もういいんだ。静かに眠らせてやってくれ。
教官。
And this is a turn where Richard, or rather, Lambda, comes in, immediately stealing the giant crystal's powers like the others. Sophie igniting her powers that should suppress and expel Lambda from him without killing him, and they don't work. Lambda having taken in too much Eleth power for Sophie's abilities on her own to significantly affect him, allowing the entity to escape unheeded. The Chancellor is outraged, intending to start a true war with Wundor over what's been taken. As well, he screwed up the experiment. Again, it wasn't going to work to begin with. It only being due to the intervention of Poisson, the assistant to the Amartian Overseer who bears word that this threat is worse than anyone believes, that the Chancellor backs down. For the Overseer believes that Lambda is gathering this power in order to strengthen itself enough to be able to absorb the energy of the Lastalia, the energy core that exists at the center of the planet that even releases the raw Eleth the Valkinist in turn process. With it in danger, Poisson gives Pascal a key to the Central Archive, requiring us to return to the Amarican Enclave so Pascal can get all the information the group needs to be able to stop them. But unfortunately, we have a complication. Kurt's death because of the Chancellor's recklessness has Malik's priorities a bit out of whack. Kurt also having entrusted the continuance of the revolution against the Chancellor to him, even though, as said, he is not the central cause of their problems, but Fendel's own scapegoat over it. A lot of his policies certainly haven't helped in his own self-importance and the way he's prioritized their resources that doesn't allow them to appropriately min-max their survival chances, but in the face of impending death, any option is preferable. So this group has to talk him down in the short term, as the Chancellor isn't going anywhere.
Lastalia へ向かわなくては。そうすれば叶うんだろう。僕らの望みが。僕らだけがこの星を救えるんだ。争いに満ちたこの星をあるべき姿に戻せるんだ。そうなんだろう。
The archives reveal much of what I've said already to them, about the core of the planet being artificial, and that's where Eleth comes from. And also that Lambda has tried this once before a few centuries ago. In fact, when Lambda last tried this Eleth absorption, that is when Fendel's Valkinist began to malfunction, before outright breaking more recently. The same happened to the one in Strata. Windor's was the only one that was previously untouched. Why? Well, Sophie stopped it back then.
プロトスヘイスが食い止めた的な記述がちょこちょこ出てきたよ。
Though how Lambda got into the catacombs under Barona Castle is a good question that I don't remember if it's ever answered, or what Lambda spent the centuries doing while Sophie regenerated on the Lant Hill as well, for that matter. As I seriously doubt Richard's possession started there, as opposed to that encounter down in the catacombs. Fortunately, there's only so many entrances on the surface down to the Lastalia, with the closest one being the World's Eye, on an island not far from the Warrior's Roost, which serves as our next story destination, with the local ship captain already given the all-clear to ferry us there. Sophie and Asbel have a heart-to-heart on the way. Sophie concerned that if she doesn't go all out to stop Richard, the rest of them may end up dying if he's allowed to succeed in his goal. And worse, she's concerned about losing them if she accidentally ends up killing him. Asbel reassures her that that won't happen, as long as she lets them help shoulder what she believes is her own burden as the one with the power that repels Lambda. The World's Eye is shown to be a former Amarcian colony that was abandoned because I have no idea. But we're not given that much time to explore before Richard arrives, his body literally tearing itself apart from all the Eleth Lambda's trying to hold inside of it, making it an easy loss for him when he draws the group into a fight, momentarily causing Lambda to lose control of him, revealing how terrified Richard is of what's happening to him. Asbel and Sophie try to comfort him, bring him back to himself, free him of the fear of everything Lambda's inflicted him with. But Lambda's fear is stronger.
Quiero.
Sophie!
みんなに言う！
ソフィー、ソフィー、兄さん急げ！
Last time!
We're all gonna die, starting with Grip!
Sidebar, what is it with games I reviewed as of late where the evil end boss, whose will is carried out by the proxy possessing a humanoid vessel, then creates around its host a giant freaking egg to birth its true form? It's been happening more frequently than I've liked. Sophie was critically wounded from that attack, not even Cheria's healing abilities seeming to do anything to help her at all, as parts of her body are just plain shutting down, starting with it leaving her blind. And with Lambda calling Sophie Proto-Haste in the prior scene, and all the prior Amarcian data on it that goes back centuries, Pascal connects the dots to Sophie being entirely inhuman, the Guardian against Lambda doing this exact thing, as they've also realized outright it's Lambda that's controlling Richard. And the most likely way to find help for her and to determine another way to stop Lambda is to travel to where she likely originated, Fodra, which they don't know where that is. Fortunately, the Overseer of the Amarcians meets with us, revealing that the Amarican Enclave previously also kept an archive in Strata that has even older information than the one they have in Fendel, as their people have had to emigrate across the continents during various points in their history. Considering the legendary creature nature of their legends, it wouldn't surprise me to learn that their people were hunted down like witches as the peoples of Athenia lost the knowledge they once possessed. So those who stayed engineers in periods like the Dark Age would appear to possess heretical powers. It explained why Windor and Strata are all but absent their presence, despite evidence they once resided there. And yeah, that archive is in Sable Izol, the Stratan city of scholars, which we're allowed to fast travel back to thanks to the Overseer's intervention. Sophie coming with despite her weakening condition, as this is to be how she ultimately dies. She doesn't want to be far from Asbel's arms. We reach Sable Izol without much fanfare, President Dillon meeting us and getting an update on everything happening, him letting us into the sealed archive whose defenses are then disabled by Pascal's presence. The search of the archive revealing Fodra's true location. I mean, it's not like Pascal can pull an interplanetary spaceship out of her scarf. The archives actually do show the location of one left over from the emigration from Fodra, but the issue is the aquasphere over the planet as, yeah, space travel and travel through a layer of dense pressurized water, that's a very different matter. When I first played this, the idea of the aquasphere just annoyed me, due to how planetary atmospheres work, as the farther you travel up from the surface, the less dense anything up there gets due to a combination of being farther from a source of gravity and a lack of communal pressure from other molecules being present due to the vacuum of space. In essence, liquid water cannot exist in a vacuum, as to exist in a liquid form requires some form of pressure to be exerted upon those molecules. Though in the absence of pressure, water actually turns to ice crystals, so it wouldn't even be water vapor up there either, just ice chunks. And worse, dense water actually refracts light. So for everything on the surface of a world that has a dense layer of water surrounding the planet like this, it caused them to lose something required for them to live. I held this opinion until we got our first proper look at the planets in artwork, where what I thought was a technological ring circling the planet seemed to actually be holding that shell of water up from the surface to suspend it up. I eventually got pointed in the right direction of one of the Tales wikis that had translated an apocryphal book for the game, and it turned out the aquasphere actually isn't made up of water at all, but nanoparticles meant to keep the atmosphere of the planet contained inside it, which is part of the closed system of the world created by the outer mechanical ring that sustains the world's entire life support system. So I have less problem with it now than I did before. I just wish it had been discussed in the game, as I feel that kind of oddity needed more explaining. Maybe it was that I missed that section, but you've all heard my complaints already with the game seeming to just stop just that one step from connecting properly all of its narrative dots. There's a plan in place for that too. Apparently there's also a pair of old installations that fire a heat ray that momentarily opens a path through the aquasphere. But they and the shuttle haven't been used in so long that it's likely they're all run down. The shuttle is found in the seaside cavern right next to Lhant, while both heat rays are in sections we've not yet explored of both Strata and Fendel. But it's not like things would be allowed to be that easy. Lambda's egg is also spawning minion beasts that are spreading out across the planet. Fleets from the nations meant to secure the world's eye already being demolished, and it's only a matter of time before the main continents themselves are assaulted. We find the shuttle pretty quickly, all things considered, once we're back in Lhant. Pascal confirming that they can control the firing system of the heat ray from the launch side as well. It's just getting both operational again that's the holdup. As is Lambda's monsters flying by them, on course for the Lhant settlement. Oh great, so how are the citizens going to be ungrateful for Asbel showing up to help them this time? At this point, Strata has entirely abandoned Lhant as well, showing how their allies in this were only fair-weather friends. Bailey, the guy who blamed Asbel for everything earlier, entirely failing at their defense. Until in comes the guy they guilted into the job as Lord and then tossed out on his ass, coming to save them again. Though 6 more people, one of them being injured, yeah, that's not going to turn the tide. However, because these monsters are born of Lambda's power, Sophie's own abilities can counter them, exploding out from her, but doing so has only further damaged her body.
Asbel様、俺は長いことあなたを誤解していたような気がします。
Too little, too late. But then again, I'm not as forgiving as Asbel, and I know the full story about how much of a jackass Aston was. Yeah, and then he decided he was right and didn't need to at all consult the people whose lives he was negatively affecting.
Am I so out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong.
We're back to Fendel next to find the malfunctioning cannon, Sophie collapsing completely as they attempt to travel when she loses all motor functions, meaning she doesn't have much time left. The installation here doesn't have much wrong with it, the dungeon's puzzles being you just need to reroute power through it using electrical way stations in order to restore power to the heat cannon. But unfortunately that leads to the other snag if someone needs to be at the controls to actually launch the shuttle. And Fourier is being an immature brat, despite being older than Pascal, about her own incompetence, bruised ego, and the fact that her work got a man killed. Well, okay, it's not actually because of that last one, but it's still among the things she should feel guilt over. Instead, Poisson has to do it, meaning Pascal has to spend time teaching her what to do to launch them, which wastes their dwindling precious time. But as more of Lambda's monsters attack them, Fodra comes in to show that she's not that self-absorbed, and saves them by having monsters she bred in her lab cover them as the shuttle launches, on a direct collision course for Fodra. And I mean that literally, they immediately crash the ship. Fortunately, they're not far from what looks to be a floating city in the sky that was likely their intended destination, so they at least have an idea towards their path of travel instead of looking around blind. But this does not help that Fodra is completely, well, a dead world. Nothing shown to grow here, and the only things that's left being monsters that... I can't even imagine how these things would survive here when the entire planet is desolate. Like, even for things that live in deserts, those creatures have attuned themselves for survival in that environment and conserve their energy and food that they can gather. But short of the monsters eating each other endlessly, that should really only result in diminishing returns, as carnivores eat herbivores and other carnivores, but the herbivores die out if there is no plant life. And if there is no herbivores, then carnivores can only eat themselves until there's nothing left to eat, and they die out too. The best I could guess is these monsters might survive off of Eleth energy the planet may release, but that's hard to buy too, as there's nothing ambiently around to validate that, and it's later said that Fodra's core had gone dormant for a time, so what the actual hell? Regardless, we find a teleporter pad into the city, just as Sophie falls catatonic. But inside we find one of the android caretakers still functioning, who in turn leads us to a capsule, which contains a woman named Emma Road, or rather, an android with her consciousness stored within it. And this woman? She is the entire reason why Fodra is a dead world. I am skipping ahead to explain all this once more, but Fodra as a planet in millennia past was similar to Aphinia, and that its core was not made up of hyper-pressurized metals and magma spinning to create a magnetic field that allowed life to develop, but instead had its own Lastalia, a core of Eleth energy that naturally flowed around the planet. Emma Road was a researcher of the Lastalia, and created multiple ways to exploit its power and resources. And the Lastalia itself proved to be sentient to an extent. This being then created Lambda as a means of learning about the people who lived upon it, why they were harming it by drawing as much power from it as they did, and opening some means of communication between the two so they'd stop abusing it. At the same time as this, an entity likewise formed from the Lastalia, later referred to as the Fodra Queen, and began to spawn monsters on the planet as a deterrent against more of the experiments and abuse of the Lastalia. Speaking of, I am deliberately sidestepping my usual irritation of media that insists that a physical planet is alive and a living organism, as opposed to its biosphere being conflated with an Earth's spirit. The game is working on laws of magic with this, whereas my complaint happens when stories that work off of hard science, or lack any mysticism in their setting, try and say the physical planet is a sentient life form. I mean, it's not like I've got a problem with Mogo or Ego from DC or Marvel. When you have magic in your setting, it's more justifiable than, say, Dot Hack trying to assert that. God, I hate the Mama Conspiracy storyline. While Lambda was taken in and cared for by the scientist Cornell, Emma Road saw Lambda as an abomination that was creating the monsters itself by just existing, despite there being absolutely zero proof of that, and decided that the best way to resolve the situation was to experiment on, torture, and ultimately decide to kill Lambda, and set her own creations, combat androids, to do just that. Instead, however, Cornell was mortally wounded in this attack, and subsequently murdered by Emma Road, his last act to send Lambda to Aphinia in an escape shuttle, as the Lastalia core and the Fodra Queen both felt his anguish, and ramped up the monster spawning and attacks, while the life from the rest of the planet in turn withered as the Lastalia stopped releasing any of the Eleth needed to make its varied regions habitable. Lambda crash-landed on Athinia, the original android body he had been contained in broken, and when he eventually came across people evacuated from Fodra centuries later, they only saw his true form as just another monster and attacked it, thus making it believe that everything its adopted father told him was a lie, and it began lashing out at everyone and everything that attempted to do it harm. And as Emerald is a garbage scientist that, once more with the true villains of the game, refused to admit any of this was her fault, she made one last creation before she backed herself up into an android. A combat android specifically designed to counteract and destroy the spiritual energy and existence of entities like Lambda, which she named Proto-Haze. She is Sophie's creator, and everything that has occurred in this game regarding the Lambda side of the plot is all consequences originating from the crimes of the mother. In addition to this, the Lastalia that is in Athinia, which Lambda is threatening now, yeah, that is in fact the Lastalia born from a fragment taken from Fodra's Lastalia. How they got it, I don't know, and if that Lastalia is itself sentient, I have no idea. It could be a case that the people of Fodra started to see irregularities in the Lastalia and started terraforming Athinia as an emergency shelter before all this happened, and them taking the shard to become the core of that moon was the step too far. It might have been that the terraforming was unrelated and their decline began with taking the core piece, so everything after would just be a cascading reaction. The game is not specific about those details, and Google Foo failed me this time regarding the timeline of events. The bottom line, however, is that, much like with Asbel, Lambda is an abuse victim that lost everything he had, all because of this one sociopathic witch that single-handedly damned her entire world. Sophie's mere presence triggers Lambda's trauma into making it believe that it needs to keep everything away from itself in order for it to feel safe and secure after its positive experiences with humanity were ruined by Emerald. And even now on Athinia, with the monsters Lambda has spawned, it's done in that same panic to avoid that pain, and is seeking to strike at the root of it to secure its own safety permanently by absorbing the Lastalia of Athinia and kill everyone that would seek to harm it in a protective action, as it expects them, thanks to Emerald, to only ever attack it, an experience Richard has likewise had, which has caused their bond to form due to their common empathy over it that was all caused by outside factors they had no control over. And the main cast are completely unaware of it, as they beg the witch that was the root cause of it all to fix Sophie. Now, to the game's credit on this one, we don't have the same type of problem with Emerald as we did with Aston, where he refuses to frame anything he did as bad. The game does acknowledge her in time as a villainous force in the story, with her putting her own goals over the well-being of others, or resolving the crises she ultimately is the cause of. But the same root problem with Aston is present, as when it presents all of these events about the fall of Fodra, it completely forgets to assign the central blame onto the action she, and she alone specifically performed that set such in motion, bending over backwards to justify her actions despite her culpability upon them, and instead leaving them all on Lambda, who was largely not at fault for Fodra's collapse beyond his experience being witnessed by the entities that are, who made summary judgments because of the actions against it. For someone who claims to be a scientist, her conduct is completely irrational to the point of being ludicrous, as during the segments, the story is actually struggling to not write her as a villain, and it tries to frame her as not being one despite the fact she is the central cause of why everything went to hell. For scientists to act like this, they need tangible evidence and data of the facts, and they're completely absent to even pretend to justify her absolute moral bankruptcy as anything but, especially once you learn all of her reasons for hating Lambda are because Cornell cared for Lambda as if the entity were his own son, despite the artificial body that housed him. Whereas Cornell himself refused Emerald's own romantic affections due to their significant age difference, which seemed to be the catalyst behind her hatred of Lambda, that drove all her other actions, which inevitably damned Fodra. Which is several kinds of mixed metaphor, as in all the flashback scenes, the flesh and blood Emeraude is bound to a wheelchair due to an injury she took because of Cornell, which he feels guilt over, and her affections grew out of his compassion, which she showed to absolutely no one in return, as she just wanted to be lavished in his attention. So, is it the disabled that are evil? Is it scientists? Is it love? Is it women? Or is it those that lack empathy, sympathy, compassion, or morality? 'Cause I gotta admit, this game is all across the freaking board on this with how inconsistent it is over these matters of culpability, as it refuses to admit that all the problems in the world are the results of our predecessors and the generational trauma they inflict upon us with how irresponsible they are, while expecting their children to shoulder the burden and blame and the responsibility to clean up after them as if it were their own mess instead. I am not letting Lambda off the hook for the crap it's been doing. It is still wrong and needs to be stopped, but it consequently drops its threat level from unrepentant monster that needs a killing down to abuse victim tortured by step-parent that doesn't know how to come to terms with their own grief after their parental figure's death. Okay, maybe it was a good thing that I left Richard in the Zero costume by accident then. But what makes this worse, and even further parallel the crap with Aston? The revelation of Emeraude's crimes? That's not in the main story. Oh no, the grand majority of it, including her actual motivation, much like the truth of Aston's sins, is all buried in a fucking side quest that occurs far past the point the character should be relevant. If you don't do those side quests, the game deliberately makes you think her actions are for the benefit of others, as is a scientist's duty, and the game tries to frame it as her taking such too far, instead of the reality that she is just such an arrogant, selfish, and self-righteous witch that she got fucking friend-zoned. But again, we're not quite there yet, and the crew we've been following are completely unaware of Emeraude's sociopathic malice. Even though her calling Sophie a malfunctioning it should have really been a tip-off for them. Especially since she is herself a biological android the same as Sophie at this point, and thus has no ground to say that Sophie has less cause to be called a human than herself. Regardless, she does know of a facility that can repair Sophie's internal systems to get her back online. The complex is a complete maze, however, as we keep having to find batteries with the last wisps of Eleth in them to even get the facility running enough to reach the repair machine to begin with, which eats a lot of time. But it does explain some things like Sophie's nani-regenerative form that healed the group at the beginning of the game, as well as once Sophie's actually in the regeneration pod, her memories are manifested visibly, allowing the game to contextualize the monster at the beginning of the game as Lambda for the party, so they're up to speed with the rest of us. But when Emeraude tries to reinforce Sophie's core program and mission to destroy Lambda at the cost of her memories, she ends up accidentally bringing up all the data files that expose her own malice and evil, which convinces them that they can bring the situation to a proper conclusion now that they have the right means and understanding to sympathize and come into dialogue with Lambda. This allows Sophie to reject her core program, which has been in conflict with her conscious self, and limiting her own powers for quite some time. The resolution of it bringing her back to full strength, and remotely transmitting a power boost to Asbel, Hubert, and Cheria as a result due to the remnant nanites still within them. Regardless of this, Emeraude wants Lambda dead, so she doesn't care as much about the means. So we end up on another errand to get additional military equipment we can attach to our shuttle that can pierce through Lambda's cocoon, which is once more just a maze-infested dungeon that stalls out progression to extend the game's length. But when we get there, Pascal uses the machine to give us our drill bit that can disrupt Eleth constructs. And even better, fashions 2 rings that give her and Malik the same abilities as the rest of them due to how the metal conducts ambient Eleth energy, even as Emeraude continues to try and gaslight the lot into outright killing Lambda, insisting she come along as well. With the upgrades to the shuttle, we easily pierce through the aquasphere and slam into the cocoon. And man, I am getting Halo 3 flashbacks from being in this environment. This really looks like that flood-infested ship you have to hunt through in that game. After a meandering trip through this cocoon, we find Richard and Lambda have entered into a dragonic balance breaker form. Don't ask, I don't even know. Lambda is as crazed as ever, but when we stop them, we succeed in separating the possessing spirit from the host, only for the nature of Emerald's backstab to become known, in that Sophie's anti-Lambda drive is a self-destruct system that would cause nanites to disperse and eradicate Lambda on an atomic level. At least that's what I assume, as the spiritual energy that makes up Lambda has to have some form of tangible measure that would allow a self-destruct system to achieve the intended mutual annihilation. Why would have not triggered before to the point Sophie lost all memory of the function? Best guess there is Sophie existed long enough for her to conceptualize her own existence, and thus lost the ability to self-terminate due to valuing her own life. Just not to the point where she'd view her own life as more important than others. Thus her various self-sacrificial attitudes when it came to Lambda harming others. But yeah, Sophie doesn't get to trigger it due to Emerald's other betrayal, seeing all the life in the cocoon brought from Lambda's power, if Lambda actually did absorb the Lastalia Euphemia, as a way to restore life to Fodra, whose own Lastalia, as said, has gone dead. It's not, it's just stopped releasing Elith to the rest of the planet. Well, like Emerald would understand that. But there's really no point, as Fodra's already mostly dead. The human population left doing just fine in Euphemia, or at least will be once we properly fix the Valkanists and the rest of the problems Aston caused. But yeah, you know the Japanese trope of having to fight as the end boss either a god entity or some nutjob viewing themselves as a god? Yeah, with us knocking Lambda out of Richard, that now occurs as Emerald uses her android body as a power sink to absorb Lambda into herself.
そして、その物語の主役はこの私です。同時に私は主役でありながら物語を紡ぐ神になるのです。ラムダもエフィネアもフォドラも全てが私の意のままに描かれる。
Ma'am, this is a house that is in walking distance from a Wendy's.
喜びなさい。お前を連れ帰ってあげますよ。お前の故郷であるフォドラに。さあ、私と共に行きましょう、ラムダ。貴様のごとき存在が。
Thank you! Someone agrees with me. And we haven't even gotten to the part of the game yet that exposes how much she personally screwed everyone over yet. And because of this, you don't really grasp on first pass what this is. Justice. Lambda destroying Emerald's body and her consciousness with it is it obtaining closure on the monster in human form that killed the one man that showed it any form of kindness.
リチャード、おいで、ラムダ、僕のところへ。
Really, Richard? Really? And so, hours later, we're back right where we started. Lambda diving down to the Lastalia, and the only way to stop it is Sophie. Just now, with the context that to stop Lambda permanently is to let Sophie die.
ラムダを消さないと！消さないと！
ソフィー！お前は自分のやろうとしていることの意味が本当に分かっているのか？自分が消えてもラムダを倒す、それは死ぬってことなんだぞ。
それが私が作られた理由だから。
ラムダを倒すために死ぬことがお前がこの世に生まれた理由だっていうのか。
そんな悲しいこと言わないで。死ぬために生まれたなんて。悲しい。ソフィーは悲しくないの？そんな一方的に運命を決められて。嫌なことは嫌だって言ってもいいのよ。悲しい。その気持ちは私にはよくわからない。私は人間じゃない。ラムダを消し去るために生まれた存在。ラムダを消して私も消える。それが私の使命。
なんだよ。なんなんだよそれは。
他にラムダを消す方法はない。アスベルは分かってない。アスベルたちにはラムダは消せない。
分かってないのはお前だ、ソフィー。お前は自分が犠牲になればそれで全部が解決すると思ってるんだろう。そうじゃない。それじゃ解決になんて全然ならないんだよ。お前は何も分かってない。自分一人で何でも解決できると思っている人の話を聞かない頑固者だ。いいかソフィー、俺たちは絶対に諦めない。諦めないからな。
At this point, the world map opens up to us again. The shuttle now acting as the airship in the early Final Fantasy S progression system the Tales games of this era featured, revisiting a lot of old locations, acting as a last lap for the group as they try and convey the meaning of grief onto Sophie, who was not built to understand the concept that had swallowed Richard and Lambda whole.
いなくなることは悲しいことな。そうよ。だってそうなってしまったらもう会えないじゃない。話したり笑ったり、そういうことがもう二度と一緒にできなくなるんだもの。例えば、そうね、私たちがいなくなってしまったらソフィーはどう思う？そういうことを考えると、なんだ胸のあたりが重くなるような、苦しくなるような感じ。それが悲しいってことよ。ちゃんとはみんなが消えるのは悲しい。ソフィーが自分を犠牲にするって聞いたとき、私たちもそういう気持ちになったのよ。アスベルも。もちろん。というか、アスベルが一番悲しかったんじゃないかな。だからあんなに怒ったのよ。
来て、もっと知るべきことがソフィーにはたくさんあるんだ。だから自分だけ犠牲になってそれで終わりにしようなんて思うな。それにソフィーにもあるだろ。これからやりたいこととか知りたいこととかさ。
やりたいこと、知りたいこと。私、黒ソフィーが風花になるの見てみたい。
風花か。そういや、植える時にそんな話をしたっけな。どうだ？この世界にはまだソフィーが知らないことや経験していないことがあるだろ。なら死んじゃダメだ。きっといろいろな出来事がお前を待っている。これからなんだよ。お前も 俺たちも。
よかった。アスベル怒ってると思ってた。
ああ、あれはだな。
悲しくても怒るってセリアが言ってた。
まあそうなんだが。
怒ってなかったのならそれでいい。アスベルには笑っていてほしいの。これからもずっと。
俺もまだまだ修行が足りないな。さてと、そろそろ執務室に行かないとみんなが待ちくたびれるな。さあ行こうか、ソフィー。
So it's planning time. Them seeing Richard split from Lambda, confirming for them that he can be saved. It's just reasoning with Lambda that is the long shot, but Asbel refuses to let anyone die.
Soだ。俺たちは必ず帰ってくるんだ。リチャードもソフィーも失わずに。
So it's time to list off a few extra things in the game if you do some other activities. For example, if you pet and give fish to every cat you find in the game, you can get teleported to... Cat's Corner. I don't even know. You can find a bunch of rare stuff here, but the largest part of this is access to the game's cutscene library. Not like we need that as much in the modern day, but with footage capture technology. And then there's the requisite beach episode. You thought I was kidding, didn't you? This is also the time to face all the super bosses of the game. Each of the Valkanists having a guardian dragon within them. Why did they not come out to protect them from having their power drained? Which you can fight and defeat. Strata also has a secret ruin you can open after getting an Amarcian key from Fodra, but I completely forget what the purpose is to get through here. There's also the Oswald family vault that you can clear out that has a lot of healing items useful for the final dive down in the game. You can also find on the map north of Fendel, Lambda's original crash site, as well as the somewhat functional remains of the original Realian body Lambda used as its own when in Cornell's care, which is more operating on the echo of Lambda's essence than anything, requiring us to put it to rest so its suffering may end. On the northernmost tip of Wundor, you can find the Turtles HQ, the Turtles being those traveling merchants I mentioned a while back in passing. But when here, this is where you find that other quest I pointed out about Asbel taking with him and selling to them the Windor Royal Sword by accident, where you can recover it and see its condition to continue my recurring thesis on how just bad at everything Aston was. And I again say on the matter of so many things in this game, how was Asbel supposed to know when no one that did would tell him shit? Regardless, even once it's restored, it's still not that good a weapon as the one I won for the Colosseum ages ago. So it's not even really worth it beyond what's more acting as proof to what I've been saying. If you go to the Valkanists in Fendel, you can also find along the path to it a grave marker, one for Lorelia, the previous mentioned Chancellor's daughter that Malik loved, which helps act as closure for him, in his hope that whatever there is beyond death, that she's waiting for him when it's time. With all that done, we make for the core of the planet, the drop to the Lastalia locked off by a series of platform puzzles that, well, make more sense than the last few dungeons because it's supposed to be a secure area that is deliberately made to be tough to penetrate. The entire trip down punctuated by those scenes I've mentioned previously that all reveal Lambda's backstory and most of the evidence behind my case against Amarode earlier, punctuated more critically from when it crossed from Fendel into Windor and fought Sophie that led them going into stasis until the beginning of the game's events. And also the reason why I came to reside in Richard, as I explained several videos ago. And so, we reach the Lastalia and Lambda's efforts to absorb it. And I cannot understand a thing anyone is saying. Why? Because it is white text on a bright freaking background. How many times do I have to complain about this? As I checked, and this is not a problem in the Japanese version with the kanji and the kana. When you put subtitled text in a video game, and it's not in its own blocked off text box, you need to make sure the font that is being put in the goddamn game has a solid black edge around it so it can be read. Like, I do internet videos, and every time I have a text blurb on screen, I do that. It's been especially important for me to do that since I swapped my IKEA bookshelves as the backdrop of my set back in 2021 due to how much more white there is now. But yeah, this conversation at last gets to the root of why Richard sided with Lambda. It made him believe that killing the planet is required to allow him to create the world of peace that he so desired. Only without allowing him to realize that he'd be killing everyone he wants to do it for alongside it. And on some level, Richard knew this. Knew that he was being lied to and dragged along and just couldn't stop himself in the vain hope that what Lambda was doing was the real deal. For after we defeat the Lambda-possessed Richard, speaking of, I've not talked much about the boss encounters all freaking game, as it's basically the same gameplay every time as the base battles with not that much variation. I like the combat system, but there's not a lot of strategy to the mechanics that makes boss fights any different from anything else, beyond the importance of what enemy is to the story. Anyways, Richard admits he was hoping Asbel would be the one to stop him, as that would signify more than anything else that his path was wrong, which he can't even tell anymore due to how much his and Lambda's thoughts have intermingled.
君と争いながらも君に助けてほしいと願うなんてお前は俺の友達だどんなに争っても俺はお前を見捨てない見捨てられるもんかアスベル君はこんな僕をまだ友と呼ぶのか
Richard offers his life to kill Lambda, which gets right back to the point that was exposed by Cornell and Sophie, it not understanding the concept of self-sacrifice after all this time. It tried to kill Richard to separate itself from its host, Asbel dragging him to freedom at last, so they can finally confront Lambda's true form head-on.
その必要のないものまで争いに巻き込み、悪として滅ぼす。それがいかに無知でおごった考えか、分かろうともしない。死をもってその罪を償うがいい。
Which gets us back to the thesis I've been dancing around all game. That is what's seen of every goddamn person I've called out throughout it, and is sure as hell a more present theme in it than responsibility. And that is... your personal hardships do not give you the right to inflict suffering on others. Harming Lambda enough causes it to release all the Eleth absorbed from the Valkanists, returning it to the Lastalia, which over time will restore power to those devices. Without their power, Lambda will fall asleep again, only to threaten the world later, which Sophie will not allow, even if it means the cost will be herself.
やめろ、ソフィー。言っただろう。俺は絶対お前を消させないと。
I so very much prefer this character over Suzaku, if you could not tell before. So instead, Asbel absorbs Lambda into himself. For part of the problem from before is Lambda chose the wrong host. Not just my view that Hubert would have been better thematically for the story, but he chose one that only reinforces the worst experiences of existence to justify itself to lash out. Asbel, however, is different. As beyond the crap Lhant shoved onto him, he is an optimist. His actions have made the world better, experienced the smiles of gratitude, and has always represented the best of what one could be to help hold up others. It is so diametrically in conflict with what Lambda has himself lived that it actually suppresses the malice it's been infected with, as that malice cannot take hold within Asbel. It's also my final showcase to why scapegoating Asbel throughout the game was so wrong of it, as it once again undermines this ending by making so Asbel's just as experienced the worst of humanity in a broader sense than just the machinations of a malicious few, and should reinforce Lambda's position if he were possessed to corrupt his thoughts. If he's so valorous and acknowledged in story that the offenses against him are wrong, and are the consequences of other people not understanding the truth, which they then learn and apologize for to present their better angels, then it's a better presentation of the resilience of his spirit as they are exonerated. But as that doesn't happen, well, this don't work the way they want it to.
読めているか。だったら、その読みはまだまだ甘いな。俺がいつ一人で乗り切れると言った。誰しも一人では乗り越えられないことがある。けど、手を取り合い協力し合えば何だってやれる。俺はそう思っている。
協力？その言葉で騙されるのは愚かな人間という存在だけだ。
だが、お前は知っているはずだ。人間は決してそれだけじゃないと。誤解から悲劇が生まれ、その悲劇がさらに大きな悲劇を生んだ。お前がこの世に生まれてやりたかったことは、そういう悲劇の連鎖なのか。お前を育てたコーネルさんは、悲しませるためにお前を育てたんじゃないはずだ。生きるとは何かなんて、俺には簡単に答えられない。だが、これだけはわかる。お前を育てたコーネルさんは、お前にこの世界をもっと見せたかったんじゃないか。なあ、ラムダ。この世界をもう一度見てみないか。俺の中に入ったまま一緒に生きることでだ。
これからはお前と我と二人だけの戦いになるということか。
ああ、そういうことだな。俺は望むところだ。
少し長く話しすぎたようだ。それとももう限界が近いのか。アスベル、我は少し眠らせてもらうぞ。
ラムダ。
And so Lambda goes to sleep inside Asbel, as he's finally dispelled of his malice. Asbel's experiences in the future coming to decide whether Lambda will continue to strike at humanity, or finally find a way to coexist peacefully with them. This is the original end of the base game. Scenes of Richard leading forces against the remnant monsters left behind by Lambda's cocoon to make up for his part in those sins, backed up by Cheria, who's continued to travel abroad to actually learn more of what the world has to offer than just the launch she had limited herself to. Pascal and Fourier get to work on fixing the Fendel Valkinus, with Pascal thinking, hey, if the heat and fire element can't travel far from the Valkanists, they'll just construct a giant water boiler and pump hot water to everyone's homes. This is really stupid, and completely ignores how heat transfer works, where the cold environment of Fendel would completely sap all heat from those water lines so they'd freeze regardless. I actually have a water line in my home that I'm looking to get replaced because it freezes over, and it's a hot water pipe at that. So, case in point for how much this doesn't work. The water boiler idea is a good one, but the boiling water should be used to turn turbines. As you know what the turbines can then do? Create electrical energy. This is literally how all coal and nuclear power plants in the real world work. They boil water that turns a turbine. Hell, you can set up multiple of those boilers in series and parallel with each other to create an entire network of turbines to send electrical power to all of Fendel. And the electrical heaters would solve literally all heating problems, as electrical wires are a lot more efficient conductor and means of transferring energy, whereas water on its own is one of the worst. To not even get into the logistical problems that exist for even laying all that water piping, as opposed to just running electrical wires which take far less resources to even implement. And worse, electrical energy is already something showcased to have been harnessed in this setting for them to know about this, as presented by a lot of the installations in Windor for them to know how such works. These people are smarter than this, and I am baffled they did not think of it before. Malik is formally pardoned for his past actions, acting as an ambassador to the other nations thanks to the embargo against them having been lifted by Hubert and Asbel. And as for Asbel, well, with him having fixed everything his father screwed up and his actions having led to a renewed spirit of international cooperation, there's less need for a knight, thus has taken over learning how to do his job as a lord, while watching after Sophie, who's made it her own personal mission to spread renewed life to the world through the flowers she will plant, that all originated from a hill under a tree. But unfortunately, we are not quite done yet. As well, that closes out the core game. This is the PlayStation 3 port of what was originally a Nintendo Wii game. And as was common to the Tales releases of that era, they extended the story a bit further. So come back next time for Grace's bonus chapter, Lineage and Legacies.
必ず生き残る。さあ、砲翼砲。
強いね、アスベル。
そうでもないさ。
お前も一人前になったものだな。
そうでもないって。みんながいなくなったら そしたらあなたはどうなるの?
We begin Lineage and Legacies after a 6-month time skip from the conclusion of the previous story's events, with everyone trying to get everyone else hitched.
あなたももうすぐ20歳。身を固めることを考えてもいい年齢です。
As usual, not even kidding. Though, for Kerri to be asking at least makes sense. After all, she completely failed as a mother thanks to just going along with everything Aston did. Being a grandmother is probably her only shot to do any parental job right at this point. You might remember from part 1 of these episodes that I said this same criticism of the character, and how Kerri herself comes off as someone who suffered Stockholm Syndrome. And this is actually where I get this idea from. As one of the first things the Lineage and Legacies expansion does is depict for use that flashback scene I detailed back then, of Kerri coming to Lhant over their arranged marriage, her and Aston having a horrible first meeting, and then him abandoning her there, unable to leave, for a month. And it's just more of the same bullshit that tries and fails to frame Aston as better than he was. Moreover, the entire length of Lineage and Legacies follows the same pattern, as the entire story extension is all about shipping. How each of the characters has to think about finding a significant other, and settling down to bring forth the next generation to carry on for them. And it's very poorly handled the entire way through, treating the entire matter of kids as if it's the responsibility of people that are just figuring out their lives to instantaneously spawn children to maintain, I hate this phrase, but it's accurate, the domestic supply of infants. A message that isn't as awful as you think it might be from the perspective of the originally intended Japanese audience, due to their decades-long birth rate decline that is actually the consequence of a socio-cultural failure to have any semblance of a work-life balance that would allow for kids, alongside ingrained corporate sexism that discourages young adults from finding a partner and generating offspring in the first place, as it places too significant a burden on those individuals to actually bring new life into the world with any semblance of a conscience, as you can't support having children on a single parent's salary, and yet mothers are frequently driven out of the Japan workforce. That policy in and of itself is what keeps screwing the country over. And America has been affected by that more and more itself, where America's population now only remains as stable as it is due to immigration. There's a lot of people like me who neither want nor can stand kids that would make for terrible parents if they were forced to have them. For the problem with insisting on us having them is, we don't owe you that. That should be our decision, and it should be made with those we want to be with, as opposed to them being born unwanted, as forcing them into an unloved existence that cannot support them is nothing but plain cruel. And there are people out there that should not have kids to begin with due to how badly they would fuck it up. Aston, the perfect example of one himself. Atop that is the additional compounding error in that I and many others that played these games do not ship any of the main cast members together. And yet stories like these are always formatted so that the only real viable options that would be narratively satisfying would be those among those cast members, instead of a newly introduced rando that no one wants nor would be appealing. To justify two people pairing up, you have to have constant exposures to their interactions and affections for one another that build up over time. If you do not do this, then people are more likely to accept two people that have some elements of commonality or compatibility as a better match for one another over the ones you present as wanting to be together. I kind of find it worse with media that makes such affections a one-sided thing, where we get numerous confirmations that one person is head over heels for another, gotten to the place where they can show healthy affections or overtures to courtship with their prospective paramours, only for that chance of a relationship to be entirely stolen from them by someone who was never presented as being interested in the subject of affections before, out of complete fucking nowhere. There's not even romance blocking that mess. That's deliberate narrative malfeasance on the part of the writers to deny something they themselves had been setting up for no excusable recourse. And this reflects a larger problem that has existed for a long time with Japanese media, that two people getting together is treated as the end point of an evolving narrative instead of a midpoint or transitionary point in one's lives where more story can be told with them, just in a different form. Even in stories that are explicitly about romance or two people wanting to be with the other, Japanese series don't often like to depict actual romance within them, either having two people get together before the story's events, or learn to like another or accept the feelings they develop for another until the point they actually officially are a couple, and then it's over without doing anything with it. It's rare to the point of being nearly non-existent that the actual process of dating or them being actively romantically involved is showcased for the main cast. What we usually get instead is a bunch of meet-cute romance flags that show a development of affections and dynamic between two people that are supposed to evolve to a love confession by the end. And then they either date or are broken up irreparably by outside events only after the story consequently ends. This, once again, to go back to my Graces to Code Geass comparison list, is the irritation with Code Geass's movie timeline, due to all the paramour flags between Lelouch and Callan that are essentially tied into irrefutable narrative events and motivations behind their actions that are just cut out despite their importance in the movies, and ignored elsewhere to just make it so the canonically asexual pizza gremlin is now the round peg shoved into the square hole, as she largely lacks those same narrative essential flags as she wasn't supposed to possess them to begin with. Deliberately burning those flags generally is not taken well when they're shown to happen. While them screwing over Kalulu shippers is not the main grievance with those movies, the explicit intent for the staff to make Lelouch go off with CC is symptomatic to the larger problem of them not approaching the movie timeline of that franchise with intent to resolve the larger narrative failings that had been long voiced with their story, but to double down on them and make it so no more stories could be told. Graces, by proxy of its characters that are allegorical to Code Geass ones, however, do not have this same problem. They are genuine in their intent to have been from the start to fulfill those flags. It's just because of their insistence on scapegoating Asbel that no one wants them to be fulfilled. And they were generally trying to fulfill them. Graces does have all those narrative flags throughout its events for Asbel and Cheria. Once more, the grand majority of them in the core game detailed through side quests. Because, once again, it is impossible for Graces to actually tell its true, damn essential story segments through anything but the side quests for some ridiculous reason. But because of Cheria's prior conduct towards Asbel, I don't ship them. I want them to avoid what came off throughout too much of the game as an abusive relationship. And this extension likewise even more forcefully pushing them back together grated on not just myself, but a large portion of the player base, because thanks to how badly they fucked up the earlier chapters of the game, we largely did not want them to get together, despite it already being established canon that they, the characters, want to. But every time they present the flags that would resolve the interpersonal divide between them properly, that would thus allow it, and get us in the audience on board the idea, they screw it up. With the condemnation of the arc here being that the writer of the story strangled the two with their red string of fate. And this isn't a one-off condemnation either. I had this same criticism of Tales of Symphonia, where I felt they handled the main romantic pairing of the story between Lloyd and Colette so badly that I didn't give a damn about it. It was so weird to me to see twice in a row with the franchise that I dug a bit deeper into this, and it looks like somehow, some way, the grand majority of the Tales series has consistently botched their romance arcs, either having that same pairing rejection that happens between Asbel and Cheria for players, or finding more appeal from another paramour option that isn't what the developers intended, such as how I vastly preferred the idea of Lloyd and Sheena hooking up in Symphonia. I've never really experienced this so badly. Usually, I am a person that lives vicariously through the romances in the media I ingest. I like the new paths of character exploration a Paramore opens up for cast members. Hell, it's why romances are relegated for the end is actually something that really pisses me off these days in media, as two characters dating is a story you can tell in and of itself. Yet it's one of the biggest things missing that I want to see in stories I normally like. And if I do see it when it's not just a completion checkmark, then I have to be concerned that it's going to turn into a death flag for one of the involved, which in the real world does nothing but discourage the audience from seeking such a Paramore out. It's actually why I really like the series Love After World Domination. I actually have the Blu-ray of it, but it's buried behind my Shiranui on that shelf. As it avoids that crap by its literal premise being, what if a Sentai hero and a villainous general were in a relationship? And presents them being in that relationship and the hurdles it throws at them, which makes for a unique dynamic. You have an idea how rare that is? More of this, please! Where the protagonists hook up and spend the story being a power couple while figuring out how to be the best boy or girlfriend they possibly can be for the other. Another modern example being the evolving relationship of Iruma and Amari in Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun, where they have been on several dates that are spaced out between various arcs, and their dates are themselves the romance flags for the growth and development of their affections for the other that just all comes off naturally. As while they have not had an outright confession, at least at the time of recording this in 2023, the joy they feel by simply being in the other's presence and the character growth their relationship helps incite between the both of them doesn't require the specific words be spoken just yet. Yet that is an actual progressive romance arc. None of that is intrusive to the plot, but further accents how Iruma has been banished to the netherworld, but found everything he had been denied among humans, even love, from embracing his life in this new realm. So the confession of love we presume to be coming between them eventually instead becomes the final step taken after they've already been shown to be dating and have something special between them. It takes that existing pattern of the romance flags leading to a confession at the end and actually presents with those flags the actual experience of dating that is part of getting to know a person you like better, which should have been allowed to be part of such stories, but so very rarely is. And I cite both as what I want to see more of done, as I am very tired of getting jerked around on that, or having to go to freaking Battle Harem series to actually see two or more characters who care about each other actually be shown to date, or present them as having an evolving relationship that goes beyond saying, I like you. As harem anime are the other diametric extreme on this, as even if you get past the confession stage, you then have the problem of competitors for the title preventing the interpersonal dynamic from developing between the main paramours. I look at series I have, and I don't see a lot of exceptions to those consistent ways that all plays out. Either the confession is at the end, or them being together is obfuscated by the presence of other people or outside factors. But the worst it gets in Grace's case is, for some insane reason, the story only now begins to try and push together Pascal, the best character in the game, with Hubert, which even in this section remains the worst character in the game. And while the reason I'm not on board Asbel and Cherry getting together is on the basis of her never apologizing for her mistreatment of him, Pascal and Hubert literally have no chemistry. None at all. Yeah, there's the argument one can make of them being two diametric extremes that cancel each other out, and Pascal needs someone like Hubert to look after her and ground her so she doesn't end up harming herself in the long term. But they really don't have any interpersonal chemistry to validate it for the audiences. And moreover, a paramour is not a caretaker or minder for an eccentric, which is what shipping the two would make Hubert into for Pascal. Which doesn't work because the two, despite being intelligent, don't have any common crossover. A military scholar is not an inventor or engineer. A lover is not a maid or nanny reminding one to care for oneself. They're someone that should make a person want to put their best foot forward. You're granted the drive to become the best version of yourself because they are present as part of your life. And you feel like you have to be better as that is how you show your gratitude for them being there. And I don't get that from them, as Hubert's awkward attempts to confess only highlight all the traits that make him disliked to begin with, while Pascal's obliviousness to everything that is an invention is taken to the extreme. This genuinely doesn't work. Richard and Malik thankfully have paramour arcs for them avoided, though it is mentioned that both are considered eligible bachelors, which, thankfully, Malik can shrug off as the one woman he loves is long dead, while Richard's the king. He has to take the time to vet his potential suitors, so they aren't focused on. As for Sophie, well, her arc in this is different, for as you saw from the cold open I provided, she is becoming more and more aware of the reality that humans and other living things only have a finite lifespan, while she was designed to function for as long as Aleph exists in the world. And even with Lambda sealed within Asbel, he's not going to be there for her forever.
私も人になれたらみんなに置いていかれない？どうしたら人になれるの？教えて、アスベル。
それは
涙出ない。とても悲しくても私はみんなみたいに泣けないんだね。私もみんなと一緒が良かった。
たずうつろな心のまま残されたものは残酷な話だな。限りある人の身でどうやってプロトスヘイスを孤独から救う気だ。
それは
悩みが濃く深くなったな。お前は悩みの中から答えを見つけられるか。人の身でせいぜいあがくがいい。楽しませてもらうぞ。
残されたものはただ永遠を生きる。
And no, this game does not at any point ever attempt to ship Sophie and Lambda, thank God. While enemies to lovers is a trope that exists, that's not exactly what one wants to consider when both are mentally children despite them both being over 1,000 years old. Though again, this whole arc with Sophie here is once again an example of the contrast the game has with one of its inspirations, as this lament of immortality is far better handled as it's from the perspective of someone who still is, or rather, has learned to be, emotionally human, as opposed to the lament of someone that chose to abandon and become numb to their humanity. And really, Asbel solves this the only way he really can, by formally adopting Sophie as his daughter. That though Asbel may one day leave her, they still have decades by which to be together as family. And even after that, she will always have her adopted siblings and their children to live with, look after, and protect as long as she will still continue to function. The curse of the immortal may be for them to go on existing and outlast all they know, but that does not mean that new connections, new friends, and new loved ones and family cannot come to exist for them. It just requires them to continue to care and nurture those lives, like a tree rising up to protect more fragile blossoms from the harshness of a storm. And for some, that can be a comfort, not a curse. But her ruminations over mortality and the various paramour plots are punctuated by the appearance of a new wave of monsters from Fodra that had begun a mass invasion of Athenia. These Nova monsters require the group reunite, with Richard formally joining the party again as a combat member due to his experiences with Lambda. These monsters so strong, it actually requiring Lambda itself wake up and grant the group a new combat mechanic that speeds up our ability to strike at rates far faster than the monsters can counter. Well, that was the intent. In reality, the mechanic for me has been present the entire time, as when you boot up a New Game Plus save file, that mechanic is instead available from the start. And it's required because each of the Nova monsters, on top of them hijacking control of any of Lambda's remnant monsters that haven't been hunted down, can undergo rapid evolution so their previous weaknesses entirely vanish if they're left alive for too long, making them a threat that will consume the world if not stopped ASAP, as these monsters were what truly doomed Fodra. And it's only when Asbel and company went to Fodra that the force behind them became aware of them, and Fodra's long-dormant Lastalia core began to release power again. We return to Fodra and find that plant life has begun to return to the planets all on its own due to the release of Eleth, the monsters appearing to live peacefully among the flora, meaning it is not they themselves that are coming to attack them, but something is sending them there. And that something would normally have her hair up in twin tails, but that's Sophie's hairstyle in this game. This is the Little Queen, an avatar manifestation of Fodra's core, and the actual beings that caused the planet to be reduced to a dead world. And she is voiced by Yoshino Nanjo, who, as discussed, 2 years ago now, played secondary main character Shirabe Tsukiyomi in Symphogear G onwards. And yeah, I can hear it. But yeah, we get context to Little Queen's role in all that, which all goes back to the malicious actions of Emeraude. In her zeal to kill Lambda, which she had scapegoated as responsible for the monster attacks upon Fodra, she instead had captured one of the Little Queens when it manifested, somehow, and took a sample of its essence, as it showed itself to be in the same type of spiritual form as Lambda, for her to then devise a means of killing the former. That ended up being her final fuck-up, for due to her scapegoating Lambda, she missed entirely that she had somehow subdued the actual being responsible for spawning the monsters, while Lambda, as said before, was the envoy intended by Fodra to open dialogue. And, well, Emeraude's actions against both of them, that was the final straw. For when the Little Queen eventually woke up, it didn't mince words. It outright slaughtered everyone it could find on the planet. So once again, we are back to dealing with the consequences of the crimes of the mother. As for that sample Emeraude took, well, what do you all think happened to it? Yeah, Sophie, meet your other mother? Or do we want to say sister in this?
一人になりたくないんでしょ。みんないつかいなくなる。それはとても悲しい。それはとても怖い。助けてほしい。不安で仕方がない。救いを求める心を私が永遠に癒してあげる。
Okay, yeah, let's say sisters. The Little Queens are all just manifestations of the true Fodra Queen. So since Sophie was in part created from the essence of one of the queens, they all recognize her as being one of them. And thus, they want her back.
あなたの痛みを私に変えてあげる。終わりなき時を
And that forms a far stronger backbone of this extension. Who is your family? As Sophie does not want to be alone. The queens are offering her exactly what she seems to want, except it's still without the people she wants to spend her entire existence with, who the queens are trying to drag her away from. And there's not even a guarantee from this that they'd stop attacking just if she went back to them. As they openly hate humans and just by the group's presence with Sophie, they will not stop attacking, exhausting the group until they gain the capacity to mind control Sophie into forcefully joining her. That doesn't show them as being on the up and up, but wanting what they want without regards to any other being. And if they're like this and angry at everyone not of their groupthink because of Emeraude's actions, fair enough. it's another crime that has to be cleaned up. But subjugating the will of another who they've not told the context of their actions just to be part of them, that's not lending credence to their goals, as it means they could just wipe Sophie's memory of those she values and then kill everyone on Aphinia off. It's only because of Lambda's power once again that they managed to escape them, as even though it's only been 6 months, the positive emotions experienced through Asbel has helped it begin to mend its own mind. From seeing more recordings of the Little Queen's genocide 1,000 years ago, it's found that they can stop the influx of monsters and the Little Queens entirely by shutting down Fodra's core, which they can do by using Lambda to absorb the Lastalia's Eleth, which would deprive the Queens of their power. Which infers this was the point in the first place, and Lambda and the Queens were birthed by Fodra at the same time. Lambda dropped into humanity's lap while the Queens created the monsters, with the infernal intent, as I've said, to see if humanity were worth saving and would be able to understand each other. And if they were worthy of salvation, Lambda could drain the core to cut off the Queens and save humanity. And none of that occurred because one woman's envy ruined that entirely. The problem with that, however, is doing such with Asbel as he is now would kill him outright. If he at any point resisted Lambda, the backlash would literally atomize him. It would only be possible if he let himself be subsumed by Lambda as Richard was. And no one wants Asbel to go through with it, as Lambda could easily double-cross them. And the concern is legitimate, after all they went through with Richard as its host. But again, my position on this, and I think such is the one the game is trying to sell here this time, is Lambda got as bad as it did in Richard due to the negative emotional feedback loop Lambda's and Richard's experiences inflicted upon the other. Asbel, thanks to getting away from his abusive father, has not had those same hindrances. At most, he has self-loathing towards himself because of all the shit he was scapegoated for, and not being able to save people in a pinch when things would spiral out of control. But his perseverance is the most admirable trait that allows him to keep walking even in spite of those burdens, which I think Lambda has come to understand, so it is not as burdened by its own grief either anymore. This punctuated from meaningful words each share with Asbel and Sophie that Lambda comments on, that helps to shape it, and their opinion in the off chance that this does end up killing Asbel. And as Asbel tells Sophie of his dream of just wanting to make the world a happier place bit by bit, Sophie finally realizes what she, as an immortal, can do. Carry on that memory and goal.
どうしてだろう。ずっと不安だったのが嘘みたい。アスベルはいなくなっても、いなくなるわけじゃないんだね。ずっとつながっていくんだね。そのつながりを見守っていきたい。それはきっと私にしかできないことだから。
お前はすごいな。子供だと思ってたけど。
ラムダ、あなたに大事なことを言いに来たの。
消すとでも脅しに来たのか。そうするとこの男も一緒に消えるが。
ううん、逆だよ。
どういうことだ。
私はあなたとはもう戦わない。
With that, the Lastalia shaft of Fodra is one massive slog, due to Fodra being so much ridiculously larger than Aphinia. Though what makes it strange is, while like with the Aphinia Lastalia, the constructed regions eventually give way to rock, the inner regions of Fodra's core are like as if an entire planet exists inside the planet, with how much there is actual life down here. Life all stolen from the world for reasons Fodra's core has just never managed to successfully communicate, nor this game represent clearly to justify its actions. And I think that's part of my problem with the Fodra Queen, as beyond the broad strokes of why humans suck that are ubiquitous to villain monologues, well, the queens are never given an actual motivation or reason for doing what they do. They're just an antagonist that seems to want something from Sophie, but their hatred of humanity is horribly explored and explained to the point of being so stereotypical and overdone in JRPGs, to be irritating to see again. I again looked up more Tales games as I was writing this, and this has been a repetitive problem coming from them for a while, where they just kept doing this same speech ad nauseum by their end bosses, but with less and less validity for the argument as those end bosses become more and more removed from experiences with humanity in each repetition. Like the reason I gave that it's Emerald's fault, that is largely speculation determined from previous information about Emerald's crimes, combined with the context the story provides over why they want Sophie, and the revelations in this expansion about Sophie being developed from actual samples of the queens. In story on its own, they've got nothing. Lambda being the intended savior of Fodrans if they treated it well? Again, my speculation giving its power set and story origins. As all the game gives is the same old hat staple that humanity sucks and the world is better off without them, as their presence ruins the environment. Yet ignores that humanity as something that was born from the environment is not a cancer to that environment on its own. Are we supposed to be mindless animals? 'Cause, hate to ruin your thesis, but animals can screw over the environment too. Look up what an invasive species is sometime, 'cause a lot of those are not introduced by just man moving them around, but them finding their ways on their own to new locations where they can breed like mad and destroy their own sustainability, which we as rational thinking beings at least try to prevent where possible. For as is proven time and again in the real world, the worst environmental damage we actually experience is not from the vast majority of people, but the 1% crowd in control of corporations that care about wealth and power regardless of consequences. And to blame the entirety of a group for the sins of a fraction of their number is the height of hypocrisy, which the queens themselves showcase when Sophie asks them to stop this, and they decide to just kill her for not going along with their demands. Even now, the game ruins its own thesis about humans being horrid as they're not the ones that ruined the planet and made it lifeless. That was the actions of the queens, because they overreacted. So their broad strokes blame game doesn't really even work, as it's back to that same damn scapegoat problem the storyline has had the entire frickin' time. You need to provide a specific reason why you're condemning someone that actually applies to an event that happened, or call out a pattern of behavior to showcase your problem with them. When I spent the Code Geass videos slamming Suzaku, I brought my receipts that showcased why he was an unacknowledged hypocritical monster that got away with his crimes. The same with Aston and Emerald in these videos about Graces. I presented my evidence taken from the context of what the game provides. Whereas the queens don't have a single one to cite. So we can only speculate from the context of the side content, which massively weakens any case as the only reason why we are here now at this point of the game is because they keep attacking the people of Athenia without any cause those people are aware of. And the ones we presume are not the full story. The little queens all fuse back into the true Fodra queen, who tries to just kill us with sheer power, only for Lambda to block it and disrupt her abilities, allowing us to attack her physical form. This, even with endgame level characters, is a full-on 3-minute battle that's a hard press to beat, and her own attacks are wild, but eventually the Fodra Queen is pacified. It tries to go for the core, but Asbel gives himself to Lambda, allowing it to absorb the core's power, and with it, the malice the Queen itself had become infested by, just as Lambda had been. This fixes whatever the Fodrians screwed up centuries ago, and in time life will now return to the planet naturally. But to properly purify it, Lambda will have to perform its original duty and stay with the core to do so, releasing Asbel from his status as its host, and making a promise to Sophie to meet again.
我は一人にはなるまい。永久を生きる少女がいる限り。
私？
我の行く末は、お前が見守っていてくれ。プロトスヘイス。我はフォドラと共に夢を見よう。その夢の中でフォドラと語り合い分かり合おうとこの者が我にそうしたよう そして再び目覚めた時、フォドラと共に見ていこうと思う。この世界。
And this is what the group likewise tries to convey to the last queen, who expects destruction from her failure, and yet instead, Sophie takes the lessons of Asbel's actions to the greatest heart, and offers her hand to show her that there's more to the world than what they have viewed. And with it, Geppetto's doll is allowed to become a real girl. The story returning home and wrapping up its romance flags with it officially getting Asbel and Cheria to confess their feelings and get them together. You know, even if I'm not on board the pairing due to how the storyline itself screwed up the delivery of it, this is still a better, more satisfying ending on an interpersonal character level than Lelouch the Resurrection even pretended to attempt. For once again this year, that is how bad that movie generally is.
"男の子は自分の庭に植えて毎日世話をしました。すると迷子の種は小さい可愛い花を咲かせたの。その後種はどうなったと思う？今度はお星様になってみんなを見守ってるの。自分も見守ってもらった分のお返しなんだって。
The people that exist within it may change, the world may someday end, but the will and dreams of those who matter will always be passed along, traveling ever onwards to your eternity. Tales of Graces could have been so much better than it is, and no one I've talked to that is a Tales fan has been able to figure out why it has the problems it does, though I have done my best to quantify what they are. For what detracts from it really does keep making you not want to experience the game, because it keeps compounding its own damn errors unnecessarily. And while I've explained the grievances from a storytelling perspective, and tried to contrast them a bit with the Code Geass allegory the characters bear to show that there are good ideas in here, I've been avoiding talking about the individual responsible for them. The game's sole screenwriter, Daisuke Kiga. And the reason I haven't is I have near zero experience with anything their credit is creating. When you see the writing work of someone over and over again, you're more capable of pointing out their tells and quirks in their productions alongside their strengths and weaknesses. And when I have those experiences, I have tried to share them in my videos I produce as they better explain the thought processes behind them, assuming executive meddling isn't screwing them over. Kiga, however, has all of three works to their name: Tales of Graces, and the Tales of Xillia duology. That's it, and I have never played either Xillia game. Alexis has, but I talked with her about every problem I had, and according to her, none of the issues Graces has was present in Xillia at all. So we have no frame of reference to work with to try and figure out what might have been up with Kiga on this game for it to bear the problems it does. For all the game's problems come from the one I said at the start, it deliberately blaming the wrong parties for the actions of others, and escalating that scapegoating to ridiculous degrees while never allowing those at fault or mistaken to be acknowledged as such. The game wants to be a story of a boy taking up the responsibilities and duties he was passed, but all he really inherits is the problems solely his predecessor was the cause of, and not true, systemic failings that showcase a larger problem with the way the world itself is run. It was always just one asshole that was making things bad for Athenea, and one selfish witch on Fodra that caused a genocide to occur from her pissing off two entities of inhuman nature. That's it. All the story really needs to do was to correct that in order to get everyone else it was intending to do back on course. But instead the deflection is taken to such a ridiculous degree it generally burns the goodwill it's trying to build up amidst the cast members. I really feel this could have been better handled in the grand scheme had Hubert been Lambda's host. As while saving a brother from a malicious influence is a cliché, it's a cliché because it works. And it resolves the issues regarding Asbel's scapegoating much earlier. But it's really the lacking apology and the refusal to actually talk many of these issues out that damns them, instead making the presumption that they are all resolved. The mess with the little queens at the end really only served to reinforce these points due to their own rationales not being given, only read into due to how much humans suck has become a shorthand for lazy writers instead of ascribing any nuance to the matter. So much that makes me dislike this game could easily have been fixed. But at the very least, after this game was in the backlog to do for 10 frickin' years, I am finally done with it. But I doubt I will be revisiting it, and with me disliking both Tales games I have played, well, it doesn't exactly endear me to doing more of them in the future. I might change my mind and do Tales of Vesperia for reasons, but don't be surprised if I just don't get to it and skip it entirely.